something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia 2024. We've been having so much fun with the Free Fire tournament, but I felt like we wanted to take a break. We had a lot of fun earlier exploring STC. I want to see what else is out there.
I know, I'm loving watching the matches, but right now, the real thing, the real fun, it's outside in the games district.
Ooh, so you know what? Let's just get to it and see what we can find there.
Okay. Wow, this looks so cool. I think we should definitely go and visit the STC arena because, I mean, there's so much thing to do.
Carol, you don't have to ask me twice. Let's go find out what's going to be here because this looks awesome. I mean, I feel like you should do this one.
Should I?
You should.
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay, I'm going to try it.
Let's see what you got.
I have to look straight to the camera.
I think you do. And then I think you go and walk in the circle.
Can I walk to the circle? Oh, there we go. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Okay.
That's awesome.
I'm gonna make some moves. Ah.
Okay, let's see if you just got a booyah.
Booyah!
Let's go. That's
so
freaking
cool.
sweet. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Carl, we got to explore that area over there, which is the STC TV studios. But I feel like now it's time we check out this one right here, the theater room.
Oh yeah, that place, it's way fancy. And we are gonna bring you guys together with us for you to check it out every single spot over there.
Can't wait to see what's inside.
Okay, ladies first. Thank you. Okay, so we have arrived in the player lounge. Where you wanna go first?
I just want to explore everything. This looks cool. It smells good too. Everybody's been talking about the food. So maybe we'll look into that, but I'm also hearing some games over here to this side.
You know, food is really nice, but the best thing here in the Esports World Cup definitely is the game part.
Ooh, look at this.
Whoa.
We got some football. We also got some other stuff right here. 100 jumps to, you know what? Come with me. We're gonna check something out right now. We're gonna test out how good our chemistry is and see how on point we are. You got short jump and I got long jump.
Okay,
Are you
why
ready
I
for
get
this?
the short jump since I'm long jump?
You are taller than me. You know what? She's right. I'm getting roasted out here. I got
Okay.
short jump now. So let's see what we can find on this. Okay. I feel like that's a short jump. Let's see. We don't know what's going to happen.
100 remaining.
Okay. Oh, we're good so far. Long jump. No! We got one ticket.
Okay,
We can do
that-
better than that. Hold on.
That's on me. That's on me. Okay, let's try again.
Let's try again. Ready? Oh, that's you. Wait.
Ready?
Set, go.
I was pushing the
Wait,
button.
Press it. Long jump. We still got this. No, that was on me. That was
on
me.
you. Yeah,
know what?
definitely
Third
on
time's
you.
the charm. How many tickets did we get this time? I think we still got one ticket. All right, here we go.
Ready?
Ready, set, go.
Go. Long jump. How come?
We're just gonna
Never mind. Let's move on.
let's move along. Okay, well our luck wasn't so hard there. I thought our chemistry was on point, but you know what? Maybe some air hockey.
You know, I'm
Fancy a
gonna
match?
beat you on this.
I will take
I'm
you for
gonna
it.
win.
The crazy part is I can't even reach here.
I can.
Oh, saved. Okay, let's go.
Okay, are you ready to
I'm ready.
lose?
Oh, from there? Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, oh, you almost scored on yourself. All right, my turn. Come on, just one goal. It's all we need. Oh, so close. I can't reach that far. Nice shot. Oh, hold on.
Sorry, I'm the
I'll reach
best
for this
on
one.
this. Nope. Nope.
Oh.
Not again.
No.
Not even close. Nope.
How about now? No. All right, here you go.
Now.
Uh-oh.
It's time.
I'm leaving.
I'm gonna get some drinks.
Well, nobody won that one, which I'm completely fine with because I feel like we both can get really competitive.
Yeah, I know. We are in the same level. That's good.
Yeah. Not height-wise. But we're definitely in the same level for that game. You know,
Okay.
we wanted to relax a little bit.
I got a question for you.
Ooh.
What do you like to drink while you're playing?
Ooh, I like me some strawberry juice.
Strawberry juice is good.
How
but
about you?
Have you tried orange juice with the strawberry?
Oh, I think we should ask. Ma'am, when you have a chance, can we order something?
Yes, what kind of juice?
Can I have strawberry and
Orange juice.
combined?
Ooh. That's
Stay tuned.
powerful.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Strawberry is delicious.
Mango's the best.
Strawberry is
Nobody
top.
drinks strawberry, bro.
Everybody drinks strawberry.
Nobody wants some seeds in their mouth.
Oh, hey guys, welcome back to the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024 on what's going to be day 2 because boy, day 1, did we have a start.
Explosive, right? Indonesia came out of the gates, busting open, back-to-back booyah. But of course, your two-time world champs made that strong comeback. Buriram United Esports. But today, those booyahs are not going to be as easy as yesterday. We've got Twisted Minds. We've got Team Falcons. We even have Team Solid jumping into the action from Group C.
And with that said, the teams that are currently in Group B, they need to be careful because there is some teams in Group B that need to wake up and get as much points because tomorrow they won't be able to play. So I can't wait to see what's going to be happening here in day 2 of Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024.
Absolutely. We hope you enjoy the show. And if you are a Riyadh Esports fan or hotshot, you better send them those messages so they step it up. The final chance to get into the grand finals.
I'm going to go back to drinking my strawberry. Strawberry's top.
Mango, brother.
You wanna try it?
I was just about to ask you. You should try this.
All right. In a bit.
What is up, survivors? Welcome back to the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024. My name is Danielle. I'm going to be your host for today because today it is day 2 at the competition here, and we are waiting to see our teams from Group B and C commence their games, start their engines, and finally start battling for those points, because for Group B, this is their final play day. But for teams in Group C, it's their first day of play. They got to sit back, they got to relax and watch the games yesterday unfold between Groups A and B. So if their teams in Group B are still looking for points, this is pretty much their last hurrah. Otherwise, they are in the running to being eliminated from the tournament altogether. But before we kick things off here, let's welcome my analysts to the stage. I have three amazing gentlemen that are going to be coming on. And the first one, we have the brains, the brawns, with the looks. We have, from the Philippines, we have Neptune. Looking fabulous here, Neptune. Good to see you again. Following Neptune, we have the one and only Sir Cloud rocking the red today and the sunnies. Oh my gosh, I thought Neptune looked great, but Sir Cloud, this man is rocking it. But from Singapore, we have the one and only Hola coming out with the finger guns. No way. Oh my gosh, I missed you guys, but it's only been one day. We have so many games of Free Fire today. Very quickly though, how you feeling?
Yeah, I'm really excited right now. I mean, if we weren't excited since day one, day two will be where all the excitement is, because this will complete all the details that we have for the groups. We will be able to see Group C right now, and the group of death for Group B. I think Group C is the ones with most of the first in their qualifiers, so I might be taking that away from you, Sir Cloud.
Well, I'm super excited today because I'm probably going to take one out of you guys. Remember, we did the prediction yesterday. You guys put Buriram on top. My boys, Falcons, well, they're playing here today.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be exciting to see them, but I'm super excited to see Team Salad. I have high expectations. They're my number 2 prediction, so I do want to see them do well.
Yep. Now, for anyone that may have missed yesterday's matches, don't worry, we have you guys covered. We have a day 1 recap, so let's have a quick look at what happened. Oh, excuse me, we've got the format today. We're going to start with the formalities, of course. So, for anyone that did not know, we are still in the knockout stage. First 3 days of competition is knockout. We are still here with 18 teams in the competition. Neptune, sort of break it down here for us. What is still happening here for these teams?
So yesterday we've done A and B. Now we're going to jump in for Group B and C into the mix, and then to top it off, that will be Group A and C for day number 3. Now this is where top 12 will be determined as we go in for Point Rush, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, this is the day that we might see some teams to be eliminated, especially from Group B, because in Point Rush, we're only bringing the best 12 teams to play 6 games.
And those best 12 teams are going to go to the grand finals, final 6 matches to find out who is going to be the champion.
Yeah. Now let's have a quick look at our recap video so you guys are up to speed on what is currently happening here at the Free Fire Esports World Cup.
Zone as they circle around, Riyadh tries to gatekeep them. Geo down, oh my God. Bombs down as well.
And that's exactly what's going to be happening. Haas will be next. Harsha with only 2 left cannot do anything. That fight took everything for the other side. But RFQ finds it, and RFQ happens to love the situation. Harsha with only 2 left cannot do anything. That fight took everything.
Lueta is beating towards him. Can up.
Plus 21, knocked down, lobbied already. Monster truck comes through, but do you need it to go for the...
Lots of happy faces there across our teams competing yesterday, but in particular, 4 teams super happy with their performance. RRQ locking in 2 booyahs, Buriram securing 2 booyahs, Loud getting their first booyah, and P Esports getting their first booyah for the competition. But looking at the overall rankings, is anyone surprised? Buriram sitting on top, looking pretty with 122 points and a significant gap between them and Loud.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with how they played all throughout, they might not be getting all the booyah in all the matches, but they are top 3 in 5 out of 6 matches. So that's 83% on them so that they can maintain their spot right here.
Yeah, I'll be a little bit worried for P Esports, Red Eye Esports, as well as Headstart Esports, because they are all in Group B. So today will be their final day playing for this stage. If they don't rack out the points, they could be caught up.
Yeah, 3 members of Magic Squad, the championship in FFWS 2023, are in Fluxo. They're in 10th place. I'm worried they might not even qualify into the points rush stage.
That would be really shocking. I think a lot of people had high expectations of Fluxo, but it's going to come down to the players and the teams as they compete. But we do have a very short video to show you our top 5 plays from day number 1. Let's have a quick look.
Unfortunate for Only Olympus, they have been taken out promptly on the first minute.
Full force of Brazil, and they fall in the process, executed in public.
Just like we talked about the forward momentum at the start of the day.
Killing spree.
Are they gonna be wiping out EG out from the fight?
Oh, Yago. So good on one end, quickly finds one. Double kill.
Triple kill.
And that's just a quick look at what happened on day number 1. Although, I'm going to be honest, guys, I had a personal favorite play. It did not appear in that highlight, but it's still my very favorite. For anyone that hasn't watched day number 1, definitely go back and watch it after this broadcast because we had some fantastic games yesterday. But our reactions from our teams, like Riyadh, I think we're so used to seeing this team celebrate, but Loud, this team, when they celebrate, they are so expressive.
Yeah. One thing I would say about this team is, as well as the interview that we saw yesterday, I mean, the confidence that they have, all the players, they have that confidence. They bring it inside, in game, as well as off game. So no surprise that they can bring themselves up against the other teams.
Yeah, we not only see the celebrations, but we also see some of the grief that happens. Other teams that did not perform to their personal expectation, and they still have a chance today and also tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's hard. I mean, you're playing live against all of these people, all the teams. You're seeing them face to face, and you're seeing some teams celebrate while you guys might be a little sad and might not have done it so well. So this is going to be a great moment for you playing it live.
But I don't know if it's a great moment for Group B, right? Because you don't get any breaks. You have to play 2 games back-to-back, and you are the first 2 days. And for some of these teams, I think their keys are now officially at risk because we did see the scoreboards earlier today. There are some teams that are in a very critical position. And if they don't score their necessary points today, they could be at risk of being bottom 6, right? Only 12 can make it through. Are there any teams that you feel like are in critical risk?
One thing I would say is for 19 esports, they have to do double this time. Bring themselves up probably 4-5 times, 4 spot higher, so they can at least secure their spot for the point rush as well as finals.
Yeah. Now our teams are rolling in onto the stadium floor, just exiting the bus. They have had their final talks with one another before they have to sit down and compete against one another because it's a game of free fire. It is literally free for all, okay? You do not give away eliminations for free. You don't give those points away for free. I think out of all the teams, right, mentally, just from what we've seen yesterday for Group B, who do you feel, aside from our top performers, are actually still looking pretty cool, calm, and collected? Because we did get a chance to see them play. Paula?
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with P Esports. There was a lot of question marks in terms of Nero because he was sick, but he gutted it out. He showed up. He ended up playing, and they got that final booyah, which is hopefully going to springboard them into the next stage.
Yeah, it couldn't come any more later, that is, because PA Sports, if we kind of look at it, right, yes, they got the booyah, but the total points collected ain't that great. So they need to do a lot of work today.
Yeah, but they're not safe, are they, Neptune?
Yeah, not yet. I mean, currently for PE Sports, they are on the 7th spot, and they might be pushed down for today. So there's a lot of things that might be happening, changing their path, changing their ways, but they still have a chance. Being part of Group B, one more day for them to keep themselves afloat.
Yeah, I think we've got to start shifting the focus over to Group C because we haven't seen this group play at all, and we do see some really big names in these groups. Who wants to highlight? Actually, I'm going to give this to SoCloud because he never stops yapping about them. Tell us, what are the top contenders in Group C?
Yep, because my boys that I predicted yesterday, just reminding everyone, okay, I did put them above Buriram that Falcons, they're going to do it. Especially taking the energy from the Falcons Nest. That's just like, what, 100 meters away from here, and representing the brand that is the home brand as well. They're definitely going to put on a good show.
Yeah. And our second top contender.
Well, I would say Twisted Minds. They have a lot of showing, especially in the Mobile Masters, and there's a lot of things they can do, especially in terms of elimination.
Let's have a quick look at our schedule for today as well, just so you guys know what maps are going to be played. Of course, in a game of Free Fire, we play on every single map, and it's going to be in our classic order as well. We're going to kick things off here with the beautiful crystal blue sunny shores of Bermuda, the map we all know and love. We'll be following that up with Purgatory with a potential water circle. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Definitely not jinxing that one. After that, we will be heading over to the sandy deserts of Kalahari, followed by Alpine, Nextera, and finally, our random map. And we saw yesterday the effects of that random map. We saw some teams thrive, and we saw other teams just sort of stumble upon their ankles and sort of pray, why did I have to be this map? But we had Alpine yesterday. I kind of want to hear your thoughts, gentlemen. For yesterday's map for Alpine, do you actually feel like this is actually one of the better random maps? Or one of the worst ones?
Well, if we're talking about the ones in number 1, this is their favorite map. This is, like, if you look at the gameplay and numbers coming from their qualifiers, Southeast Asia, this is where they put up a lot of points when they were leading 100+ points just from the qualifiers.
Yeah, and PE Sports definitely loved that map because they scored the Booyah in the final game. But let's also remember that out of the 6 maps played yesterday, 5 of the Booyahs, they were taken away by teams from Group B. So it's going to be quite a tall order for teams from Group C to try to steal it away from them.
Yeah, but I think Team Falcons, I mean, it's your team, as well as Team Solid, which I have high hopes for. I think that they're going to put a lot of competition on this one. It's going to be super exciting.
Yeah. All right, folks, I know you heard all of our predictions yesterday, but we want to hear your predictions as well. So if you haven't already, submit your predictions here. It's at sdcplay.gg. We want to know who you're supporting in the competition this weekend. Is it our top dogs? Is it an underdog? We want to know, because I think the players as well, they're probably wondering, how much support do we have? Because the players, they're focused on playing, but believe it or not, when you support your teams, when you support the players, whether it's in kind words, whether it's in chat saying, go ABC, go DCF, they actually feel it. They'll watch the replays. They see that support, and that's such a good feeling to them. It adds to that positive mentality that they need, because competing in esports, it's mentally draining, Hauler.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're losing and you're struggling and people are like calling you out on it, that is very discouraging. So this is one of those things where we need to be positive. We need to help motivate these
Give
teams
them that
to do
support.
Yes, and to make sure that they do a good job.
Absolutely. All right, so we have a couple of things we kind of want to mention here in particular, because we have a very sticky group situation, right? And I think we kind of have to talk about the major talking point here. Buriram United Esports. This team dominated yesterday. And I think at this point, you kind of have to question, right? They look so strong, but with Twisted Minds and Team Falcon coming into the equation, can they actually threaten Buriram today?
I'll answer that. I mean, might not be wearing blue, but I'm still
calm down.
going
Calm
for the
down.
blue flag here for Buriram United Esports. But the question is, if Falcons and Twisted Mind can be a challenge. They already had qualifiers after qualifiers. Like Mobile Masters, it was Twisted Mind who was able to grab it against Buriram United Esports. And then for the Southeast Asia FFWS qualifiers, it was the Team Falcons. But I guess that is one thing that Buriram United Esports can use as a motivation. I'm pretty sure they were disappointed with all those losses, and this is where they get angry and try to take it back.
I have a small question, right? The fact that they were so targeted in that last tournament, what kind of adjustments could we see from Buriram to try and avoid that situation? Are we going to start seeing this team just go for these very outlandish drop points so they just don't get focused?
It is possible they can choose different drop points.
Maybe they hot drop. Would that actually be a very out of the book play for them?
It might be out of the book, but they don't want to risk. Their tactics usually halfway through, they remain like from the start up until halfway through, they're just silent, slowly creeping in, getting their position. They might get a few elimination, a few teams, and then they go dark once again up until the 4th and 5th, or probably the top 5 teams. So that's their usual gameplay. And they might try different drop spot, but comfortability as well as the loot that they can grab might be too difficult for them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I should be asking Cloud this, because he is a little bit of a fanboy for Team Falcons, but between Twisted Minds and Team Falcons, who is the bigger threat in this competition?
Okay, I'm going to be absolutely objective here, right? I know
Can we trust
Falcons.
you to be objective?
Yes.
This is a first for me, but go on.
Okay, I'm gonna try. Okay, I'm gonna be absolutely objective here. Team Falcons, I love you guys. I mean, your jersey looks good. Wink, wink. Just putting it out there.
Not
But
looking for a shirt sponsorship?
well, I won't complain, if it suddenly ends up here in the studio. Yeah, I'm sure you guys wouldn't as
Yeah,
well.
I mean, you're a size medium, right?
Yeah. I'll tell you.
Size medium. Oh, okay, so go on.
Yeah, but anyway, of course, both of them are champions in their own respective tournament. One of it was from the FWSC, and the other one was from the Snapdragon Mobile Masters. But if you kind of think about it objectively, well, Falcons, they won it in their own country. Right, so they don't need to go through like the travel, the jet lag and all that. Whereas for Twisted Minds, they had to travel all the way to Brazil. They had to deal with the travel, the time zone difference, and the environmental difference. So by them being able to win with that sort of condition, I think they have a little bit of an edge there. Falcons, I love
A little edge.
I knew it.
A big edge.
There's a reason why he's wearing red.
Maybe.
There's a reason why
he's
he's
actually
wearing
on my
red.
cover. I don't have mine. Twisted Mind
Infiltrated
jersey.
the
Just saying,
desk.
size M.
Okay, we're not listening to this infiltrator anymore. I want to talk to Hauler here, okay? Because Hauler, I know you have been such a big fan of Yago yesterday, right? And I think he was a very big reason why Loud did so well. Do you actually think he can keep up his performance from yesterday into today's game?
I do think so. I think it's a special player. I think he's added so much to that team. Loud hasn't had success internationally since 2021 in Singapore, where they got 2nd place. Seeing them thrive on stage yesterday was the Yago effect. He's an amazing player.
Yeah. We do have a player head-to-head here, so... Oh, excuse me, we're going to talk about Dark Horses first, because we don't avoid the Dark Horses. Very quickly, who are the Dark Horses for B and C? Because we've talked about the top dogs, but we do have a couple of teams lurking beneath the shadows, not being targeted, but also wanting to take that trophy for themselves.
Well, we've seen yesterday 2 teams who are dark horses. It is Riyadh as well as PE Sports, especially with PE Sports grabbing that booyah. We also have a few coming from Group C. I mean, Diamond Gladiators, they are the ones in here who just crept in from the qualifiers, was able to put themselves in a good position, so they might do the same thing or probably even better, and as well as AGG. So looking forward to the gameplay that they're going to offer this time around, but again, a lot of top dogs might be a roadblock for them.
Yeah, for Dark Horses, for me, we got to stick with them, right? I'm not going to change my Dark Horse. It's still going to be PE Sports. It's something that I believe in, and I like what I saw yesterday, the way they move around tactically, the way they use their terrains very well. In case you guys at home missed out on how they navigated around the map, you guys got to check out the match number 1 and also the match where they got the booyah.
The craziest thing is that I do agree with you on PE Sports. I do agree that they're a dark horse. They have a lot of potential. They're a very good team. But for the sake of this piece, I'm going to go with AGG. This is a team that got 6th place in the FFWS 2023, so they made a name for themselves. They can make some waves going into this one.
Yeah. Now, speaking of waves, I think we have to talk about 2 players that make very big waves for their teams. And in particular, we're looking at 2 of the best snipers in the entire Free Fire ecosystem. It's Moshi and Yago. Okay, we saw Yago really pushing the pedal to the metal yesterday for Loud. But for Moshi, I mean, this man makes his plays look absolutely flawless. If we were to compare the 2, okay, if you could choose between Yago and Moshi to have on your team as a sniper, who do you actually think is the better sniper for you?
Okay, individually, just as a sniper, I would go with Yago.
Yago?
He can solo a team just on his own.
Okay,
honestly.
genuine curiosity, agree or disagree?
I think based on skill alone, I do agree with you. I think Yago's the way to go. I think Moshi's the better team player. They've gelled well, BRU, that is. So I think that, you know, if I'm going to take that one single player and isolate him, it's going to be Yago.
I mean, I'm an average player, so I wouldn't mind having Yago on my team. You know, just saying, like, he can carry me to every single booyah in all my games.
Interesting. But also with how these two players play, right? They play a vastly different style of sniper. We don't see them play very similar styles. What separates them as players? Is it really just the whole MVP Yago versus team player Moshi, or is there something else that these two players bring to the table?
Well, again, apart from what Holler mentioned, there's at some point for Moshi, there's a lot of flair in how he's doing it. There's a lot of flair on how he's is capitalizing on the snipes because he knows, but if he fails, like Team Buriram United has his back. So even though if he goes in for a 180, 360, if he can do it, he does that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, for me, at the end of the day, is being objective, right? Like, bringing the points is going to be... yep, I am. Yep, objective is going to be a theme here.
It's a new Sir Cloud. I've never seen this one.
I know, right? Yesterday was someone else, right? I don't know who he was. But objectively, it's all about collecting the points.
Right.
And eliminations do bring a lot of value in every round. So from what we saw yesterday, Yago is able to steal away those eliminations and bring it back home through those long-range snipes. So he's definitely the one to pick.
I'm glad you're the last person to talk about this, Cloud, because we're moving on to Cosq versus Diamond. Okay, we are doing a Russia head-to-head here. Falcons versus Twisted Minds. Between Cosq and Diamond, Cloud, who would you think is the better player?
Ooh, okay, so between Cosq and Diamond, yes, both of them are amazing players, but if you kind of think about it, Cosq is a little bit more versatile. He has tried different roles, he has played a rusher, he has moved on to a sniping role, and he still did pretty well. Yeah, maybe some bumps along the way, but that's pretty common. I mean, in any type of shift, you kind of have to expect that, but he does recover himself pretty quickly. Whereas for Diamond, straight up sniper, you know, very, very good player, but in a game, if all your other teammates are eliminated, you must be versatile enough to be able to adapt to situations. And for me, Cosq is a better, more versatile kind of player.
So which role do you find a little bit more valuable? Is it the sniper or is it the rusher? Like from both of these players, like who kind of like sticks out to you?
Right, I guess if I were to put one out, definitely my boy Cosq, all right? Gotta put my boy Cosq out there.
All right, we got one more head-to-head before we jump into our first game here, gentlemen. We have Nameless versus Abay High. So Twisted Minds versus RRQ. So between the two of them, Neptune, I'm going to look at you here because we've let those two little guys yap over there.
Little?
Who do you feel? Yeah. From over here, you look a little small here, but just saying. I'll
help you down.
Who would you prefer between these two players? Who do you think is the most stable player? Nameless or Abay High?
Well, stability, Abay High.
Abay High?
Most of the time, once RRQ is in play, he's the only, like most of the time, he's being hurt.
Independent.
Yeah, he's the one going for the rush. For Nameless, he follows through if in case Diamond doesn't work.
So it's a very team player versus independent play style between these two players.
Yeah.
I see. Any disagreements, agreements?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday Legolev wasn't playing and Abay High played, and we did see them picking up 2 Booyah. So, I mean, it doesn't feel like they didn't have Legolev in the lineup.
All right, so it looks like we are almost ready to jump into game number 1 here, folks. It is the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024, Groups B and C. But before we kick things off, let's start things off with the stage welcome.
The first action-packed day of Free Fire is behind us here at EWC. And with that, we head deeper into the group stage. Hello, I'm your host, and also with me, the wonderful Yunsul, and we're here to bring you live from the STC Arena.
Yesterday saw Groups A and B battle out in 6 matches dominated by Buriram United Esports, Loud, and RRQ, as the battle of Brazil versus CEA continues.
With all top 3 teams coming from the same Group B, today is their last chance to collect as many points as possible against Group C and cement themselves in the top 12 ahead of the finals.
The stakes are high and the pressure is on. So let's introduce today's competitors.
Our first team from MENA, Al Qadisiyah Esports.
Please welcome All Glory Gaming from Mexico.
From Brazil, it's Team Solid.
From Thailand, สวัสดีค่ะ Twisted Minds.
From Thailand, it's Hometown Heroes, Team Falcons.
From Indonesia, Galmin Gladiators.
Moving on to Group B, from Brazil, it's Loud.
From Mexico, Hola Redo Esports.
Joining us from Pakistan, it's Hotshot Esports.
Welcome King of Booyah, Thailand, Buriram United Esports.
From Indonesia, it's RRQ.
And lastly, welcome to EWC Free Fire. Hello Vietnam, P Esports.
We finally get to see Group C in action today, and I cannot wait to witness the action live from the arena.
Oh yes, indeed. So with our teams and players are getting ready, let's head back to our caster and start game 1.
Welcome, survivors! This is the preview to the final 2 days because we've got the Titans from Group C hopping on in to see if or not they can slow down the Titans from Group B. All 6 Booyahs from yesterday came from this group. I dare say they could just be the strongest grouping thus far.
And that means today is not just about them continuing the streak, it's about setting the bar. It's about setting the standard, because by the end of this, all these Group B teams will just have to watch Group A and Group C battle it out tomorrow as we close up shop in the knockout stage. And I think a lot of teams, a lot of players will be looking at BRU. How far can they take this? Can they set an impassable point system that no other teams can even get close to?
Absolutely. No disrespect to the rest of the flags out there, but for today, I think my main spotlight is going to be shining on 2 big nations, right? We're talking about Thailand, we're talking about Brazil, because Team Solid is jumping into the fray as well. You've got Loud making so much of noise from yesterday. We've got Twisted Minds, and of course, we have got their little brothers who absolutely wrecked the competition, right? Team Falcons. They're currently leading the club leaderboard right now, and with 1,060 points, it could just be 2,060 points by the end of the grand finals.
If they walk away with the trophy, with the key, then definitely we'll get that extra 1,000 points. And this is such a good storyline to see BRU, Team Falcons, and Twisted Mind in the same lobby for the next 6 rounds. Because if you look at the history, right, the accolades, BRU, Nafse, multi-title local champions, international trophies. They have so many of them. And then you have Team Falcons, right? They've won the recent FAWSC Spring. That's a local tournament. But they've also won Free Fire Southeast Asia Invitationals 2 years ago. Regional tournament. They're looking for an international one. Twisted Minds, they just won an international one from the Mobile Masters. So all of them have achieved a certain amount of success But the main topic is still going to be whether Twisted Minds and Team Falcons can put up a fight against BRU.
Absolutely, right? And the last few championships, like you mentioned yesterday, Buriram has failed to take it away from their brothers. It was Twisted Minds, it was Team Falcons that stood up and stood really, really strong. And Team Falcons, they just have a little bit of an extra burden on their shoulders, right? Because just like Cloud said, just 100 meters away, we've got the Falcons' nest. We've got a huge fan base from Team Falcons in the stadium today.
Yeah.
And you know, you just can't beat that home ground energy.
Yeah, even when you look back at the track record for BRU, for example, right, their most underwhelming performance, right, quote-unquote worst performance in a recent tournament was 9th place at the Mobile Masters. And that one, also partly, you got to thank the rest of the competitors because we have 6 teams from SCA, 6 teams from Latin plus Brazil that duked it out. It's not just Twisted Minds or Team Falcons that gave BRU a hard time. RQ Kazu was stepping up. Team Solid, right, one of the more fresh team from the region. I think they only came together last year, December or something. So very, very fresh team, but they're currently the first seed of Latam, right? It's not Fluxo, it's not Lao, it was Team Solid. They came in hot, and in fact, they even hold the highest elimination total in the entire tournament. I think that was by a trap, with 255 total elims, which is out of this world.
Yeah, and they've got massive number of days of play, right? So this was not just stats collected over 2 days of play. So this was Team Solid really proving exactly what they've got to bring to the table within the Brazilian scene. So, and that is absolutely impressive because you're looking at how Loud plays it out there. You're looking at how Fluxo has played it on the world stage last year. And to even think about a team stepping over them in Brazil is absolutely mind-blowing. But I want to see how does their chemistry merge with all of the play styles from the other regions out there on the battlefield today.
On top of that, there are also a lot of subplot lines. I think one that is that's worth mentioning just a little bit. It's actually the relationship between Reta Esports and All Glory Gaming, because Lopez XL right now is in Reta, right?
Oh, yes, correct.
Previously, back in FFWS 2023 Bangkok, he was with All Glory Gaming, and at that time they finished 15th, unfortunately, not able to make it past into the point rush and then grand finals. But afterwards, AGG, they went through a full revamp, only keeping one of their members from last year, which is Sabah. So in a way, the panel say that they are the underdogs, but at the same time, I want to see what the difference is going to be. Can Sabas lead these pack of newcomers to glory? Can they take down their former teammates, which is Lopez XL, that is currently in Reta?
I mean, speaking of, the topic of underdogs, right? You're looking at this being the final day for Group B. You're looking at PE Sports Reta as well as Hot Shots, those that are currently at the bottom of the Group B leaderboard. Hot Shots as well as Reta, they really have to step it up today. And if you look at the performance of Hot Shots from the Free Fire World Series 2023 in Bangkok, they missed out the point rush by just 6 points. The whole of the Pakistani region, they were heartbroken. They know that this team is capable of so much more, and they want to see it out of them. So they have to prove it to the rest of their nation, right? If today they can just grab, at the very least, the top 5, that is pretty much a guarantee for them to head on into point rush.
Kind of goes back to the topic of setting the bar, right? What is the standard that Hotshot Esports wants to set? How high can they put that bar to make sure that it's just enough for enough teams to cross, but not enough to bump them down into the 13th place and below. And I think for Hotshot Esports, even back on the world stage, they did get a booyah towards the tail end of the tournament, and that was kind of a refreshing moment, right? People might say, okay, they got the circle in their favor, sure, but at the same time, you cannot take away the efforts these players have put in. They've come so close, you can taste that grand final slot, and if they can make it this time, I would be more than delighted. They don't have to win the trophy, but at least I want Hotshot to make it through and get a taste of what the biggest stage is going to feel like.
Yeah, I think talking about the trophy for Hotshot might just be asking too much out of the squad as of this moment. But like we talked about before we headed into broadcast, right? It's all about taking one step at a time. And if they did not make it into the top 12, this time that's the bar that we are going to set for them. Just make it into the top 12, one step at a time. Perhaps the next time, the next World Championship that they hop on into, we can see them go all the way. Speaking of Reta Esports, on the other hand, yesterday was a day where they got tortured. Mainly, not in the engagements, but finding the placements. They just could not get into those final circles.
Yeah, and I think Reta also has shown certain prowess on the battlefield. One player that I want to highlight is Chris, right? The Russia, the CQC combat expert of the team. He had a highlight of his own, I believe, in round 4 or 5, but it all came to the stop thanks to BRU. I mean, Hotshot even had their own highlight moment, and it was stopped by Buriram United. But if we take BRU out of the equation, I think just like Hotshot Esports, Riyadh has a very good understanding of how to play that mid game. But the toughest part is how do you get into the later stages of the game when only the strongest team remain.
I mean, today is just definitely going to be a tortured day for any of the souls in Group C because, like we mentioned just moments ago, every single booyah yesterday was grabbed by the teams in Group B.
Yeah.
And you've got Titans in Group C as well who are going to be rushing in for their own opportunities to scream booyah. And through all of this, you've got Al Qadsiya. You've got the ones who are representing the home ground where this whole of the Esports World Cup is running. You know, there's a lot of pressure on their shoulder.
100%. I think the closest a non-Group B team has gotten to the booyah is probably second, third place, I think Minus.gg, well, Netshoe Minus, excuse me, and Fluxo have kind of gotten close to there, right? Yeah. Even Evo's Divine got to that spot, but were not able to grab that win, you know, thanks to teams like RRQ Kazu, which is also going to be playing today. Just looking at the stage, I think they are not fielding Legalov once more, so it's a bit different for RQ fans, right? We are so used to seeing Legalov, one of the kind of old guards of Indonesia Free Fire scene, not starting in the main four, but at the same time, what bar can they set? How high can they put it? Because they got up to a great start and then they immediately just went on a downward spiral.
Yeah, Legalov is a great in-game leader, but what he excels at a little bit more is his capability of reading the game, reading their opponents as well. So he may be playing a slightly bigger role this time round, just watching the movements, watching the performance of the other squads and helping the team strategize exactly how they're going to be tackling circle after circle. We kind of talked about RRQ yesterday as to how they work like a pendulum, right? They've got that forward momentum, and then on that backward swing, they usually do not last very long. But have they put in enough effort on day one to kind of just linger around the top 12? That obviously is going to be the biggest question for the Indonesian squad this time.
And I believe that for some people, you know, on the panel, maybe the fans might have readjusted their expectations of RRQ. Every time you see them get up to a good start, you wish that would remain. But time and time again, we get the RRQ treatment. They kind of nosedive, and then it's hard for them to lift themselves back up on the very same day. So we could adjust the bar a little bit, right? Make it into top 12, and hopefully when we see them in that grand finals on the day that it really mattered, we get the pendulum that is swinging towards the trophy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So on the backward swing right now, all they have to do is just hang on for their dear lives. You know, just don't fall off the pendulum.
You get the mechanical energy, right? You store it enough, and then you just go for that one swing to break everyone else's keys.
Absolutely, and that has to be the strategy for that Indonesian team. It's not the only Indonesian team in play though. We've still got the Gaming Gladiators, and we have not seen them in action just yet. We will be checking them out in a little bit. It is the one and only Indostars, as they used to be known, and this is just one of those teams that have a very similar play style to RRQ. Laying low, not making a lot of noise, and then snatching away massive number of eliminations in that final circle.
And I think what Gaming Gladiators proved to us, especially to the Indonesia Free Fire scene, is that they can be consistent, right? When we first saw them, GRC Aphrodite, 4th seed or final seed of Indonesia in the FFSI, and they came out swinging, right? They were demolishing teams like RRQ, they were taking down teams such as EVOS, they were taking down Thorad, for example, and I think it's a bit of a heartbreak to see Thorad not even be a part of EWC. It's such a staple name. They've come so close to the trophy, they've come so close to qualifying for grand finals, and now not being here is a testament to how the landscape of Indonesian Free Fire has evolved. But more on that is how Gaming Gladiators have managed to surpass all odds and make a name for themselves, and even being picked up by organizations such as UG.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And of course, they've got a lot to prove out there on the battlefield. They may be a tad bit nervous, but after seeing what RRQ was able to do yesterday, I'm pretty sure they would have been able to learn it is not important just to hit those high notes, but that consistency is going to be really important. But of course, you know, it's easier said than done. Not everybody can be like Buriram, right? 5 games out of 6 for them to be in top 3. That's the kind of consistency which is a tad bit mind-blowing.
Yeah, I think you gotta also kind of manage what you can do, right? Like, can we achieve Buriram standards most of the time? The answer is Maybe. And some of them is like, no, I don't think we can reach that for now. But remember, BRU at the end of the day is still a 4-man team, right? There's limitations to what they can do. And speaking about that, I am very interested to see what the MEA mid-season clash representatives is going to do, right? From MEA, which is Alcacia, because they have experienced players that have been on the world stage before, like Remind, for example, G18. This is definitely not their first rodeo. They have definitely faced off against the best of the best, but is this going to be different?
Yeah, you've got King in there as well, who will be able to handle some of those situations all on his own. But the biggest problem here is they do not have a lot of international exposure, right? They don't have a lot of the potential scrims against some of these other teams that can really easily snowball over them. So this is one of those squads that really has to make sure they are well prepped for that battle. Try as best as possible to avoid all of those early engagements. Mainly focus on picking up those coins. Those portal goals are going to be absolutely essential, as well as finding a way to get to those vending machines, man. You need your inhalers. You most definitely need your Horizon line. Now, that's something you cannot purchase on the pocket market wherever you are out there on the battlefield. If you are Alcacia, you're going to have to heavily rely on items like that, man.
I think when you look at the current state of the meta, teams, well, they still run at you, but not as overwhelming, right? Portals are more expensive. Tatsuya is still in season, but not a must-have. So for teams that are not used to dealing with aggression, this is a breath of fresh air. This is the time for you to take a step back. And we'll see if the teams will manage to accomplish that as we head into Bermuda for round number 1.
Let's go, baby. Now, we have got a flight path that seems to be a tad bit kind to all of the teams in here. A couple of hot drops. PE Sports might just be one of the perpetrators, but we'll have to take a look and see exactly where they drop on into momentarily. For the time being, as you can see right in front of you, each and every single player out there on the battlefield, wiping their sweats, getting ready for some hot action.
And instantly we see that launchpad being used by Team Falcons. RRQ Kazu finds himself in quite of a skirmish against PE Sports, Ma'ao and LBT. Razor coming in to back it up. First blood going over to RRQ.
Let's take a look and see what can RRQ do with a situation like this. Of course, they had that early skirmish against PE Sports, but not all of those players clumped up together. So that gives a little bit of breathing room for the rest of PE. Buriram, on the other hand, have found themselves a neat little opponent here right in front of them.
I'm going to quickly talk about Team Falcons, right? Because previously they were known as C-Triple-G, and they did lose, well, lose one of their players, one more to a different squad, and it's Twisted Minds, and it could be a pretty bittersweet reunion on the battlefield, but right now it's BRU having Team Solid right in front of them. This is the team that has consistently given BRU problems during the Mobile Masters.
And like we talked about today, it's mainly going to be the spotlight on Brazil as well as Thailand, and we get a treat at the very start here at Bermuda. Team Solid very neatly backing away from Buriram, but a fantastic circle around. They try their best to overwhelm them, and a few glue walls pulled up. Two of those players tagged up, but Moshi and Get High traded instantaneously. Trap 7 with a god name, and Wasana the final one to hold the fort for the squad.
What did we just say? The Team Solid is the team that's giving BRU the most problems consistently during the Mobile Masters, and they're doing it again, AJ, in their debut round on the EWC World Stage. BRU absolutely wiped on the back of Trap 7's performance, the kill leader, the Illims leader from their own region. Unbelievable.
Team Solid living up to the promise, baby. What a disruptive entrance from Group C. And now the game is wide open for anyone to reach up there. But of course, Team Solid already has a hand on that booyah.
They weren't lying when they said that they studied BRU and they read them like a book. Especially Trap 7, right? One nade. Before the nade got a knock, he already found another one with his weapon, and it's just this cohesive movement from Team Solid that somehow has been the kryptonite for BRU since Mobile Masters. That's like what, a couple months now?
Yeah.
So Team Solid, they're off to a great start. I'm loving what we have here. No shade to BRU, right? They're the best in the world still, but they've met their match.
And of course, that disruptive play may be just what Team Solid and the rest of the teams need. ruining the start here for Buriram. Could not just ruin this game, but potentially the whole day of play, because this is mind games at its finest. You take that hot drop, you instantly kick them out of Bermuda, one of their strongest maps. Oh man, Jonah's not going to be happy with this.
That's how it should be, I suppose. I've not seen him talk smack for quite a while.
Oh, yeah.
And he used up all that mojo 2 years ago during FFSI, so...
I mean, he's still the best Free Fire trash talker.
Yeah, sure, of course. But, you know, kind of miss that Jonah. I think he talked too much.
Yeah, he plays a lot as well. You know.
It's hard to keep talking when you haven't gotten an international trophy for, 3 tournaments. You
Oi.
gotta earn it again. I'm just saying, you gotta earn it again, before you talk.
No, we trash talking Jonah and squad. But the skirmish between RRQ and PE Esports not over just yet. They have managed to track them all the way across the river. PE Esports not really responding to the shots from RRQ, finding a decent enough defense. And they're just waiting to spring this ambush, and RRQ not falling for this trap just yet.
It's good to see RRQ backing off, because PE Esports is one of those teams that are quite stubborn, right? We saw them on Alpine up against Loud yesterday. Both teams are extremely hard-headed. They refuse to budge from their location. So if PE Sports is in one spot, you either take them down or you let them have it. And RRQ making the wiser choice.
Yeah, and the wiser choice most definitely, because PE Esports already found the defensive position, which means they will be able to put themselves in the best of spots to counterattack RRQ. And it's just open lands. There's just no defenses, and they'll have to use up way too many of those glue walls to approach the team of PE Esports. So very smart move from the Indonesians to back away from that engagement. In the meantime, of course, we hop on over to Al-Qadsiya. One elimination in hand already from the side of Remind. And PE Sports just beside them. Shots, early shots from Al-Qadsiya. Just warning shots, I believe. They don't really want those early engagements for themselves.
Yeah, Nero is absorbing the pressure, so being able to relay some info to his team, that's good. But at the same time, as defensive as they are, this compound isn't really the biggest, right? A lot of nooks and crannies that you can slip through. If I'm Al-Qadsiya, I'm way happy. I'm happier with what I've got compared to what PE Sports got. They have to start moving into Al-Qadsiya's territory in a little bit if the circle moves away. Gaming Gladiators, on the other hand, showing up at Mars Electric, and this is where we might see them run into Reta.
Let's see if or not Reta will receive the players of Gaming Gladiators with some excessive force that most definitely is needed to take the Indonesians out of the equation. Lim with a long right-hand flank. Lopez not in position to help out the rest of his team members just yet. Kochil on the very slow approach, and I believe the players of Reta already expecting the approach here from the Gaming Gladiators to squad. But it is Lim's position that is most worrying.
Yeah.
If he can provide those long shots with that Woodpecker, it might just be deadly.
Information relayed already. Someone was on the roof, and on the other hand, it's Peter that finds Yago. Star player of Loud taken out in an instant. Team Falcons slowly dismantling kind of the composition of Loud. But there is a vending machine for one of the Loud members, so Lost 21 will bring Yago back. But it also means that Loud is going to slow down a little bit as we jump back to that factory. Lopez XL on top of the roof, and this battle is about to get heated in just a little bit.
Smooth recovery, and Lopez XL with the portal goal will be able to disable the flank by Lim. So now he's got that bird's eye view over this whole situation. With Allow with those shots, but it's 18 Dia that gets caught out with a mag 7 in the hands of Carl.
And it's kind of foreseeable, considering when we looked at Reta Esports' kind of point of view, they were ready for this potential hit.
And they position themselves for the win here, and Kochil, barely any life on him, gets taken out way too easy. And there goes Gaming Gladiators. Perfect defensive positioning by Reta. And it was that portal goal to the top from Lopez to give them all of that information. Bird's eye view as well as a straight shot to the head.
What a start. And the fact that GG just went out like that. This is as clean as it gets, right? It really felt like Reta didn't really have to break a sweat. So good on them. But for Gaming Gladiators, thankfully it's just day one. They have more rounds to come.
Twisted Minds, the team that has improved tremendously, failing to make it through to the Free Fire World Series 2023, but then a massive comeback, winning out the Thailand Open for the ESL SPS, and then going on to be the champions of the Mobile Masters, one of the first few teams to qualify for this tournament. we want to see a lot more from them, because at the Southeast Asian tournament recently for the Free Fire World Series, we didn't really see the best side of them.
Yeah, I agree. I think for Twisted Minds, it really comes down to very simple formulas. Is Saming having a good day, and can Diamond and Nameless back each other up? Exposy, he's always going to be the puzzle piece that fills in the gap, you know, if the team is functioning properly, but the conditions need to be met. And most of the time is to find a proper sniper nest for Saming to camp.
One of the few teams that plays mainly the marksman as well as the sniper. As you can see, that's exactly what you have in front of you. The AC-80, the Woodpeckers all lined up from the side of Twisted Minds. They love playing long range, not wanting to get down and dirty, close range with any one of these squads. And that has been the winning factor for a lot of the fights that Twisted Minds have gotten themselves into. And AGG might just find that out the hard way here if they get involved in a gunfight a tad bit too early.
Even on the panel just now when the analysts were discussing between, you know, Abe Hai and Nameless, right? Nameless, he needs his team to function, right? He fills in the gap. He's the supporter. So that's something that Twisted Mind needs to rely on. Headstart Esports, on the other hand, they have gotten to a decent start yesterday, all things considered, but today is where they got to step it out twofold and already spotted out by Lopex XL. That's a warning shot.
Yeah, PSS tags up action just a tad bit. Now hot shot. It's either you stay hunkered down or you go out for the attack. Lopez not looking to give them any room to breathe. It will be the retired rhythm to take down all of those glue walls from the left-hand side, and hot shot wasted 3 of those defenses already. They have to move.
I think they have the portal go as well, so they did relocate away from Riyadh. They don't want any smoke, and you know, playing safe, not the most egregious way to play, at least in their spot. You want to get some placement points first, because in terms of gunfights, Headstart has been struggling. But as the circle closes in, they're putting themselves closer and closer to the heavy hitters, and that's where Headstart will need to start making crucial decisions on who to take on.
We talked about how Hotshot and Redda needs to go all out, with Redda having 4 eliminations already on their side. It seems to be a day where they can smile a tad bit more, but we still have 10 more teams out there doing battle, so they can't get too aggressive just yet. Loud, on the other hand, finding the players of Twisted Minds on this roof, taking those early opening shots at them, but that's also going to bring a little bit of unwanted attention from the side of AGG.
And that's what I'm thinking as well, but it seems like for AGG, they are just going to let this play out, right? Clock Tower, very, very solid area, and they still have 1 circle worth of time before they have to start moving. And now the onus is on Twisted Mind and Loud. And Loud, they did get up to a slow start. You know, they did lose Yago early on, but with Yago back in the fray, they now have to decide how to play this. And taking the low ground is probably one of the better decisions. It puts them away from the side of Twisted Minds, but it puts them in range of Team Falcons.
But the position that they take has got a lot of natural cover right above them, and the only way this can go wrong is if the circle messes around with the outlet from some of these underground parts. But for the time being, that was a fantastic rotation for the Brazilian squad. Portal go well used, and that's exactly what you want to see in the current patch, because that thing just got so much more expensive.
If I'm spending, you know, 2K a pop for something, I bet you better make it worth it. Money doesn't come easy.
PE Sports, you better watch and learn. Yesterday's one was a tad bit of a waste, and that of course led to the destruction of PE Sports a tad bit too early. Precious resources that allow you to get that surprise attack or quickly reposition just cannot be wasted.
Oh, look at this portal go. What a play.
Fantastic reposition.
And Riyadh, they now have a chance to really clamp down on PE Sports. The question is PE Sports ready for this? Seems like they've been thrown into a bit of a panic state, realizing that Riyadh has just shown up in their building. And PE Sports, they're all gathered on that ground floor, but surrendering the top floor over to Riyadh is great for Riyadh.
Yeah, playing the ice grenade from outside. Homer tag in there as well, but Carl's running the Joseph, so nothing's gonna phase him just yet. Doesn't get slowed down, and PE Esports abandons the house, leaving just LBT all alone on that lower ground. I don't know if or not I'm a fan of this play. LBT is going to be in a lot of trouble momentarily, but he's got the Trogon in hand. I just wonder how many grenades that Trogon has got to play with.
Absolutely. I mean, the bloodbath has already begun, right? We are 13 minutes in, so this is late game. This is crunch time, and we have 10 teams left in this lobby. And LBT, he's stuck. He needs the rest of his team to start supporting him. And Lopex XL doesn't catch the grenade, and that's good. Nero also starting to bombard that building with the circle closing in. This is go time. And I think Riyadh, they realized that, right? PE Sports, they're already on the move. Can Riyadh catch them? Go portal use. They are going to the opposite building. That's where Alcacia is at.
Oh, Portal Go at this point of time is going to be very useful because these are open lands and this circle does not play with your squad. It will chip away a little bit too much at your health, and now PE Esports in a lot of trouble.
They're the fourth team to show up. Alcazia, Reta, hot shot on top of the roof. It's about to get messy, this building. Being sieged on multiple fronts. LBT still hanging on outside. PE Sports don't want to make any rash movements, and LBT scores the first one. Don't Cry with the second. And Team Falcons even showing up. It seems like it has already begun an execution from LBT, wiping out Reta Esports. PE finds 5.
Great start for Reta, but PE Esports just overwhelming them through all of that chaos. But right above them, Alcacia's just staying a little bit hunkered down. Hot shots not showing up, but Waka from afar. It's the M82 straight to the chest, and the guy drops. Nobody can save him.
And All Glory Gaming making life a hot shot so hard. They wanted to stay up there, but they're getting shot at from all angles. On the other side, RRQ Kazu also early on, finding 2 eliminations onto members of Team Falcons. And right now hunkering down in this underground area, but the circle will force them to move.
A124 popped already from the side of RRQ, and they have to really hope and pray nobody's running the Joseph on the side of Falcons, but they're losing a lot of precious time here with the use of that A124. They haven't really stacked on their opponents just yet. Peter from above, they're all waiting, they're biding their time, but here comes the blue chipping away at their health, and the chrono gets popped. No more bullets, but the blue's still gonna take your health away.
And on fire with the Trogon finds 2 from RRQ Kazu.
Oh!
Over 5. It is an absolute mess. Pandemonium on the battlefield. RRQ getting wiped out in the process. Team Falcons also wings clipped. Down to 7 teams. Lao somehow retains the full squad. Battered, beaten, but not out as Hotshot also eliminated.
Falcons is waiting a little bit too late out there, and the blue just helped everybody else take those cheap shots against them. And now Alcazia still holding on for their dear lives. Great positioning. The circle's not going to torture them just yet, but if they try to get away, Twisted Minds is waiting. PE Sports losing Wang An. Here comes Loud from outside as well, like shooting fish in a barrel. They're tossing out these grenades. LBT gets away. Don't Cry still alive.
Look at this. Look at where All Glory Gaming is at. AGG, best possible position on the map. They can do whatever they want. This is literal free fire for the Latin representatives. Team Solid on top of the roof, but that circle is about to force all of them out into the open. How much can AGG get?
AGG barely needs to do anything, but they do the smart thing, right? They clear off the roof first, but Waka's still alive and kicking. Remindo drops. Loud just sweeping the floor from Alcazia. G8 in the final player, but a sliver of health left. The Blues taking his life away. He gets tagged by the Homer as well. Playing patch up with 5 medkits left on him. I believe it's going to be over for him in just a little bit. Loud, on the other hand, refusing to step on out as Twisted Minds guards the door alongside Team Solid.
Here comes Diamond going on a scouting mission. They're going to go for the flank onto AGG, but it's just Diamond. It's not enough. Loud still somehow holding on against Team Solid. They refuse to go down, and Team Solid putting up an equal magnitude of a fight as Twisted Minds Diamond finally becomes a part of that chaos, but still they're under so much pressure. Loud out in 5. AGG sweeping the floor with everyone. Team Solid down to 1. Twisted Mind left with Diamond, but even the toughest material is gonna crumble under this pressure. The blue on 1, AGG on the other. Sebas will lead his team to the very first booyah for this day, and there's nothing that AGG cannot do. Booyah for Latin America.
The patience gameplay pays off. They had all the opportunity to take the pot shots against Loud as they were camping in that house, avoiding engagement with PE Sports, and that truly did pay off towards the very end. They stayed silent, and that silence got them into the best of positions out there within the final circle. And they did not just stay quiet. They took every single opportunity. Anybody stepping outside of that compound got shot at. Anybody on top of the roof that dared stand up got shot at. All Glory Gaming takes the glory for Bermuda.
The Death Deliverer, the Grim Reaper from Latam, the first seed, well, not the first seed, but a team that has revamped themselves, only keeping Sebas. We literally asked the question before the round start.
Yes.
What can this new team do under the leadership of Sebas? They came out strong with the booyah, and this is the best possible opening statement.
15th spot at the Free Fire World Series 2023. second seed out of LATAM, making so much of noise here on the very first game of the day. But y'all's gotta hope and pray. If you are backing up LATAM, if you are backing up All Glory Gaming, they stick to this glory by not pulling an RRQ on all of us.
Yeah, absolutely stunning performance from All Glory Gamers. We're going to hand it off to our test in just a little bit because I think we got to talk about what is happening in this round, right? Because overall, it's just crazy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But of course, let's bring the analysts in here. Danny, take it away. Break down all of this crazy action.
And All Glory Gaming securing the first booyah here for day number 2, game number 1 for groups B versus C. And they had a perfect point of entry in that late game. They were uncontested in the circle. While everyone's fighting in that compound, they're just chilling behind the rock. They're saying, we're fine. We don't have to move. Although, I think Diamond had something to say when he came by with the monster truck.
Drive by, like miss a few of the players from the ones up top, managed to take down a few from Loud, and that's what disrupted the rest of the team, being taken advantage by AGG.
Yeah, taking advantage and getting those kills at the very, very end. I think they had close to 11 kills. We're going to have the final count coming in, but that's exactly what you want to do. You want to play patient and then get those pickoffs and get that booyah at the end.
I mean, All Glory Gaming, they're celebrating, but I think so much happened aside their booyah. We also had something incredible happen in that early game. And I think some people would say Team Solid did everyone a solid and eliminated Buriram. And Neptune, we had to do a double take, okay? Yeah. We saw the elimination. And I asked you, okay, was that a planned assassination?
It seems like it, because both of them, when the camera panned out to them, they're already in peak. One compound already waiting each other out, and not quite sure if that is a planned tactics by Team Solid, but Buriram United, yeah, they might be taken out early. It happened yesterday, so you saw how they came back.
Yeah, and Team Solid is actually doing their homework. At the end of the day, they knew where they were going to drop. They wanted to go hotspot from minute 1, right? And we know Team Solid, this is the aggressive team from Brazil. They're the #1 team, and they do it because they're aggressive, they get in your face, and they love to hot drop more than anybody else.
So the fact that we've had such an incredible moment happen at the beginning of the game, this suddenly turns the tables for not just everyone trying to get their points, but for people that are maybe even looking to overtake Buriram, right? So we still have RRQ in the group that want to try and make their way back into first place. Loud obviously want to capitalize on this as well, but Twisted Minds and Falcons. Okay, what happened with Falcons that round? Because I think a lot of people were expecting a higher finish for this team, but they kind of fell short.
I was looking at the kill feed, and they were being taken out one at a time by different teams. They were just out in the open at some point. That we're not seeing them like literally on the screen, but the kill feed shows that they're in the middle of a lot of teams. And that's one thing that might be troublesome, especially it's towards, I would say, 4th, 5th phase, and there's still 10 teams playing.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of those times where I'm kind of happy that they're eliminated somewhat early with less elimination, just to see Sir Cloud kind of grimace in pain in this one. But it's one of those times where they are, you know, look, let's hold up here. It's still very early. It's a warm-up game, but let's check out some of the match rankings for that one.
Yes, so speaking of the match rankings, All Glory Gaming going to be starting the day with 19 points. But look at Team Solid. They say we can also get 19 points. So pretty spread across the board here for these two teams. Loud finishing in 3rd place with 14 points. P Esports taking home 13. And then 11 apiece for Twisted Mind and Alcazia. I think we also had some questions. How well was Alcazia going to be able to perform in this round? And I actually think they made the great play here. They played it quiet, they played it safe, they found a corner and got some really important placement points.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to a coach as well for Alcazia, and one thing is they're trying to replicate, if not improve, the tactics of the other teams. Take it slow, silent in the start of the game, up until the middle, where they can take advantage of a few stragglers and take them down. And you saw earlier G18, survivability at its best. Just a few, or 4 players, just a few inches from him, still managed to get away until Team Loud has been eliminated.
Yeah, and you want to stay alive. I mean, it's just one of those things, especially early, you're going into this one, you don't really know what the other teams are going to do, so you want to play it safe. You take a little bit of less risk, especially early, so that you maybe capitalize on a little bit later.
Yeah, let's have a look at our MVP for the round as well. It's none other than Sebas. 3 eliminations to his name, 1,161 damage and 823 healing. I think some people would say those are rookie numbers, but I mean, considering that they played the late game so patiently.
Yeah, and he's no strangers to MVPs. This is the guy that also got the MVP in the Latin American League. He is definitely a known menace. He's an actual killer. Yes, he's only got 3 kills here. Looks a little bit low, don't get me wrong, but if your team is winning, that's all that matters, and you get that booyah.
Speaking of elimination, 3 elimination, I mean, we saw how back and forth of all of those engagement has been happening. It would be a surprise if it's only one team getting all the elimination. There will not be a tie on that match ranking.
Yeah, I do want to sort of point out a trend here because we did see, not just yesterday, but now also today, teams being very conservative on Bermuda. Why is that? Is it a case of everyone just trying to get a feel of the competition? Because you technically only have 1 game to do this with everybody. Or is there maybe something else that's coming into play here, Hauler?
Okay, not everyone can start a show with finger guns, and start shooting people down, okay?
You can.
Some people can, they're an esteemed crowd right there. But nonetheless, this is one of those moments where some of the teams really need to warm up. It's a big stage, hey. Let's take it slow. This is a smaller map. We know we're going to find them. All we need to do is just wait out because we know that there's going to be skirmishes throughout the map.
Well, interestingly enough, I do believe we have an interview ready with Sebas. So let's see what he has to say after securing that booyah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to 7WG here alongside Sebas from All Glory Gaming on the day 2 of Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024. But technically, it's going to be their day 1. Sebas, how is your team feeling coming into your first day?
Sebas, ¿cómo se siente tu equipo ahora que estáis en vuestro primer día?
Nos sentimos muy cómodos y muy confiados todos y pues vamos a demostrar el nivel que tenemos.
We feel very comfortable and very confident, and we're going to show the level that we have.
Right on. I can't wait to see the level that they have because this was the MVP out of his region. Now, with what you guys got to see from yesterday from all of the other teams, which team are you guys going to be maybe looking out for more during the matches?
Después de los partidos que visteis ayer, ¿qué equipo es el que vais a estar más pendientes?
El equipo tailandés Buriram y Low.
The Thai team Buriram and Loud.
I would have to agree with that because those teams were definitely quite strong. Well, thank you so much for your time, man. Good luck today on your day 1, and I can't wait to see what you guys are going to be doing.
I don't think I know a team that's not going to say Buriram as the team to look out for.
There's a lot of history. I mean, everybody's they're gonna target them, and you saw what Team Salad did. They were the only one that came with receipts, so to speak, understanding where they were gonna be, found them, picked them off. That is some good coaching. That's some good, basically good surveying, I would say, of the competition.
Well, it looks like game number 2 is ready, folks. So let's hop right to it. It is none other than Purgatory, passing it over to our wonderful casters, AJ and Husky. Take it away for match number 2.
Thank you very much to our host and panelists, Danny, Hauler, everyone on the desk. On the desk, in fact. So let's get Stasio AJ back here, getting ready for Purgatory, one of the map that can drag you to the depths if you are not prepared.
I just want to see if or not Buriram will find a little bit of revenge. I also want to see if or not we can answer Danny's question. Is this a forced drop on Buriram? Is Team Solid really aiming for their heads? Because if they are, I'm going to love it. If they are, it's going to teach Buriram a solid lesson because obviously all eyes are on them. They are one of the biggest threats out there on the battlefield. And if you want to take the trophy, you have to take out the top dogs from the competition. But by the looks of things on this flight path thus far, Jonah and squad moving towards Marble Works undisturbed by anyone else.
Well, speaking about undisturbed, we know that both Loud and Twisted Minds are disturbing each other. It's Diamond to go down first, Exposy with second elimination about to be guaranteed. And that's double given over to Exposy. Good start for Twisted Minds.
Oh my goodness, Saming going for the chase. Kawan has no chance to run away. But as for Drag7, he has managed to circle away quite far towards Smote House. Nobody else on his tail. 600 coins in hand, has got the pocket market as well. Easy buyback, but he's going straight for that vending machine, not wasting any time whatsoever. It will be one quick revival before he does anything else. Team Solid, on the other hand, is looking to take the hot shots out of action.
And Anas will be handed over to Trap. Again, the Elim leaders of the TAM, first seed coming into EWC, showing up big time on this first day. And despite not getting the booyah earlier on, they did finish a second, if not thanks to All Glory Gaming taking them out at the end. So Hotshot going for a retreat. They're playing a 2-2 split, so being able to keep your members alive and in the lobby is ever more important.
Average eliminations for Traps on a game is 2.34, so you know he will bring those numbers when it's most definitely required for the squad. Team Solid had a fantastic start. They earned a name for themselves with the opening game at Bermuda by executing the players from the side of Team Buriram, and on top of that, making it into the final circle as well. No booyah just yet, but clearly it is just something that awaits them. Yago can't do much, just got back and has to be taken out once again. Looks like Drax has to find more coins.
They did get the revive, I believe, yeah, or a mass revive, well, except for Yago, who did go down. The position that Loud is in right now is absolutely egregious. And you look at this replay, this drop is just so painful for Loud. They basically hit the ground late, and there was no chance of them winning. Outnumbered, outgunned. I mean, not being able to secure Diamond is kind of like the kick in the guts. It makes it feels even worse.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. But of course, Drax has managed to bring the full squad right back. Once again, losing Yago is not going to torture them all that too much. Loud is still pretty much in action. Anas trying to see if or not he can get a little bit of loot for himself before he gets into trouble once again with all of the other players out there. As he spots a player from the side of PE Esports slowly backing away, and Loud now re-engaging, but with a different squad. Al-Qadsia losing one player to the side of Loud. And King all alone, surrounded by 3 players.
Yeah, in the spot that Loud is at currently, they need to somehow fight their way through. They need to gain some ground, some control, and they are finding that. Yago, he's going to go off to the far east to be on his own, get some resources, but the rest of Loud fighting their way, paving a path to freedom, to make sure that they not only get into Crossroads, but have a chance to break free from that.
This is such a game-breaking meta. If you are running that Skylar, now you don't have to just aim for that one perfect use, right? You get 2 charges on that Riptide Rhythm, and you can just fire a premeditated strike to make sure nobody erects any of those defenses before your rushes head on in there for the total annihilation. Seems to be exactly what Loud is up to here. Al-Qadsia once again losing a player. Remind taken out of the equation, and Loud is right back in action.
And I do love the resilience from Loud, even from round 1, right? They were basically boss rushing throughout a building with the blue zone behind them, and they made it far enough. Let's see if they can kind of replicate that, because they have shown such good discipline, right? Good decision-making when they are put on the back foot. On the other hand, Team Falcon is making quick rotations already, finding a compound still outside of the circle, but close to a vending machine.
It seems like there has been a full recovery for pretty much all of the squads out there on the battlefield. Al-Qadsia just losing Remind and King, but the revival is not too far away, and we will have a full lobby once again. Pretty sure that's not going to take all that too long. Twisted Minds are pretty comfortable on their rotation. Nobody's disturbing them just yet. But this is, of course, just circle number 1. The biggest of priorities for the teams is to really focus down on the loot.
Even with PE Sports on the screens, it does make me kind of think, what is the state of mind, right? How does PE Sports feel? Because after round 1, we did see that the players are really stoic, right? Yeah. But I hope that they don't feel beaten up, because they did pretty well. I mean, they were under a lot of pressure, and they still made it into the top 5 spot. So for PE Sports, as much as it's their last day, they gotta take credit, give themselves a pat on the shoulder that they are doing just enough to see if they can push it, because Team Solid, on the other hand, they're getting pushed, and I believe it's by Hotshot.
Let's see what the players of Hotshot can do with that engagement. Team Solid, on the other hand, slow and steady movements within Brasilia. Nobody's disturbing them. They don't want to go and poke their noses into other people's business just yet. PE Sports going up against All Glory Gaming. Here comes the rush. LBG Drogon makes that 180. Barely connects with Justin with the Bison in hand. It's just a matter of time before they encircle him once again.
Yeah, this positioning is advantageous for AGG unless LBT can rendezvous with the rest of the squad, or vice versa. The rest of the squad can back him out from low ground. Managing to do that for now. And the only reason is because the blue zone is closing in, despite it being the first circle only AGG. You gotta minimize the risk, right? You gotta fall back, regroup. PE Sports now making the initiative, but for AGG, they are long gone.
Oh, smart move here from PE Sports. A tad bit risky. Instead of just abandoning LBT, moving away and playing that revive, they drop a portal goal, wasting 2,000 coins to give him that backup, scaring away AGG. Was that a well-used portal goal? Well, if it helped LBT not restart his journey once again, perhaps it is a good investment. Red Eye Esports, on the other hand, after performing decently in game number 1, they are victims number 1 in terms of elimination. The full squad is out.
Yeah, I think for BRU as well, they just took out the entirety of Red Eye. So this is already a better start than round 1, where they got nothing. So BRU getting 4 points under their belt. This is going to allow them to kind of slow down the game and prep for the mid to late stage. They are in a pretty good spot, a golf course. There's no one really there. The next closest team is actually Al-Qadsiya, scattered around Marblework. So we'll check back in just a little bit. On the other hand, 2 Indonesian representatives across this field. It's RRQ Kazu one side, Gaming Gladiators on the other.
And it's a much slower paced game this time around, apart from those early skirmishes through those hot drops. Clearly nobody wants to get into an early fight and get taken out prematurely. As All Glory Gaming continues to circle around, they are not looking forward to a lot of action. They just want to collect those coins. As you can see, Portal Go already ready in the hands of Sabas. They just want to armor up. Those level 3 vests as well as helmet will surely help them out before they engage with Gaming Gladiators shortly. If, of course, fate does have them rotate straight towards that squad.
Absolutely. Speaking about rotation, Team Falcons are making their move, continuing to make their move. We just say that they are putting themselves, you know, slightly further from the circle, and with the circle going up to the far north, they definitely need that vehicle, especially on a map like Purgatory. Even for Gaming Gladiators, they are taking the high road, but they are eventually going to put themselves close to RRQ. And I have a feeling that the hunch for Gaming Gladiators is telling them that someone is in that building.
And ever since we saw that buff come through for Skylar, you don't really see Nairi being spammed out there as a passive skill for a lot of these players. They're choosing to replace him with Albaro, and of course getting those split grenades a tad bit more useful than just a few extra HP from those glue walls.
Clusters has always been so deadly. We saw what Get High did with that yesterday. So there's no question about that. The effectiveness. Speaking about BRU and Al-Qadsiya, they're finally caught up. This is a bit tough for Al-Qadsiya. You are basically locked in. This has to go one or the either. And Jonah finding Aminos, that's the second member of the team, taken out.
Aminos didn't see that one coming. The portal go used, and usually if you're Buriram, you're not gonna fuss too much about wasting these portal goes. One of the richest squads out there on the battlefield. I mean, in real life as well as the games, usually this team really knows where to find those free fire coin machines, and they're always on that free roam collecting first. Right now, as they circle around, they find another player yet again. Al-Qadsiya really standing no chance against your 2-time world champs.
They are just bulldozing through the teams that they meet, right? They've just went through Al-Qadsiya, but thankfully Remind is still alive. And here we have it. It's going to be Loud against BRU. They have finally ran into their first roadblock of this game. But for Loud, they're going to just retreat back onto the high ground. There's a vending machine. There's literally an arsenal there. And they are well deep in the safety of the circle. So they do not need to fight BRU, at least not for now.
Not just yet, as Buriram leading the fray right now with eliminations, but a nasty circle will push everyone towards the team of RRQ as well as Gaming Gladiators. Speaking of which, Gaming Gladiators already in a scuffle with RRQ. Everybody hunkered down in this one tiny container. They back away because they saw what was coming, those grenades. RRQ, the specialists with those grenades, could have just been eaten up here with the bison circles around, but those glue walls keep him at bay, and as he tries to get away, ducks with a god nade from above.
We found the king of the hill, and he's going to conclude
literally
right now. RRQ Kazu wiping out the team from their own region. Unfortunately for Gaming Gladiators, they do not win this bout. As Headstart Esports, they drop just a bit across where RQ Kazu is. An instant binoculars used to spot them out. On the other hand, Al-Qadsiya fell in the hand of Loud. So we're down to just 9 teams.
Little unfortunate. RRQ, the masters of the grenade use, They spotted out someone who was about to use that gameplay against them. Great reposition to abandon the container, backs away, and the moment they caught one player off guard, those grenades came popping right away, and Duds managing to get that one knock just snowballed the whole squad. A little unfortunate for Gaming Gladiators, and Alkatsia, of course, getting stuck with 3 different squads. But now, the rematch between Buriram as well as Team Solid. Can we see another portal go, or is it going to be an all-out battle?
It's a bit of a predicament that these teams are in because you have Falcons on that high ground. I mean, they have to start moving eventually thanks to the circle, but clearly for Team Solid, they are sort of trapped. BRU, they are the first one to make a move, and Falcons continuing to buy time and keep Team Solid pinned down as long as possible. RQ Kazu takes the gold portal as PE Sports arrive at the trailer park, not able to find much, but with that movement, RQ Kazu puts himself closer to Lao.
Oh, goodness me. RRQ out of the pen, into the fire. Here comes the Brazilians, and they want to make some noise loud from outside. It will be that A124 popped instantaneously. A couple of players running that Joseph not going to be affected at all, but RRQ, those grenades, do they still have more in their pockets after those use? It's going to be the ice grenades first that chip away at their health. You got to run out, and what a beautiful shot out of that Skylar. Riptide Rhythm, grenades now pelting player after player. Kawan finds one, lost 21 with the Drogon, and Loud just flattening the players of RRQ.
The Riptide Rhythm completely destroyed all of RRQ's defenses that they wanted to put up to get them away from the trailer. And what a coordinated strike from Loud to take them out. But on the other hand, Falcons up against BRU. Another bloodbath happening at the Arsenal. Cosq needs time to recover, and BRU are not going to give him that time. Moshi finds a bullet straight to the cranium, and Moshi with 2 in a row to wipe out the Falcons from this lobby.
Oh, the clutch god Moshi strikes once again. Moshi versus Yago. We'll have to wait and see, but for now, the man's winning all of those shots. CQC with the sniper. Y'all just don't stand a chance. What a quick movement out of the guy. Yet another Riptide Rhythm, this time courtesy of Twisted Minds, taking down the defenses, but from afar, Loud response, and it is going to be that AC-80 that finds its mark. Now Twisted Minds using a tiny little boulder as defense. Fantastic gameplay all across the map.
But Lao has a problem that is even more urgent. It's going to be BRU who just used the gold portal. The ice grenade from Wasana found himself too. And BRU are just arriving at the scene at the right time. There's just not enough space, not enough room for Lao to breathe. But BRU are also falling. And Wasana becomes the last man alive, going on to paramedic duty, trying to get his members back up. Jonah gets rescued for now, but BRU, they are trapped. Look at who's at their doorstep. It's going to be a hot shot. Action, springing into action, running into the trailer. BRU falls in the hand of the Pakistani.
Hotshot Esports, this was one day they're never gonna forget. But the battle has not been won just yet. The bigger war is right in front of them. Twisted Minds are waiting to see exactly what Hotshot's about to do. Hotshot's a tad bit distracted with Loud. Like shooting fish in a barrel, they don't want to pull out their guns just yet, throwing in those glue wall melters first, but there's a fantastic chrono pop. That time turn is going to keep the damage apart. It's going to be 800 damage negated, but you cannot run away from all of these grenades. Look at the sheer number of ice grenades eating away at Loud.
I mean, Action, he is putting his team on his back. The Trogon play is good.
One more?
But is it good enough though? Drax does take him down. Saming decides that he has been done waiting as Action goes down, but Kawan also on the Diamond to pick up the pieces as we are down to the final 3 team. Hotshot with 3 left, now needing to deal with Twisted Minds, but Diamond will not let this slide. They are missed out on the first round, but the second one will not elude them.
The timing's just too good here for Twisted Minds. They waited for that to break down and managed to spring that action hard on the heads of Hotshots themselves. But Sajid, holding on for his dear life, is going to keep Twisted Minds a tad bit distracted and put them at a disadvantage up against PE Sports, who do have the circle on their side. They get to take 3 shots up against Twisted Minds. It's a 4v4.
And Twisted Minds have been able to close the distance, so now it's a more even playing field Twisted Mind still gotta go on the high ground. Look at all those lures being put down. They're trying to cover the distance as much as possible. Grenade launcher in the hand of Diamond. He found another one again. And he's swung up to go down. Saming being able to support exposing the jigsaw puzzle to fill in the void, to start taking down members of PE Esports. It is as close as it can get, but Twisted Minds finding the numbers, coming to the goal portal. LBT wants to fight Saming, and Don't Cry to protect him as well. The support system from both teams, immaculate, as Nameless heal back up, but Nero and Hongan fell. Diamond still picking them up. Exposy by his side. PE Esports falling piece by piece. Don't Cry getting surrounded as Swarm Exposy trying to find him, but LBT from behind still finding Nameless down to a 2v2. This is just peak Free Fire performance. Don't Cry goes down. Diamond looking for LBT. Exposy finds it, and Twisted Minds bring one back for themselves.
Crazy gameplay, knock after knock, pickup after pickup, Horizon Lights kicking into action, everybody was stacked, but Twisted Minds refused to go down in that second game, and they swept the floor with the players of PE Sports. But valiant effort from the Vietnamese squad. You gotta respect that resiliency.
Unbelievable. Simply mind-blowing, breathtaking final circle.
Yeah.
4v4, PE Sports had the advantage. Twisted Minds closed the gap, and it just became a cinema of action at the very end, with Twisted Mind coming out on top. But let me be honest, that could have gone either way.
Hands down, the best 4v4 final circle we have ever seen in the past couple of tournaments. In fact, the past year, I have to say.
Absolutely. That is just top-tier performance when teams are kicking into overdrive. This is what you get. PE Sports, they know today's their last day, and look at how much they've made use out of it.
And unfortunately for PE Sports, they kind of got pushed to the very edge of that circle. The blue circle managed to do a majority of their final few damage before, of course, Twisted Minds took the cake away, hitting that Booyah. But of course, enough from us. Let's throw this back to the analysts to see what they can break down from this amazing game.
Twisted Minds coming into game number 2 and securing a booyah for the round. Twisted Minds fans are going to be super happy with this one. But that end game, it took forever. PE Esports did not want to be put down. They really wanted that win, but let's be realistic, okay? It's also Twisted Minds, one of the favorites in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, it is objective gaming, right? If we talk about like PE Sports. Objective. Today we're being objective here. PE Sports, what they did, they avoided unnecessary fights earlier on. But of course, at the end of the day, their final opponent was the big boss, Twisted Minds. We did talk about Twisted Minds as well, adapting to a new region, to a different environment. They've been champions in this sort of situation before, and they're showing that this sort of environment, different time zone, will not be a problem for them.
And one thing I would say about how Twisted Minds play it this time around, because most of the time we see them go aggressive all the time. Though we've seen how Loud has been affected with the initial drop-off that they had. 3 of the players being taken down. One of the players from Team Loud has to run away and revive the rest of the teammates. But even in the final moment, their elimination is not yet up to 10 points. So they slowed down a little bit, probably trying to test out the water and see if they can grab that booyah, and yes, they did.
I think originally a lot of people were also looking at that game and thinking, this is probably Buriram's. They were on fire at one point. I think the best way to describe it, we have a little chat, and Yunsul, she said, Buriram is mad. And I think that was probably the best way to describe it. They were so aggressive, but everything ended when you went to the battle of the caravans, right? We actually thought they were going to continue with the assault, but what kind of happened there? Why did Buriram crumble? Was it just such a small compound that they got caught in some kind of splash AoE? What happened?
Well, if you ask me objectively, again, I mean, they have
I might have to ban that word, sir, but go on.
I mean, they have collected a lot of points by now, right? They can afford to drop a few games. And if we kind of look at that fight, yes, they just went all in onto it, which is absolutely fine. They like that sort of close quarters combat. They like rushing in onto other teams to try to collect those points. And it was just like a let's go for it, guys, sort of situation. And when they go in for it, if we look at like the trailer park sort of a scenario, like there were other teams there as well. There wasn't a lot of space for them to move around. They got trapped inside the trailers themselves, and they just got eliminated from there just because of how tight the space is.
Actually, there's a lot of teams, not only Buriram United Esports, but a lot of teams who went for the trailer and has been taken down one at a time.
Do you think that was a trap, actually, Neptune? Because it really feels like it.
It does. I mean, that's one thing. If you are going to take a compound, probably not inside the trailer because that's so small, probably to go for the 2-2 split, have a little bit of backup plan so that you'll still have cover just in case one falls down for the one inside.
Yeah. My Falcon man. What's happened to Falcons? Because again, we had high expectations, but they've kind of fallen short again. Like, what sort of happened with Falcons today?
I mean, I heard you holler. I heard you holler there. Okay, I heard you, my man there. Okay, you're lucky enough that he's not on desk here. But anyway, just like what they say in my village, right?
Yeah.
In my village, they say it doesn't matter how you start. It matters how you end. So they still have games in hand.
Exactly. We do have our match rankings as well. So Twisted Mind's going to be leading the pack with 25 points, followed by Buriram. So even though they were sort of in the middle of the pack, they had the eliminations. This is something that we always emphasize in Free Fire. Okay, you can have the placement points, but eliminations can offset and even shoot past the competition with those points because every head is a single point. Couple of teams, though, not going to be too happy with their position. Retta, unfortunately, down at the bottom, 0 points. What's going to happen with Retta? Because they actually had a pretty okay day yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, and overall standings, after yesterday, they're in the middle of the pack. And they didn't show up that much. Though, like, they show up strong from the beginning until they are being taken down and not even getting a few elimination, if not 0, based on what we've seen on this map. And Retta just needs to slow down a little bit, just try to move slowly, going for the basics of the tactic, slow start, find a few of those elimination, and then that's where you set up your finisher.
Right. I guess my concern just seeing this for them is that this is their final play day, right? You can't afford to finish rounds with 0 points because that just pushes you closer and closer to that bottom 6. But luckily for Buriram, still in first place. They're pretty happy with where they are. I mean, they're guaranteed top 12, okay? They're totally okay. But let's mosey on down towards our bottom teams, right? So at the moment, Onyx Olympus, they are not playing today, but they are in 12th place, okay? They are the borderline team at the moment. All Glory Gaming, next team in line to potentially swipe that 12th place away and hopefully secure that top 12. Are there any teams down here, bottom 6 right now, that you are looking at and you're saying they are in a critical position after seeing these 2 games?
Yeah, I would say, speaking about Retta, we did talk about them during the pre-show earlier on, is that yesterday they were okay, but okay is probably not going to be good enough for them. Today they have to really...
You want to have a good day. Not an okay day, a good day.
Yeah, but so, points-wise, they need more than that to be sure of their qualification.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you need to find out a few more in this fight. If you're going down, at least go down with a few points. And Retta managed to take only 1 point out of 2 maps.
Yep. All right, let's have a look at our MVP for the round. We have crowned Diamond as our MVP for game number 2. 4 eliminations to his name, 2,205 damage, and 1,261 healing. I mean, we talked about him during the head-to-head. He's such a solid player for the team. I kind of want to dive in a little bit more to Twisted Minds. How are we actually feeling about them today? Are we content with their performance, or do you feel like they haven't woken up yet?
Looking at what we've seen in map number 2, it seems like it was a quick swap by Buriram United Esports and Twisted Minds. Aggression has been shown early on by Buriram United, and they have a lot of elimination. And then Twisted Minds slowed it down. So it seems like they're trying different tactics, not the usual that they have, because we know from map number 1 that even the other teams, especially the ones coming from Brazil, are studying them. So why not throw them off by switching?
All right, looks like we have an interview on stage, so let's see what our players have to say after that match.
Welcome back, everybody. We're live from the SDC Arena here. Continuing with our Free Fire action, we're joined by Seabass from All Glory Gaming, the victors, the Booyah containers of game number 1. We have a few questions to ask you. First of all, it's your first day on stage today. How does it feel like to play here? Do you feel any stress?
Bueno, es vuestro primer día jugando aquí en el escenario. ¿Cómo os sentís? ¿Sentís estrés?
No, pues bueno, con todo el equipo estamos todos calmados. Bueno, por lo general yo estoy calmadísimo también. Y pues eso, estamos todos calmados.
No, actually, us and the team are feeling pretty relaxed, including myself.
Very good to hear. Now, clearly you guys studied and practiced hard. What was your game plan going into the day?
Claramente habéis estudiado y habéis practicado mucho. ¿Cuál ha sido vuestro plan de juego?
Primero, pues, rotar y luego derrotar, aguantar como fuera de zona y ir metiéndonos poco a poco. Jugar en los bordes y ya después ahí sí metiéndonos a zona.
First of all, to kill, and then to be out of the zone, and then slowly be mostly on the borders.
Very much. And then finally, everyone's talking about Brazil and Southeast Asia. Do you think they're sleeping on LATAM?
Bueno, para finalizar, todo el mundo habla de Brasil y del sudeste asiático. ¿Crees que se están relajando con la región de LATAM?
Es que entre Brasil y Latam tienen como, entre Brasil y Tailandia tienen un pique. Y pues nosotros estamos aprovechando eso como para pasar desapercibidos.
Between Brazil and Southeast Asia, they have that little fight between them, so we're taking that chance to come in and attend that, yes.
Very good. There it is. Sebas, thank you very much. And that's All Glory Gaming victorious in the first game. Of course, we just saw our second match end, but take a big piece. And now we'll talk about things for our Arabic viewers out there.
Hey, thank you so much for the interview. So it's good to hear the players' point of views when they're actually playing the match. And I love the fact that Brazil, they acknowledge this interesting relationship they have with us in Southeast Asia, right? This little tiny, just a small rivalry. It's a friendly rivalry, don't worry, it's nothing too serious, but I love that they're addressing it. And I kind of wonder, having this rivalry exist, do you kind of feel like this is a motivator for these teams to really play that little bit extra when they're up against those rival regions?
Well, for me personally, how I see it from the answer of that interview, it's like, okay, you have friend A fighting against friend B in like a brawl, like in a restaurant, and then the other guy is just like sitting by. It's like, I'm having my food, you know, I will finish all the food, have the nice food, and you guys can continue to fight with each other over something, whatever it is. And it feels like that is kind of like the answer that he's putting up out there. He's like chilling out there. You guys can brawl it out while we sneakily take over the points.
For me, like with these rivalry, I think they can take advantage of this because at least they know who will be targeting them. They can study, like, review their tactics, how they can counter some, like, put themselves in the position of a specific team who's targeting them, and then just reverse engineer everything. It's hard work, very difficult, but it will improve the team overall.
Yep. Let's have a quick recap of our schedule for today, as we have already concluded 2 of our matches here for the Free Fire Esports World Cup. And as you can see, All Glory Gaming securing our first booyah of the day on Bermuda. And following that, we have Twisted Minds grabbing that Purgatory booyah. Our next booyah is going to be on Kalahari. A very big map, very different map. Now, speaking of Kalahari, I want to hear your thoughts, gentlemen. Is there any teams here that you're kind of looking at and saying, like, this is their map, you really have to watch out for them on Kalahari?
Yeah, for me, firstly, looking at the first 2 games, I want to sum it as it wasn't as hard and fighty as what we have seen yesterday. So putting in, coming into this map, which is going to be the largest map, I would expect the map to be a little bit more slower than the previous 2 maps. So considering that the size of the map that is. But if we kind of look into who got the booyah yesterday, it was Buriram who got the booyah today. And so far they've been deprived of a booyah. Not like they're really into the booyah, not like they really need it, but hey, you know what, to give something for the fans to cheer, why not?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, couldn't agree more with you. Buriram United taking the booyah in this game, but let's say we base it on the gameplay that can be used right here. Sniper's Nest, Kalahari, this is where Team Loud might be able to put themselves in a better position as well. And depends on who else will be utilizing the snipers in this battle. But compared to the past, wherein they don't have the hook gun in play, that changes the gameplay a little bit.
Yeah. Now, interestingly enough, it looks like we've actually managed to get an interview with Buriram. So let's see what they have to say before we jump into map number 3.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024. My name is the 7WG, and I'm actually joined by Wasana from Buriram United Esports. How are you feeling after such a great start in day 1?
รู้สึกไงบ้างครับหลังจากจบวันแรกไปที่เราได้เป็นหัวตารางด้วย
ก็รู้สึกว่าทุกคนเล่นกันดีครับก็พวกเราจะเอาหัวตารางมาได้อีกครับ
Okay, they feel confident they're gonna bring us to the top again on the second day.
If you guys continue on this performance, it's going to be great. By the way, one of the casters, Husky, has a question for you. Ever since you joined Buriram Esports, you have attended every international event, but it seems like you guys just fall short of getting to the trophy. Do you think Esports World Cup is going to be different?
โอเคตั้งแต่เราเข้าบุรีรัมย์มาเนี่ยนะครับก็มีหลายๆทัวร์ที่เราได้ไปเล่นนานาชาติเยอะเลยแต่ว่ายังไม่ใกล้เคียงเลยในตอนนี้คิดว่าใน EWC เนี่ยจะเปลี่ยนไปไหมคิดว่าจะได้แชมป์ไหมครับ
เราชมหลังจากนี้ครับ
You better watch out from now on.
Oh, better watch out. Is there any team in special you want to tell you better watch out?
มีทีมไหนอยากบอกเป็นพิเศษไหมครับว่าเตือนเขาว่าระวังพวกเราไว้อะไรอย่างนี้
ก็โซลิดครับเจอกัน
ทีมไหน
ทีม TS นะพี่ผมไม่รู้ว่าต้องเรียกว่าไง
ทีมไหนนะ
TS ครับ
TS
Ooh, okay. We're getting some Thai versus Brazil. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Thank you so much for your time. And back to you guys.
Team Solid may have just earned themselves a target by Buriram, and I don't blame them. I mean, you saw what happened in game number 1. Yeah. Team Solid came in, did everyone a solid, got rid of Buriram. But in this case, it could be vice versa because it was true. They did manage to get a booyah on Kalahari yesterday. If you were Team Solid and you heard that taunt, what would you want to be doing right now?
For me, like, I think they will use that as a challenge, but they're chill. They're cool. Not like compared to what we've seen from Wasana, who's really focused. But for Team Solid, they can put up a fight. They just need to be careful because once you have Mad Bruh coming at you, you might be taken down.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see a hot drop between Team Solid as well as Buriram again, as what we saw earlier on. So yeah, I guess the fight is now on, especially Holler. We'll be giving a lot of attention on that kind of fight.
Yeah. Well, time to pass it over to my casters. Game number 3 is ready. Kalahari. Let's see what our teams have got.
Matt Brugg.
Indeed, back at the SEC Arena and 2 exciting games, but we still have 4 more to go. Yunsul, a lot of action.
Yes, I agree. For the first and the second game, we all have All Glory Gamings and Twisted Minds, and they're all from Group C. Such an amazing thing that Group C brought to us today. Then how do you feel about the heat today, Milosh?
Honestly, so far it's been incredible. We were all asking questions in the back room thinking, will Group C show up today? Indeed, they have Yunsul. But, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere because coming right up is game number 3.
And Matt Brugg gonna get after them. Buriram is definitely heated. Thank you so much for that question that you threw to them, right, Husky? Team Solid, they better watch out for sure. But you know what? The biggest of surprise here is the fact that we pointed out yesterday, it was all about Group B grabbing all 6 of the available booyahs. Today, 2 games in, and it's all about the Group C action. We anticipated that this was gonna be a preview of what the grand finals may look like, and we were surely not wrong there.
Yeah, so far we have witnessed one of the best sequence in Free Fire, right? Peak performance from teams like Twisted Mind and PE Sports in the previous round. But be careful what you wish for, because if today all the booyahs go over to Group C, I sure hope that Group A claims the final 6 tomorrow. So we have this rock, paper, scissors dynamic going into the point rush stage. But I mean, looking at Team Solid, who has been great so far, AGG stepping up, and it's BRU, who has been having 2 rounds of mediocrity. You know, round 2 was slightly better, if not for Hotshot and Reda showing up at the very end. Perhaps Game 3 is where they start ramping it up.
Yeah, speaking of Hotshot, Reda is the one that's falling behind a tad bit here. PE Esports is definitely keeping that pressure up, getting into that final circle, getting those points, you know, giving us one final circle that we will not forget in the nearest of times to come. It was magnificent watching them dance around Twisted Minds, staying alive, and if it wasn't for that blue circle, PE could have just taken their second booyah off the group stage, which they surely could have used to guarantee that top 12 spot for themselves, right? But Hotshot, they've been climbing up the leaderboard little by little. I hope they keep this up because they've got one more game to go in here at Kalahari before the next half of the day. You really want to just bring your momentum, bring your adrenaline up, and then just keep it at that pace for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. We've seen some very good movements from the side of Hotshot, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday, they could be testing out the waters. They had some rounds which were really rough, right? They were not winning gunfights. Today, they're getting a bit more active. We take the slow start, but if we have to fight, we take the fight. I mean, they were not scared. They were threatening loud. They were making life hard for BRU. Who would have imagined that we would see that scene? And if Hotshot keeps this up, I think that they will set a good enough bar to keep them before until point rush.
If it wasn't for Twisted Minds earlier, Hotshots could have just gotten out of that sticky situation and straight into the final circle. But speaking of sticky situation, let's see exactly what the flight path has got for us here. From Council Hall all the way down towards Mehmet, giving the teams anywhere and everywhere on the battlefield to hop on into. But it seems like Twisted Minds have got their eyes locked onto Alcatsia early game.
Even Team Solid is in the vicinity, so Alcatsia might be caught in the middle, especially at Mammoth, which there's not really much space for you to work around. You are basically relying a lot on the terrain and, of course, the big Mammoth skeleton at the side. It seems like they're going to take the fight. What was that from Nick7?
That AK-47 straight to the chest, and of course he gets straightened out. That MP5, a little bit of a buff on that side, but Tattoo 13 quickly hopping on in to back his team member right back up. Picks up Trap 7 at the very same time. Inhaler in hand, Team Solid, quick hit and run momentum here. And of course, Twisted Minds, they're hearing all of these gunshots. They want to pay them a little bit of a visit, but they need to loot up first.
Yeah, King needs to somehow
just
hide from the smoke. Saming goes down thanks to Trap 7, who is still tearing up a storm, and Twisted Mind not off to a good start. Nameless has nothing to him as well. Only a glue wall that he just expended to get cover. So Team Solid basically controlling Mammoth.
Saming and squad had a beautiful opportunity to pull a surprise drop on Team Solid, but they stepped into that battle a tad bit too early. Saming not waiting for backup, and that is going to lead to Team Twisted Minds crumbling very early game. Exposi being given the role of backup player, reviving one after the other, bringing Saming back in here, bringing Exposi back in as well. The squad is solid, but the question is, will this setback from the very early game put Twisted Minds in a terrible spot for Game 3?
I think for Twisted Mind, it would be fine because they can get the team back, but Alcatsia is having a rougher time. You look at this replay, right? It was a trade earlier on. Nick7 traded for Remind, but the rest of Team Solid were just in a better position compared to Alcatsia. That's why Team Solid was able to come out on top, and then they got more off of Twisted Minds, putting them at like 5 points at the start.
Hotshot now in a lot of trouble. Very early engagement up against Loud. Sajid overwhelmed by 2 players. Playing that flank, pincering him down. Shots from 2 sides, barely knew where to go. Anas loses his life as well. But the rest of the players from the side of Hotshot, they are a little bit away from the rest of the team of Loud. But can they hit those early revives? We have to wait and see. Falcons, on the other hand, fighting Sabas, the key player from the side of All Gaming. And this is their opportunity tonight to wipe out this team. A beautiful chrono time turner dropped on in here. Falcons using that, but Bardo takes that shotgun out to perform his best, but the glue wall will save Team Falcons for a little bit longer.
Justin wants the flank and instead gets 180 by On Fire. The backup just not solid enough from the side of All Glory Gaming, and they will just have to take the L as Alcatsia gets wiped out off screen. AGG going on the run. Rafax is going to get chased down by the rest of Team Falcons. The Falcons have their eyes set from the bird's eye view, and unfortunately for AGG, they just have to try and cut their losses.
What can All Glory Gaming do in a situation like this? Circled. Around Pincid in confinement, confined to a tiny little area with one final survivor, making it work, pulling in those revives for the squad. They will hang on for the time being.
It's a bit tough
spot.
spot.
On the other hand, is in a very rough spot right now at Refinery because Loud is just waiting for them.
Now, Lau dropped that Refinery and they have not moved it. Now, there's no reason to move. It's not now. Iago with the first one. Nero finding another on the side. Sajid also getting gunned down by Lost 21. Everything's falling apart for Hotshot.
Anas, the final player.
I think he's gone. I think he just flew past GG.
Yeah. I mean, it was a timely revival on Anas, so the team still stays alive, but I don't think it's going to be alive for much longer. Kawan, he spots him out, flies right behind him. Anas has nowhere to go. He pulls out the Homer, tags him up. A124 response from Anas, and it's going to be the Trogon that does a majority of the damage, and the final shot as well. Hot shot. Could not stand a chance against Loud.
The willingness for Cowan to make that call for the chase, right? The risk that they took, it paid off. Peter finding Bardo again from the side of AGG. Seems like they just could not escape the line of sight of Team Falcons. Seems like right now, on fire, going in, finding point number 6.
All Glory Gaming has no glory to fight for if Falcons continuously pummel them one after the other. 6 points picked up already by the Thai squad, and they're not done just yet. They did manage to see Justin maneuvering away from them, but thankfully AGG at this point of time, they are split up on the map, so if they do go ahead to lose Justin, there's still one more player that they can bank on to pull the squad right back in. That's Sabas. That's the first player that got taken down. He has got ample time to loot up for himself and find some extra coins on the battlefield, so fingers crossed, AGG.
On the other hand, it's going to be Reta against PE Esports. Hong An with the first drop already. Vidalao needs to bring it back, but Don't Cry wins that 1v1. Reta Esports again just falling one by one. Hong An finds a twofer, and PE Esports successfully win the skirmish with Reta left with 1.
Making it look so easy as we speak about the team of PE Sports. Reta gets flattened. Wang An finding the final one. One more finding Sabas. Falcon still not allowing Team AGG to get away from them. Picking up most of their points just from one team, waiting for those revives and then continuously pummeling them down yet again.
Surprisingly, for a map like Kalahari, you would think that the game would slow down, but in fact, this was the fastest one we had so far. 9 more teams remain. Some of them not even having the full squad. You can see revives on the far end of the screen, at least from where we are looking at Dudes right now, who actually went to Refinery with the rest of the team, and Lao, they repositioned. They completely abandoned Refinery for the sub, but now they got to rotate back into the circle.
Of course, you've got the biggest threat on the battlefield, the burning Buriram. They most definitely want a little bit of revenge on some of these other squads, but they're keeping their heads low for the time being. The last time we spotted them was out in Stone Ridge, focusing on their loots, making sure they're well prepped and well stacked in coins for the next few engagements. AGG, on the other hand, a full recovery, managing to open up the bunker as well to get an extra layer of weapons on them so that they can be a tad bit more hardy in these engagements.
I'm gonna just quickly say that stage looks amazing.
Oh yeah.
The zone is shrinking. Oh, you can feel it. Feels like the world is closing down. Getting a bit more claustrophobic at this point of time. Second circle will be the state of the game. Twisted Minds, they're in a decent spot, same as Team Solid. They might bump into each other again, considering that they did have this early fight, at the start of the round.
Let's see what Twisted Minds can do with this one, as Team Solid just in the compound right beside them. Over at the maze, this seems like it's gonna be a tad bit messy, but the blessing in disguise here for both Twisted Minds and Team Solid, they don't really need to get into a early skirmish. They still do have the circle with them. No necessary movements needed just yet until this next circle closes in and forces them to reposition.
I do wonder what is going to be BRU's plan, because they just arrived at the sub just moments after Lau went to Mammoth. And this is very slow gameplay from BRU, and usually it happens either they want to keep the points, then first place, or they had a very, very bad start and they want to kind of recompose themselves you don't get to play Kalahari often, at least not in the local league. So for BRU, very understandable. They gotta bide their time and pick up the pieces.
Yeah, BRU is just one of those high IQ teams out there on the battlefield, right? Knowing exactly what works for them. And they do understand that, yes, they can flex their pure skills out there on the battlefield, but you've got too many of those teams that can match up to you in a 50-50 fight, especially when you've got the Brazilians in there hunting for their heads. And therefore, they want to really focus on getting those coins, getting all of those portal goals, especially so that they can go in for those quick hit-and-run action that they're always looking for out there on the battlefield.
And either that or you start an avalanche effect, right? You just start running people down, but at the end of the day, as good as they are still a four-man team.
Yeah.
Things can be turned around on Fire. Actually, taking an explosion in the face. It doesn't go down just yet. I mean, Gaming Gladiators will be the team that they might have to face somewhere down the road as GG is in the middle. But for now, Team Falcons closer to PE Sports with Team Solid on the west side of where they are.
And we also have to acknowledge the safe plays from Group B just cannot be avoided because these are their final 3 games, their final 3 opportunities to make that submission for their spot in the top 12, because once these 3 games are over, no more chances. They'll have to take a rest as Groups A and C go up against each other tomorrow.
Especially, you don't want Group C to be taking the booyahs, right? The most crucial point. This is the most important day for Group B. The BRU, kind of speeding it up a little bit, realizing that that circle is not as close as they want it to be. So that means they might find themselves in the middle of a firefight. The team that they would run into is going to be Loud and Gaming Gladiators, depending on which direction they take. But looking at the trajectory, there's a chance that BRU ends up in the middle, and GG, they're going to be ready to receive that.
Whatever said and done about the performance of Buriram yesterday, if they really drop the ball right now, you know, yes, they are at the very top of the leaderboard, but you really cannot tell how the matches, the rest of the 3 games for today and the 6 matches for tomorrow, how those games are going to end, right? So you just need to take that insurance policy for yourself. If you're not going to be grabbing the final 3 booyahs of the day, at the very least, you want to be in the top 5. You want to guarantee those placement points for yourself. So super safe plays coming through for the 2-time world champs. And that's just the more deadlier version of them. Falcon spotting one out. Peter with a deadly gun in his hand. The Trogon. Tatsuya bursts towards the left-hand side. Spots Sabas with the Charge Buster in hand, but he can't really do much. A great grenade tossed out by Coscu. Just clips just in a tad bit, but On Fire just can't seem to follow up because of this maze of blue walls.
Yeah, Team Falcons, they are willingly running into the blue just to find the isolated member of AGG. So far, to no avail. Nothing much has been gained. Ralfox is trying to play that long range, and Peter's going to try and run it down. Ralfox, very good identification. You take out the sniper, and that means that AGG have to refocus their attention, and Peter just wins the 1v1, coming online when the team needed the most. Coscu gets knocked down by the blue, but still On Fire. Now also putting in the work, pulling his way for Team Falcons.
Smart play with the timing there. Peter now coming through for the backup, and he gets a triple on AGG. This guy can flex it all the way through, single-handedly helping the squad crush AGG that was making so much noise.
That's the Peter we've been missing for quite a while, for so long in fact, right? Once upon a time, Peter, just like the fairy tale, is a one-man army, and right now he is soaring once more under the banner of Team Falcons. BRU seeing Loud with the relocation straight into the jaws of RQ. Kazu Yago is going to land and start putting up some glue walls. They don't want BRU to interfere with this.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And now Loud with a very early skirmish up against RRQ.
Oh, no.
And RRQ, classic RRQ with all of those ice grenades. Blue wall melters going to be dropped as well. Don't want to waste those pops out of Skylar just yet. Lost 21 gets down by a double nade. That's hitting 2 with 1, but who can find that finisher? No extra grenades to lend some action. A very high takes that action straight towards the rest of the players, getting a double for himself, and they flatten Loud. Amazing play from the Indonesians.
Absolute carpet bombing from the side of RRQ. There's just way too much explosives for Loud to even comprehensively deal with. GG, on the other hand, have to face the wrath of PE Sports, losing Kochu and 18 Deer right off the bat as PE Sports takes control of the high ground. And GG, on the other hand, they gotta cut their losses. This fight has already ended.
A little unfortunate The circle is just not on their side. They do have some medkits to play around with. One portal go to quickly reposition as well. But of course, we have to switch our sides over to the Twisted Mind squad as well as Team Solid. Team Solid had a great time taking those spot shots up against Falcons, but Falcons have been saved by their brethren from Thailand. Twisted Mind, they circle around. They find Waka. One more hitting from afar. Gets a double, and Team Solid now. A solid execution out of this lobby, courtesy of Twisted Minds.
Just basically pincer from multiple angles. Nothing much that they could do, but Twisted Minds have found some room to breathe, some room to perhaps fight the other teams. BRU trying to swarm the members of the Esports cluster from afar. Get high, finds one already. Don't cry. Trying to hold the fort, the bastion of Vietnam. Nero is hiding behind his teammate. They have gathered, have rendezvous with one another. But this fight is inevitable. BRU slowing the pace down, but Nero once more.
The biggest fight of your life, PE Esports. Can you get to the final circle? Up against the two-time world champs. A great pop off of the Drogon. Wasana clipped just a tad bit. Nero quickly backs away as well, dropping all of those glue wall melters. The ice grenades just making sure Buriram does not get in towards that center. And they are all using this tiny little bunker here just to hunker down. Those grenades can tickle them. Ice grenades forcing LBT and Nero out. The Tatsuya will be used. But Buriram still have not managed to take that player down just yet. Moshi from afar, unusually playing that Drogon.
And Esports is holding on so well, they managed to back off into the circle and gain some distance. You don't see this often. Surgical execution from the Vietnamese team, but Saming from behind is going to spoil the fun. This could be the final destination of PE Esports, and that's going to open things up for BRU to move on forward. Nero, with his dying breath, lands the nade onto Jonah, but that is just not enough. PE Esports in danger.
Jonah's going to get picked right back up here, but Team Twisted Minds have got a clear line of sight towards the players of Buriram. This is going to be that opportunity. And they riptide rhythm from afar, and that's going to drop the whole squad of Buriram. Wasana, can you be picked up? Mochi holding on for the squad here, hopping on into the circle as well. A timely move from the side of Mochi.
Just in an unintentional assistance from a third party, and Mochi still keeps himself alive and even managing to buy time for Wasan to stand back up. Still a disadvantaged position for BRU to be in. Can Mochi do it again? Time and time when the team needed him, he pulls it out of the hat. But right now, it might be too much.
Can he be that magician to once again pull out a miraculous run for the side of Buriram? Two players, Moshi and Wasana. If you want two players on your side, those two guys can get the job done. Falcons, on the other hand, their wings get clipped once again. They fall out in fourth. Buriram, they drop both players. Ma'al, Saming, both helping each other out to flatten Buriram. And now it's a 4v4. It's Thailand versus Indonesia. RRQ coming in for yet another booyah.
And same can be said for Twisted Minds. This could be a back-to-back for the Thai squad. A scattered fight with Twisted Mind, trying to find the nest of where RRQ are hidden. Mao takes the shot to the head. Sami knows where he is. They want to break that glue wall and expose Mao, so he has to reposition as the rest of RRQ goes 1v1. Sami, 6 health, doesn't win up a high. And Razor, on the other hand, with the help of dudes, is going to try and buy time. Exposing, he loses that. RRQ, surgical from every single position, takes down Twisted Mind and finds themselves a third one in the group stage.
RRQ. The backward swing of the pendulum has now once again changed directions, baby. This is where they pick up speed. This is where they guarantee themselves a spot in the top 12 as we head on in for Point Rush. Game number 3, better late than never. RRQ has woken up.
When you need them to step up, they step up. And we go back to the start of the entire conversation about this team, the uncrowned kingdom of Indonesia. They have to keep the consistency of that pendulum energy. The momentum has to keep going forward. They need that inertia. They found it. Now it's time for them to keep stepping on the pedal.
And this is what we can expect from RRQ. One of the more tactical teams out of Indonesia, always biding their time, always waiting for some other team to get into the thick of the action before hopping on in there to swipe everything away from these teams. But it was a fair fight between RRQ and Twisted Minds, and they just absolutely overwhelmed them, all thanks to those grenades once again.
Absolutely. With this round done and dusted, we're going to hand it back to Danley and the rest of the panelists to break things down.
RRQ Kazu, these booyahs are not a fluke. It's not just luck, but it's also skill. But let's be realistic as well. Kalahari is one of RRQ's best maps in Free Fire as well, especially with how they wonderfully executed it. Welcome back to the panel, everybody. Gentlemen, we've got to break things down. RRQ, they're not sleeping. They're wide awake again.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at how RRQ plays, right, they play it really, really smart. At stage 3 to 4, they try to get as close to the middle of the circle as much as possible. And with that, wherever the circle shrinks, they will still get these circles. So all they need to do is to play the defensive work. When teams come towards them, they win fights, and that's how they gather elimination points.
Okay, yeah.
Paula, we have a guest.
Oh,
Kitty's here.
Oh.
For the record, I'm allergic to cats, so if you don't
do we
mind.
need to swap? Okay.
Okay, I'm a cat. I'm a cat.
You're a cat
guy. I know you are. I know you are. So,
just letting all the ladies
yeah,
know
it kind of
as well.
freaked me out a little bit. Yes, I'm allergic to cats. Not deathly, but it's scary. But nonetheless, we're going to go back to RRQ. I think they played it very smart. I think the very late game is when they really started to shine. That's the moment where you want to make smart decisions and getting those pickoffs. They had about like I think 12 kills, eliminations. So you're getting a ton of points plus the booyah. I mean, this is RRQ at its finest.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you kind of think about it as well, like they already got 3 booyahs. I think job's done. Objectively speaking, we can see them in the top 12 easily.
I think from the beginning, right, we kind of thought that they were going to make top 12 anyway after their strong start. But I guess the goal now for RRQ, or the question for RRQ is, what do you sort of do for the rest of your games, right? Because, yeah, you placed top 12, you made it in. What are you going to do with the remaining games? Are you going to scout? Are you going to try and hot drop and see how you fare against some of these other teams in early skirmishes? This is the best time to experiment.
Definitely, definitely. And I was going to say just that, right? They're pretty much guaranteed getting in the top 12, so they have nothing to worry about. Everything is going to be a clean slate. So getting in right now is to really test yourself against some of these teams. You know Team Salad's aggressive. They like to hot drop. Let's go in on them. Let's figure out where they're at, and let's go aggressive.
And we did talk about some of the potential meta shifts yesterday as well, especially when it comes to the sniping role, right? Maybe RRQ, this is their time to really try to test out how can it maximize sniping from afar, stealing away eliminations from a distance without being involved in fights. So they can do anything at this point because of all the points that they have collected.
Yeah, they have a bunch of points. But another team that did get a lot of points is, of course, your boys, the Falcons. They showed up. And they got a bunch of kills. I mean, yes, they didn't get that booyah, but still, I think it was close to 11 eliminations. I lost track of how many they had.
Yeah, and again, like what they say in my village, right? It doesn't matter how you start. It matters how you end.
Okay.
So Falcons this time around, yes, very, very impressive. I mean, they did get a good amount of points out of this round. But of course, they haven't secured the booyah yet, and that is going to be the objective now since they are still somewhere in maybe page 2 still.
Okay. But just before we go into the match rankings, I want to ask, are there any other sayings in that village, or is this the only one?
Oh, for now, that's the only one.
Okay, I don't know if we want to be part of this village. Okay, so to wrap things up for this round, we have RRQ taking home the lion's share of points with 27 points, followed by Team Falcons with 21 points apiece. Most of the points really going to top 2. Everyone else having a bit of a nice little spread there in terms of eliminations and placement points as well. Esports, though, really outdoing themselves. Really locking in their last round of points because this is their final play day. Twisted Minds, okay, 13. Team Solid, 13. I mean, getting some good points as well for some of our top contenders.
Yeah.
But the overall rankings, this is where we want to really see things happen, right? So, at the top, it's still Buriram. Not much of a surprise. RRQ, though, really struggling, even though after getting that booyah and all these eliminations, they can't quite close that gap between them and Loud as of yet.
If we're looking at this one, it's a little scary because it's kind of confusing in a way because some of the teams have actually played twice. I think like I need to point out Riyadh Esports. They have 56 points. They look good, but this is actually their second day. They have 3 games to solidify that lead to make sure that they give themselves a chance. I think that they're really on the bottom kind of looking up at this point, so they do need to be careful. Another team that kind of shouts out to me is the Hotshot Esports. I think they need to be careful going into the final 3 games.
But I'd like to follow up on the struggling part for RRQ. RRQ, right? Like, are they really struggling? Really?
Sorry, RRQ?
Yeah.
Reda.
RRQ.
I was talking Reda.
Reda, right. But if I were to pull out a point where RRQ struggling, definitely not. And objectively again, I mean, it's all about getting into the top 12. It doesn't matter whether you finish first or whether you finish at number 12. It is still about moving on to the next stage. And could this be, ladies and gentlemen, the rise of the Indonesians?
Yeah, no, I would love to see this, right? I mean, unfortunately, whenever we talk about Free Fire champions, it's always been through Brazil or Thailand. The roads have led through those two countries. But getting Indonesia, they've kind of been, you know, the bridesmaid, never really the bride in that case. But I think it would be huge for Indonesia if one of the teams, I'm looking at RRQ, to really make some waves here.
Well, speaking of waves, we do have Draki on stage here, who's going to be a bit of a guest. Maybe we can do a interview with Draki, or maybe Draki's going to interview you guys. So, firstly, we are going to be jumping into game number 4 in just a second, right? Alpine is coming up next. Hang on, okay, Draki, is there anything you want to ask my analysts? Hang on. Okay, Draki wants to know what teams to look out for in Alpine.
Ooh, interesting thought.
I'm going to go with Loud. Just because they got the Booyah yesterday. It was on Alpine. They did quite well. And another one, of course, PE Sports. They got the final game on the random Alpine as well. So both of these teams are kind of looking to gear up do very well on that Alpine map.
You know, I'm trying to imagine what Draki sounds
You're
like.
supposed to tell Draki, guys. It's not me.
Oh, yeah. Draki, how do you sound like? I sound like this.
That is not the voice I was expecting. I was thinking it was a little bit more higher pitched and not like, yes, exactly like that.
Hey, so
okay.
what do you think we do well next? Well, I think it's about time for the boys of Falcons to do well. Bring home the booyah, man.
Okay, Falcons, I expected more from them, and they need to do well. They are doing well. That was a good game for them. But let's find out who the MVP of that last game was from RRQ. Who do you think it's going to be?
Abehai. Look, it's Abehai. This man always gets MVP, okay? You see RRQ, it's like, okay, who is it? It's Abehai. Automatic MVP. This man was on fire yesterday, right? When RRQ, they had their games, Abehai just soared, okay? He was as if he was on Team Falcons. He had the wings. He was the one that clipped the Falcons' wings. So for him to come back as that MVP, I think this is just to be expected. Abehai, like, what makes him such a needed, necessary core component to RRQ? Because sometimes I kind of feel like if you cut down Abehai, you kind of cut down RRQ altogether.
Yeah, if you kind of look at it, right, objectively, well, the numbers
We
don't
need to
lie,
ban that word, okay?
You make money every time you say it.
That's 5 eliminations just by this guy alone, right? And if you gotta think about it, with this sort of performance, he's keeping Legolas out of the team. And that's a good thing for RRQ.
I mean, if it ain't broke, why fix it, right? I think that they're doing well. Let's continue to ride this high. You see what I did there? And just keep on going, right? I think that they're in a good spot. This is the perfect way to kind of get themselves into that point rush stage. So getting that momentum, understanding that you have the most amount of booyahs across all of the teams, that's got to be a huge boost to confidence.
Yeah, and if you gotta think about it, right, Indonesia in general, they have always been knocking on the doors of a championship, of a major championship. And having players like this showing up again and again and again, and if you gotta think about it, if anything happens to Abehai, maybe he falls sick tomorrow, we wouldn't know, right?
What are you doing? Don't curse it.
I mean, I'm not cursing. I'm just putting it like, a scenario they need to be prepared for.
Okay.
Legolas would be a great player to come in.
I know, but right now it ain't broke, right? Don't fix it.
Sure,
Let's put it in.
Okay.
Let's stick with the
I'm
team.
gonna say it.
Abehai is the man. He's the one that's carrying you through this level. He's the one that you want at the end of the day, right? Legolas is great to have on the wings just in case, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think we're fine where we're at.
But this is on Alpine, okay? But we're not talking about Kalahari anymore. This is Alpine. How does RRQ generally fare on this map? Because I don't think we actually have seen RRQ have a lot of success on Alpine thus far.
Just like yesterday. They kind of fell off when Alpine kind of hit.
I don't know if they fell off. I think they just sort of walked and they didn't realize they fell down a cliff face.
True. I mean, sometimes cliffs come out of nowhere. I don't know. But it was one of those things where they really, I mean, the first 3 matches, we were like, RRQ. They were doing so well. And then for the second half, I think they fell asleep. I don't know where they were. They just did not score very highly in terms of points.
I mean, again, never mind, okay?
Every time you say it, you will be doing a push-up on stage. Go on.
Okay, all right. I mean, at the end of the day, right, do they truly need to chase for the points? I mean, when they talk about them being able to do anything they want, so even though they want to switch up their strategies and if it doesn't work for them, to me it will be absolutely fine. So the fans out there, if you see them doing something different, don't worry about it. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, they know what they're doing, but it's also the time where, again, let's, I think we've talked enough about RRQ because they're comfortable, right? They're in their ivory tower. They're going to be fine, right? I think the other teams that we really need to be worrying about, again, Hotshot Esports, PE Esports has stepped up as well, so we don't need to talk too much about them, but Riyadh Esports. Yesterday, decent number of kills, didn't really place very well. Now for this one, point-wise, a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah. Well, we are going to do a caster check-in because I would love to hear their thoughts as well. And we have done a bit of a switcheroo with our casters as well. We have Obvi and Tash in the caster's seat. Lady, gentlemen, what do you think is actually going to be happening on Alpine? Because again, game number 4, we have passed that halfway mark. Who do you feel like is actually going to be in the hot seat to grab those points?
Interesting question if you think about it. I mean, when you talk about points right now, I'm kind of gunning for any of the players in Group B. If you think about it, it's their final day playing today, and I think that it's all a shift in mindset. We saw that mindset shift for PE Esports. I wouldn't be surprised if the rest of the pack is going to be doing the same. The same could be said for Buriram United, honestly.
Yes, and also for me, Riyadh Esports need to do better for the next round because they are the one currently on the 9th place.
Yeah.
So they need to get more points so the other group will not chase him and out from the knockout stage.
Yeah, that's right. I think when you talk about, that comes back to the mindset shift. I think we've seen that a lot for RRQ as well. I think Danley brought a really interesting point about how RRQ toward the half point of the day yesterday was completely lost. They didn't know what's happening, were kind of confused, quiet. But starting off today, they started off on a high, and I'm literally by his name. I think about it. So I really like that coming forward. So yeah, if we talk about teams that are gonna come up on top, hot seat. Group B is what I'm looking for. So what do you think, Danny?
I don't think we can disagree with that at all. I mean, we all have different opinions, right? We have different opinions on who is going to be the ones to take the games, but I think we're also kind of wondering who needs these points now. Because, of course, we can always talk about the top dogs, but we have some teams now that are struggling. They are playing their last few games. It's their last chance to get points. And remember, we have to get top 12 if you want to make it to playoffs. So who needs these points, folks?
Riyadh Esports.
Let's actually bring back
desperately.
Okay? Can we actually bring back the overall score, just so the viewers can see where everyone currently is? Because we need to know where they are in terms of points and who is close to breaking into top 12 and who is actually on the verge of dropping down. So here are the overall standings, just so you guys have a quick refresher on where some of these teams are. And just a reminder as well, teams in Group B, this is their last play day. Teams in Group A, they've done their first round of games. Teams in Group C, they've only played a few games.
And if we're looking at this one, number 9, Riyadh Esports. Again, if we're talking about Group E, everyone else in Group E is higher than Riyadh Esports at this point. Hotshots Esports is also that one. They've also played their second game. So this is a time, again, where they're kind of running out of time. This is 3 matches to make some sort of headway. Riyadh Esports really need to get back in this one. If not, I see them really struggling to make it to that points rush stage.
Yeah, we did put PE Esports as one of those teams that we thought that they need a lot more points in order for them to survive the top 12. But right now, they've managed to gain more than 100 points. I think they're pretty okay, especially with the amount of games left. They can continue to collect points, so expect PE Esports to go through. So I do agree with you that Riyadh Esports is definitely one of them, together with Hotshot Esports.
The best part about this is the fact that tomorrow is going to be even more dire, right? The people, we're going to know exactly the bar that you need to be to slip into that top 12 section. So it's going to be super important to pad that lead. This is it. You have no other time to get as many points as possible to give yourself a chance so that the other teams need to catch up and to put pressure on them.
Now, gentlemen, I actually just got some information that we have actually had some substitute come in for Hotshot Esports and Alketia. So player swaps. We've seen this happen in the past where sometimes you go for these quick switcheroos and it really works out for the team. And I think in particular, I do want to highlight Hotshots. They are doing marvelously. They're actually sitting very high up on that leaderboard and probably pretty comfortable in making it to that top 12 so far.
I mean, it really depends, right? Because when it comes to the points, well, they could still be caught up. So that's something they need to be aware of, and probably that's why they had that at the back of their mind and made those substitutions.
Yep, so just a heads up, so Top is in and Sergeant is out for Hotshot. So they did go for 1 substitution for today, and I mean, I think it's actually working out for them.
Okay, yes, it's. I think they need a little bit more to take them over the edge, right? Action is been the carry. He's the MVP of the Pakistan qualifiers, so he's that team. He made the call. He's just like, hey, we need to switch it up. We need to get you top in for this last one, this last stretch, so to speak, of 3 games to give us as many points as possible.
Yeah, it's all about throwing in everything, right? If you have the kitchen sink, you're throwing everything as well.
Throw the whole house.
Yeah, you're throwing the whole house. Literally, this is their house that they're bringing in onto the stage here, because you truly never know if you could be caught up. So you don't want to have that risk and have that regret of not doing that.
Look, if I'm Hot Shots already, I don't have any regrets. We already saw today that they actually eliminated Buriram in one of the rounds. I think it was Purgatory. Remember the caravan battle?
True.
Buriram.
True.
They were injured. They were hiding in the caravan. And then all of a sudden you see Hot Shots coming in. Bam, 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 bam. Buriram is out. Hot Shots securing so many points for themselves.
Okay, while that might make you
I'm sorry, I kind of copied you there.
No. While that might make you feel good in the sense of getting those kills and taking out one of the top teams, getting to the next stage is probably more important for them, right? The fact that they need this one, they got what, 13th place in the final, the FFWS back in 2023. They're gonna want to do better than that. Ensure they get themselves a chance into that Points Rush Grand Finals, because that's where everything is at this point.
Yeah. Now we do also have a substitution here for Alcatia. We're going to be showing this on the screen as well. So, look, if you're gonna change, we do have. I'm just going to double confirm. So G18 is out for Alcatia, and Ahmed is in for the team. So 1 substitution today.
Yeah, I guess if we kind of look at the current situation of Alcatia, they're doing okay because today is their first day anyway. So maybe they're trying to feel the ground as well, because if you kind of make these changes earlier on, you give yourself a little bit more leeway room, a little bit more runway in order for you to know exactly what to do in games to come. So putting out this sort of, it could be risky for them, it could not be risky for them. We don't know what exactly they discussed behind the scenes, but if they put it on early, it gives them that runway to make switches along the way.
Yep, I will add into this as well. So we just got some information. This sub happened right now. So to make this sub halfway through Hauler, what is your team thinking if you're subbing your player halfway into the tournament? Do you think it might be a map preference? Do you think maybe someone is not feeling too good? What would your mindset kind of be if you want to go for this very last minute mid-tournament sub?
They're not performing. Let's be honest, right? If we're looking at the points, I think they were second to last at this point. They need whatever sort of motive, basically a little bit of a spark, right? Give themselves a chance. They have what? I think tomorrow they need 6 games. So they have 9 games total left to make something happen, right? They saw the first 3. They're like, hey, we're not making enough headway. We need to give ourselves a better chance. This is it. Hopefully the sub, Ahmed. Really make some plays.
Yep.
Yep, and if you talked about like, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Now this is broken, they're fixing it, which is absolutely fine. You do it. I mean, it's not broken per se, right? But if you identify something and you identify early and you're capable of making those changes, why not? And that allows you the runway again to re-experiment in case you need to switch things up.
I just want to say, you calling G18 broken? Is that what you're saying at this point?
It's an analogy.
Okay, it's an analogy. Yeah. Okay, but where can they find you online, social media? Cloud?
You can find me on Hauler TV.
Throw each other under the bus. You know, at this rate, I think we have a circle on stage. Running out of space here. But maybe I'm just kind of wondering. I want to throw this into the ring as well. Maybe Ahmed, he's sitting on the sidelines. He's watching his teammates. Do you think maybe he's the one that's getting antsy and saying, "Hey guys, I see you're struggling. I think I'm the solution here."
Yeah, I mean, you can't think about it, right? Because he was sitting at the backstage, he was watching the game.
He's the substitute.
Yeah, so he had some things in his mind. It's like, okay, dude, if I saw the whole game, I saw the entire thing, right? I had the time to even watch the movement of the other teams and how they play. Maybe he knows what's the solution to their problem.
The
so
alternative perspective.
Yes, he can inject it directly into the team rather than having a team talk that is only more about theory.
Yeah. I mean, give themselves a chance, right? I think that he was just like, hey, I don't like how things are going. I think I can I'm the spark that this team needs. Put me in, coach. I got a chance.
All right, as we prepare for our next map, folks, we are going to go for a quick commercial break. So if you need to do anything, do it now. Go to the toilet, grab your snacks, call your friends, and have a watch party. But we are going to be jumping into our next game very, very soon. But of course, after this break.
Stakes are high, especially from group number. Sorry, excuse me. Especially from Group B. I am excited, excuse me, for this particular matchup, especially for Group B. Group B has showed us phenomenal, I would say, promise today. Phenomenal, their performance has just been phenomenal today as well. And I think what's really exciting to see is the mind shift for most of these teams. I'm talking about PE Sports coming yesterday toward the mid-side. We weren't really seeing such amazing performance to them, but today, look at them shine. We talked about slow performing teams and what are the stakes for these teams, but I'm glad they woken up and they're starting to really take, I would say, fate into their own hands. But there is going to be a team that I'm really worried about right now, which is Reta. They're not doing too good in terms of points. We have teams that have just played today catching up already. I'm talking about Twisted Minds. I'm talking about Twisted Minds, which is also Fluxo, which is not playing today, I believe. So they can catch up so easily to them. And I think they're definitely feeling the pressure.
Yes, I do believe that because what we can see here, coming from Reta, they are on the 9th place, like our analyst said just now. So there are only few points behind to be catch up by the others. So for them, they need to make sure that they farm a lot of points for the 3 games left, especially in Alpine, because for them, if they want to make it towards the point rush, then the chances are they need to be safe, get that kills, and immediately collect those.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about Reta in general, right? We talk about their performance yesterday. We did see some highlights. We did see some moments. But it wasn't the kind of moment that we think, oh my gosh, okay, finally this might be the time where they might find their momentum, they might find their groove, maybe this is the time they can feel a little bit of the heat and just sort of like bring them forward. But then suddenly it gets cut short. So what is their problem, you think?
For me, I think they tried to play too safe, and also because of the other teams being aggressive as well. We can see that for Loud, they are being aggressive towards the end game, and especially for Buriram, they are reset quite quickly compared to the other teams when they are being rushed in by the others as well.
Yeah, completely agree with you there. I think only today that we saw, Team Buriram really struggle if you think about it. Map 1, we saw, history happening again with Team Solid. It seems like for game number 2, they seem to really understand what it means to really just say, it's fine, just let our drop spot go. We need to find an alternative way of playing. And I'm loving the fact that compared to before, Buriram United is starting to be okay with readapting into different styles of play. Now, we mentioned Loud earlier. They managed to get their Booyah yesterday on this map and looked so good for them. Aggressive to the end. Very, very consistent. But what do you think?
Oh, I think Loud might be fighting with the other teams. As we saw now, for Loud, they are dropping in the best camp with hot shots. So the chances are they'll try to pressure hot shots again. But on Militia, we are seeing 2 teams are fighting with each other. Al-Qadsia together with Twisted Mind, and 2 of the players already been knocked. And right now, Aminos is the only players remaining.
It's very interesting one with Al-Qadsia. Coming in with a new member subbed in, right? I think we heard the panel, especially what's been mentioned by our one of the panelists mentioned that there must be underperforming if Ahmed were to come in, and I think that is the question right now as to what he can bring to the table. Now, these early fights are very common. I think it's been happening a lot. And the revivals are very quick, resets as well. So coming into this one for Loud, I'm quite surprised at taking these early fights to this situation because we didn't really, we see them taking these fights very early, and this time around it's going to be a very good one for them with Yago already down, but I don't think it's been a problem for them to go for that reset. It's never been a problem for them to really get up and just go for a revive. And in this situation, I think we had this conversation yesterday about Loud, about how they've been playing. They're okay with playing very separated. They're okay with playing with a team. Yesterday we saw a 1-1-1-1 formation, and today it seems like they've been changing that up. They're playing a lot more together this time. Only using Yago, they got him back really, really quick. And because they're so consistent in surviving and being adaptive and know when at least to leave these fights and come back, that's the value that they have to the team to survive all the way till the end, to make it consistent, to make it to the top 5.
Yeah, I do agree because for Loud, they are really try to revive their own teammate as fast as possible. And for PE Sports, right now, they are quite struggling. They have been gamed by Gaimin. Now, unfortunately for them, 3 eliminations points towards them. And we are only on the 2 minutes into the game. We are seeing Al-Qadsia and also Hot Shot been taken out. And we are left with 34 players remaining.
It's really interesting when you think about it. These early fights, I think yesterday we didn't really see teams, going out very early. It was a lot of those resets. It was a lot of those revivals and bringing it back. But today, it's a lot more, I would say, these fights are a lot more aggressive and very, very oppressive if you think about it. It's a lot of the teams just quickly getting dominated, just getting thrown out. We saw the fight with Buriram United and Team Solid not allowing Wasara to run away. And the same could be said to all of these teams. Now, on the top side of this area, Falcons, playing it very slow, one of the teams that is still trying to find their groove. They're doing pretty okay. Their first day coming in, still trying to really understand and break the ice. But surviving-wise, they're doing really, really well. No eliminations yet, but rushing up forward will be Peter. Taking up so much space. Marked one member already, gets traded out. Nate cooked out, thrown down, straight on to the team in front of them. No movement yet from AGGG, but regardless, Cosq is here, gets knocked. Serbia will be the one to take him down, but All Glory Gaming will be the one to come up on top for this one, as we can see Team Falcons running for their lives.
Yeah, luckily for them, they already revived one more, and one more immediately reviving their own teammate that have been taken out by AGG. Now in Blueville, he will not... He can revive his own teammate without worry, because there are no one nearby them. And right now for Twister, they already reset 4 members together, and they are fighting with RRQ. And Mal has been taken out with only G18 there. Quite a good gameplay coming from Nameless.
Nameless doing well. RRQ, this is something that's, I think, quite common. As you saw today, Mal will be taken out. Then you go in for that revive very early. RRQ today, such an interesting day. I mean, like Daniel said, it felt like they were walking and falling down the side of the cliff. But today, woken up, looking very, very good, playing separately, allowing themselves a lot of space to just really go for the recon, understanding how these rotations are happening. And there's a lot of trust in understanding that they can either go for these fights, either one-on-one, go for those pickoffs. Number two, allowing themselves to really quickly go for the loot as well before finally reconvening toward the end. Duts finds himself in the water, swimming away. And this situation, I think it's going to be very, very hard for RQ just pass by them. So I think it's going to be a wait-and-see moment as you wait for Loud to move out of the way before you go into the circle itself.
Yeah, from what I see here, for RRQ, they are trying to split their team members to collect those elimination points. But unfortunate for them, for Duds, he are dropping towards Loud. And that is a problem because 4 of the players coming from Loud are sticking together quite closely. And one of the players from RRQ as well has been revived towards base camp. And now with Stadium is being one of the hotspots coming from Team Solids and also Reta. Reta need to be careful because right now they are on the 9th spot. They only are 56 points up to the 3rd game. So now they are trying to set up their team. Most probably they have found out Team Solids right behind them. We can see how Chris is waiting and trying to look out for any of the Team Solids are coming towards them.
Very, very scary situation for Reta. Not only are they struggling, this is one of their last 3 maps today. If they don't come up on top, they're going to be a team that's just going to be having to pray, and that's the terrifying part about ending your matches early. Final day for Group B. Chris taking up space. Because the way his teammates are very close around. Team Solid has been immaculate when it comes to being able to just not only take up space, but crunching these players, and Chris will be the one knocked down very, very early. Sako talked about Trap revived. No worries about that reset as well as his teammates for Reta choosing the easier path of giving up away that space. Perhaps it's for the best. If you're not going to make it in terms of getting elims, getting kills, then at least make it in terms of those points. Carlos, knocked already. Found out he's moved out of the way. Can't do much of that. Lopez will be next. Gets a knock onto Tattoo 13, but can't do more than that because the Nyx really quick on that trade as well.
Ooh.
Tough situation for Reta to be in.
Yeah, from what I see, Reta, but good points for them. They keep on immediately reviving their own teammate, and as we can see, 3 elimination points goes towards Team Solid. For Reta, they are still quite far apart. Vidalo is the only players left in Stadium. For Team Solid, they are trying to find where are the others. Where is Reta? Vidalo need to make sure that they are surviving. If he is surviving, then the chances are he can maintain to the top 6 or might be on the 10th place for the 4th game.
Yeah. It's really scary when you think about points, right? You think about points, you think about how Twisted Minds only played today and they're so close in terms of points. I think about 7 points just behind Reta, and it's the first day. It's been rough for them in terms of not only getting those points, those placement points have been really hard set on them. They haven't been able to really close out these fights. Some moments you think, okay, Reta has it in the bag. They're fine. They're gonna be able to win this. It's a 1v1 in the end. They're doing so well, and then suddenly the whole team just gets knocked out. It's just been very unfortunate.
Yeah, I do agree, because right now the closest thing for Vidalo coming from Reta is towards Blueville, and that is why for Reta they need to be careful, because Falcon are going towards the circle, and right now we are seeing the circle moving towards Rivermouth near stadiums, where we have about 4 teams already maintained towards the stadium. We have Team Solid, Guiding Gladiators, RRQ, and as well as All Glory Gaming. So 4 of these teams are preparing for the fights to come. We are on the 2nd circle and it is shrinking. For Loud, they are still outside the zone. They are coming in from base camp, whereas Buriram from Militia. But for Twisted Mind, they are quite far apart. I'm not sure if they are trying to reset the team for the fight to come.
An interesting one. Understanding that toward Rivermouth, there's a lot of buildings, and urban ending could be something that we can be expecting here. But it's going to be the southern side where we're going to be seeing a lot of the action happening. 3 teams right there, including RRQ. RRQ's performance today has been insane, honestly, if you think about it. I think we had a conversation. I had a conversation with you about it yesterday, yeah, about RRQ. I think what we said about them has been one of the more inconsistent teams. They seem to really struggle, just end the game. I think toward yesterday as well, you passed by them. You felt like they were really trying to find an answer on their aggression and how they play. They're really good at this. They seem to have not only a way to really play these fights, but Duts getting knocked down by Raz already. Looking very aggressive here by Gaming Gladiators. Seem to have pincered them. They're just trying to stay alive. There is still 1 player left. And for Gaming Gladiators, it must be massive for them to be able to knock them down. Getting to knock down the whole thing means that they're not able to reset. Not able to reset means they're able to chase in terms of the points as well. But RRQ, they have these protocols, allowing themselves to run away. By High and Razor, 2 of them very, very far away. But for Gaming Gladiators, they're going to hold out this compound, not going to go for that chase.
Oh, for RRQ, they need to be careful because 2 of them left, but they are coming in from behind, which is Loud. They are giving themselves the points. Right now, they are going towards RRQ. Need to be careful because for Gaming Gladiators, just right beside them, for Loud, they are immediately taken the compound held by RRQ just now. And we are seeing they are sharing the zone.
Yeah, sharing the zone and sharing the house. RRQ, only 2 members left at the bottom side. Needs to do something, needs to survive as much as they can. But Gaming Gladiators, are they actually going to give them up? Are they actually going to allow them to run away is the question. Still trying to get as much info as they can. They're not able to. I think they've marked them though. They're outside. Beautiful shot from Lin onto a by High. Razor alone needs to go for that pickup. Either for the pickup or running away and leave with a triple instead. A by High knocked down already. But RRQ will be limited at 10th place.
Oh, unfortunate for RRQ. They have been taken out, but Team Solid will not watch the party. They are joining as well, where Twisted Mind just right beside them. For Gaming Gladiators, they are quite safe. They are not in between the firing range coming from the others. For Buriram, they are still with 0 elimination on the 11th minute, but right now with A124 coming from the enemy, they are being careful. Right now, PE Sports are trying to get them, but they know if they are on the rooftop, the chances are they'll be getting closer towards PE Sports inside the compound.
Harder for PE Sports to reposition, and you don't want to be crunched on the inside. That's been one of the biggest problems we've seen by so many teams. We saw that happen just now to Buriram United in the Caravans. That's something they don't want to go. So placing themselves to the corner of this compound, perhaps giving themselves a little bit of leeway to these fights. But for Twisted Minds, they're in trouble. Diamond all alone at bottom. Very, very low. Nameless is around going for the pickup. Sming is there as well. But for Team Solid, they've been crusher of dreams. So many players are in this one little compound. They need to take this fight if they want to go inside the circle. And the problems as well. You have Loud waiting on the sidelines. Diamond knocked down already, and so is Nameless. Dangerous, dangerous game. Team Solid today coming in strong as heck if you think about it. So many teams are just having so much trouble. And one thing that's great about Team Solid is how much firepower they bring, especially in these CQCs.
Yeah, and with that, Twisted Minds only left one player. Saming is the only players and is in the zone on the circle right now, but he need to be careful for Saming. He's getting close by with Loud. Loud is entering the house, but with that...
They know Saming is there.
Oh,
he found him!
unfortunate for him! Drags found him out.
You can run, but you can never hide. He smells him a mile away, and Loud right now in the lead. 8 eliminations in the bag. Loud's consistency has been massive if you think about it, in terms of eliminations, in terms of getting placement points. One thing you can count on them, they're definitely a team that's no booyah, no problem. 1 booyah in the bag, but definitely most consistent of the rest. And now you can see on the kill feed, they've been getting many kills on the team just now. But moving our thoughts here to Team Falcons. The blue zone is where they want to try and fight to get inside of, and they don't seem to have a problem with that. Blue wall set into a nice little area where they're able to just really cross, and PE Esports find themselves inside of the compound. They can't move on the outside. They don't have any cover if they want to. They're completely cornered like rats in that area, and not the best place to be in. They try, they get knocked. Can one more. So much damage thrown at them. And they're trying their best to just move out. So, excuse me, it's AGGs in the compound over here. They just rush forward, take up that space. Can't do more than that. Long range, a bit hard for them. A big ask. So many glue walls to break, but the firepower a bit much for him to handle. Rafax knocked down already. Don't Cry gets 2, in fact. They're close by. Eliminated one of them, and a triple kill for Bardo.
Oh, right now for PE Sport, they are still surviving. For Falcon, they've taken the opportunity and taken out PE Sports with On Fire. And for the others, AGG, they are stuck within the glue wall. They are trying to breaking in. Peter, right now, they are being watched by all corners. For Falcons, they need to be careful because right now, Cosq has been down. Peter as well with On Fire, and one more as well. On Fire with only a few HPs left. They are outside the zone and immediately been taken out on the 7th place for Falcon, and Reita followed them, taken out by the zone.
Just so unlucky. It was a fight that no one can win, but look at how many teams, how many tenants are inside of this building. Loud on top side. Give them a lot of information and area, high ground advantage as well. Then they are very happy to take this fight against Buriram United. Wasana and his teammates stuck inside the compound, can't move out. They move on the outside. They are definitely going to become cooked chickens here. Trap. Keeping quiet, wants to be the kingmaker perhaps. Maybe get a bit of an exit frag. Anyone who's trying to rotate inside may be in trouble, but the circle stops just in front of where Buriram United is. Gonna risk it. Look at Yago. He's already set his sights onto one of the entry points, not allowing anyone to cross. Gonna be a bad situation for them to be in. They don't have to really worry too much about Loud, toward anyone in the bottom side. Hard for them to get on the top side as well. They can just be ready for any portal goes, but I don't think anyone would want to do that. Can see the blue weather coming through, just really break any util in the area, finds nothing. And as the zone shrinks, this is where they're just running on the outside. Jonah so very low. Kawan gets Moshi. It's got a bad situation, a bad place to be in. Stuck between the zone as well as Loud. Not a great place to be in, honestly, if you think about it. Yago finds one for himself, and so does Kawan. Jonah knocked down already. And this situation, it looks like a lot of value as well as advantage for Loud. Has to get dropped down, and it's gonna be Gaming Gladiators waiting for them at the bottom side.
Oh, for Loud, they are gatekeeping that as well. And for Buriram, they've taken out one of the players, and immediately Wasana have been taken out by 18 here with that Yuzi. And with that, we have 2 teams remaining coming from Gaming Gladiators. Yago using that AWM have been taken out. 2 of the players coming from Gaimin. Now 2v2. Only 1 player remaining for Gaimin Gladiators.
It's a very, very scary situation for Gaming Gladiators. A 1-on-3. This is very, very hard. It almost seems like it's almost done already. Kawan 7 with 3 of his own. Just buying time here for the inevitable. They can hold. 18 Gear does get 1-2. Can he get one more? Quadra! Kawan 7 has to play very, very safe. A 1-on-1 to the end. Inhaler used as well. Quadra kill for 18 Gear. Everyone's rushing. It looked like everything was in Loud's favor. But currently, 18 Gear, if he able to push this off, this might be the best clutch we've seen in EWC Free Fire so far. A jump forward. He dodges it. The damage does get stopped here. Both of them just jumping, repositioning, time, passing by the blue zone, shrinking. The damage, too much, 18 here.
Oh!
The impossible. What a play, what a win. 18 here from Gaming Gladiators. Bring the booyah. What a play.
What a play indeed. 18 tier took the booyah for his team, Gaming Gladiators, by taking coming from the enemy. Wow, wow, wow. What amazing fight. He's done it. He's the only one. We thought 3 of the players coming from them would be an advantage.
I mentioned that it was inevitable, just waiting for his death. But yet he still tried. A great way of isolating the plays with those glue walls. Jump shots, repositioning. Oh, what a movement, God. Loud did not expect that to happen. They thought that the booyah was completely in their hands. 18 deer. The crusher of dreams. What on earth was that?
Oh, unfortunate for Team Lao. They almost get that fight just now. But let us pass to our analyst to break that down on how the match was for this game.
18 dear. You would think that he would just fold and let Loud have it, but he said, not over my dead body. And I'm kind of wondering here, gentlemen, okay, because I think a lot of us thought Loud should have taken this game. Do you think Loud maybe had gotten a little over their heads thinking, it's just one guy?
It is possible. It is possible because judging from what they've done earlier, they gatekept a lot of teams, a lot of players, specifically Buriram United, wherein they were just in the rooftop and they didn't expect that they will be going down that easily again. But from the qualifiers, 18-0 is one of the most aggressive players. I mean, if it's a full squad, he will just rush in knowing that the whole team is supporting him from behind, but this time around, he's the one who survived.
Yeah, and it's funny because you're talking about rushing in with 18 tier, but here's what happened was that Loud thought they had the numbers advantage. It was 3 versus 1, and they ran in, but there was this maze of glue walls where 18 tier was able to take them on one by one, and he just took them out. I mean, that was the play of the day, I would say.
Easily play of the day for day number 2. I mean, I wish you could go back and just watch that again because I think that's it's a masterclass of what you should be doing when you are at a numbers disadvantage, right? You don't go run and gun. You keep it calm, cool, collected. Use the environment to your advantage, which was what the maze of glue walls were. Reload behind the walls, wait for them to peak. And that's what he did every single time, whereas it kind of felt like for Loud, they would come in and they didn't have any regard for their own safety. They didn't think that they'd just get popped like that.
Yeah, it probably is overconfidence. And I love that you pointed out how 18-0 really just stepped to one side, hide himself, look for the opponent, and then that's when he jumped in and grabbed that. Especially the last one. We were wondering if it's is it still the main or is it the secondary that he's using?
I mean, hold on. Sorry, he swapped to a handgun. He swapped to a pistol.
Yeah.
And he won. How?
Because it was one of those things where Loud didn't actually know where he was, right? So 18 Deer drew a bead on the enemy. He knew what he had. He had the shotgun at one point. He ran out. He knew that he was weak. The glue wall went up, and the Loud player was very discombobulated, had no idea what was going on. So he pulls out the secondary pistol, went after him, and of course 18 Deer, he made history on that play.
I don't think anyone's going to forget that play for a very long time. Highlight on your Instagram, whatever socials, that's the first thing you see for 18 Deer. I mean, his teammates, obviously, pat on the back, super happy about that one. Hopefully he gets promoted, you know, has a lovely dinner tonight. They're like, hey, thanks 18 Deer, appreciate those points. Speaking of points, so here are our match rankings for match number 4. So Loud still taking home the lion's share here with 28 points. Look at those eliminations. I mean, this is a classic for Loud at this point. Super, super aggressive.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Loud right now showed up this time, and that is after yesterday's, I would say, denial by Buriram United Esports. But Gaming Gladiators, I mean, they are showing up not only with the elimination, but also grabbing that Booyah team solid. looking so solid earlier, but now, not so much.
Okay.
We have a lot of big teams actually towards the bottom of the rankings for this matchup. I kind of want to ask you guys, what happened to Twisted Minds? Buriram, Falcons, like they are second page. All of them, not just one or two teams. All of these teams are second page.
For Twisted Minds, they got in a little early. It's the same time whereas I think it's Hot Shots has been eliminated as well as Kadisia. So around that time, it's only managing to go in for those coming back from the revive, thus unable to fight back.
Yeah, and I think the one that really sticks out to me is that Hot Shots Esports got a donut in that last one, meaning they got 0 points. Riyadh Esports got 10 points and actually jump over Hot Shot Esports. This one is going to be very close. 6 and 7, I think, is at risk, considering the fact that they're only at 66 points, 65, and the other teams might jump them tomorrow.
Yeah, we actually still have a few teams, you know, on the other side of the bracket that are not looking good, right? I mean, it's one play day, but for Alketia as well, they are unfortunately in 18th place, right? Yeah. You want to get out of there. Same thing with 19 Esports. They're not playing today, they're playing tomorrow, but would we say currently the bottom 4, maybe even bottom 5 teams, they're already at risk? Even though some of them have had one play day, some have had 2.
So we're talking about the bottom 5 right now.
Bottom 4, yes.
The bottom 4, those ones have, I believe, they're all Group C. Right? So the way I look at it is that if we just double the scores, I mean, just taking averages, right? Then roughly that's where they're going to be. So I think that, you know, Katsuya, 19 Esports, very much at risk.
Yeah, at risk indeed. But I would say it doesn't require that much for them to move over to get back to the top 12. Because looking at numbers, Katsuya needs 29 points. And some teams manage to do that in 2 games. But we're talking about...
Hey, we're talking about top teams.
Top teams,
okay.
Yeah.
If you're in the middle of the pack, getting that number of points is pretty difficult.
Yeah,
exactly. But again, there's still some hope if they can outsmart, outplay, and just let them be. Take each other down, and then we're simply creeping in.
I want to ask the audience, can you guess who our MVP is for this matchup? Let's have a look at our MVP, shall we? Because they absolutely deserved it after that fantastic ending. 18 dear. If you just tuned into the broadcast, I want you to rewind 5-10 minutes back. Watch the end of Game 4. It was a brilliant play coming in from 18 dear, essentially saving the game for his team. They could have come second. They could have come second, but because of him alone, they got the booyah and those extra points.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the Indonesians starting to feel it, right? RRQ won the last one. This one's going to be the Gaimin Gladiators kind of kicking in. So it's starting to really, this is kind of like that moment where all of those teams are starting to kind of just play really well together. They're starting to gel.
Yo, if I had a team, I'd be telling them, okay, you make it to the final circle, okay? It's you versus the world. 4-3-2 players, okay? You pull off an 18 dear. You do not give up. Over your dead body, you give away that booyah. Because truly, sometimes it does feel like in these late games, teams kind of just surrender their end game, right? Some of them do feel like they don't really try to go for that final booyah because they just think that, okay, it's over. I can't win this. But I think sometimes you just have to give it a shot.
Yeah, I mean...
You have to give it a shot. You never know unless you try.
Exactly. If you remember from yesterday, Do is also one of the survivors, pretty much what 18 Deer did, but the only difference is 18 Deer was managing to take them down. Yesterday, Do was just surviving against a lot of players.
Yeah. Let's have a quick look at our schedule as well, just so you guys have a quick recap on what's happened today as we have finished up 4 games. So as you can see, we are getting ready for match number 5, which is going to be on Nextera, but our 4 teams, we have not had any double booyahs today. All Glory Gaming securing the first booyah of the day, followed by Twisted Minds, RRQ getting their 3rd booyah this tournament, and Gaming Gladiators securing their first booyah of the tournament as well. Now, Nextera is our next matchup. With what stats we currently have from the teams in Group B, who are our current top performers for Nextera?
Well, I would say it would be Buriram United Esports. if it was from yesterday.
If it was from
If
yesterday?
it was from yesterday. I mean,
Okay.
they are averaging in total points of 31 in this map, though they only played once. But even from before, before Esports World Cup, they are doing well. This is, if I'm not mistaken, their second best map. But we're seeing that they're struggling a lot this time around, especially with Team Solid already in here. Loud is still in here playing with them, which they couldn't get away.
Yeah, I think it's more of like a feeling out process. They've been targeted and they've been there before. They understand what they need to do. But I think today that was a little bit of a shakeup. This is really not the BRU that we know, where they just kind of dominate all of the games. They're still ending up doing very, very well, and they're getting a lot of points, and they'll continue to do that. But I think maybe they might have put taken their foot off the gas just a little bit.
Yeah. Well, we're going to take our foot off the gas for the broadcast for just a second as we have our teams get ready for game number 5. We're going to go for a quick break. So as always, if you need to do anything, do it now. But make sure you're back for game number 5 because we are almost done here for the Free Fire Esports World Cup Day 2.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Hi everyone, welcome to our interview after the match. Right next to me is RRQ Abe High. So, can you say hello to the audience, please?
Hello.
That's really nice. Okay, so how's your feeling right now when you're achieving 3 booyahs after two days of the matches right now in the STC Arena in Riyadh?
Jadi gimana rasanya lo udah bisa dapetin 3 booyah di STC Arena ini?
Senang tapi belum puas.
He's happy but he's not content yet. He want more.
Oh, I think RRQ definitely will have more booyah in today's match since this is their only final match. So, to the second questions, who would you consider as your rivalry and how would you rate them from 1 to 10?
Jadi siapa yang lu anggap rival di sini dan kalau bisa lu rate 1 sampai 10 berapa?
Lot 1 sampai 10 7.
You will choose Loud and he'll rate them 7.
7. It's kind of high score, isn't it? Then it's really good to hear like good signals from RQ and especially from Abe High since he's still having a very good performance. Do you have any words you want to send to the viewer and also to RRQ fans?
Mau ada ucapan apa nggak ke para penonton dan juga fans-fans RRQ?
Tetap dukung dan tetap doain aja lah. Pokoknya yang terbaik buat kami.
Keep on supporting and pray for us and we will give our best to our fans.
That is very good. That is a very good answer. I want to hear from Abe High. Then I wish you guys luck in the out of the mix. And now let's head back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Yunsul. Awesome to be hearing that from Abe High. Feeling pretty confident. Surprised? Okay. He said 7 for Loud. Do you agree with 7? I'm kind of feeling a 9 for Loud. Almost a 10.
Yeah.
Well, they faltered a little bit, so probably that's the reason why there's a little bit of decline. Just 7.
I think you still respect them. I think a 9, yeah. I think a minimum 9 at this point, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we are getting ready to jump into game number 5 here. Now, we do need to remember that teams in Group B, last 2 games today. Nextera, after this, the random map. Nobody knows what this map is going to be. Who needs to get points in these last 2 rounds? Because for Group B, these are the last 2 chances of getting points.
I'm going to do you one better. I'm going to do 2 teams, Retta Esports and Hotshots Esports. This is it. They're on the bottom. They have 66 and 65 overall points. They really need points in these last 2 games.
But one thing I would say is for Hotshots, we're jumping into the Nextera.
Okay.
So from out of the teams coming from Group B, Nextera is second, or Hotshots is second, apart from Buriram United, who's currently taking the top spot. Well, so this is a chance for them to really move up. For Retta, slowly they are showing up, but it's very, very slow.
Very slow, but they got 10 points last game. Let's not discredit that. They're putting themselves in a position to get back into this, which I'm very happy about. Hotshots Esports need to step up. They got that donut, and they really need to do better.
Yeah, actually, I do want to sort of pull up a discussion here because we are also talking about the teams in Group B that need points. Is 60 around the cutoff where you are just feeling not safe here? Because 60, it seems like it's quite a lot, but we're also taking into account 2 play days. Like, how many points would you want to have to say you're guaranteed top 12? I'm asking you to guess, but I trust you to make the right call.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask me, I have somewhat of numbers here, but 60, it's still very, very risky. Let's make it 70, 75, or 70 minimum.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it is that you play 12 games over 2 days, right? And how many points are they going to be getting? That's like averaging, like the 61 is about 5 points a game or whatever, something around there, but it's very low, right?
Yeah.
So I would expect 8 to 10 points a game.
All right, now speaking of Retta, I do believe we actually have an interview with Retta, so let's see what they have to say before we jump into match number 5.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the 7WG alongside Vidales here from Retta Esports. Currently, this team is going to be playing their last matches of day 2, and they're not going to be playing tomorrow. Vidales, how are you feeling going into the last couple of matches? ¿Cómo te sientes yendo a los últimos juegos del día número 2?
Muy bien, o sea, estamos motivados todavía, sabemos que podemos todavía hacer ese paso a la final y vamos con todas estas 2 últimas salas.
Well, you're saying they're feeling really good and feeling like they are motivated, they're going to be able to do this. Do you guys think you have done enough to make it past the group stage? ¿Creen que has hecho suficiente para pasar de este group stage?
No, yo creo que todavía falta mucho, o sea, de nosotros, pues parte del equipo. Nos faltó mucho en las partidas, pero vamos a dar todo nosotros, o sea, en lo que, como lo digo, en lo que falta. Vamos a hacer lo necesario para pasar.
He's saying that he feels like they didn't really do enough in certain matches, but right now, I mean, they still have some matches left. They're going to do just enough to make sure that they do get past that group stage. Well, thank you so much, Vidales. I appreciate your time. Gracias por tu tiempo y muchísima suerte. Back to you guys.
So I think Vidales, they've also identified the issue, right? They also feel that they're not really happy with some of their performances, but look, I think they're ready to go. We're ready to go. And I do believe our casters are ready to go as well. Tash, Bunny, and Ovi, take it away for game number 5 on Nextera.
Very interesting one if you think about it. And you know what he said just now, Vidalao said about how they just want to do enough to make it to the group stage. And I think this is a very scary situation. We heard what the broadcast said, about the panel said, about the minimum to make it to at least to guarantee about 70 points or so. I mean, they're not far off if you think about it. I'm talking both about Retta as well as Hotshot. I think 66 points. But Hotshot is a team that has, as they said, gotten the donuts. So what can they do to to avoid getting knocked out early?
I think for Hotshot, they need to make sure that their drop spot and rotation avoid all those aggressive teams.
Right.
We are seeing Loud, we are seeing Buriram, but RRQ as well, they are changing their gameplay on how they are playing as well. So, right now.
For now, let's have a look at the host on the stage.
So far, and that's only 4 out of 6 here, live from the STC Arena in the heart of Riyadh. Though, I have to say, that game number 5, gave a hell of a clutch, and I cannot wait to see what there's more in store for us today.
Yeah, because I believe that Beihai and his friends are really high confident right now, and they have achieved like total 3 booyahs already. But the most surprising thing today is Gunman Gladiators. Oh my gosh, they did so amazing job, and then they just like successfully destroyed Loud, and now they're having this achievement. I'm really happy about that actually, so this giving me hype a lot.
Absolutely, they should be very proud of it, and they were when we were talking about them earlier on, only a few minutes ago actually. But our game is pretty much set. We still have 2 more to go, so let's give back to our casters and get the show on the road.
Awesome to see the stage if you think about it. The crowd was incredible when you think about it. Today, coming in, we saw Twisted Minds play Al Qadsiya. A lot of the fans are here. It's almost full house, and it was loud in that stadium.
Yeah, it was loud because right now, each team are trying to get more and more points. And like we were discussing earlier, for Hotshot and Reta, based from the analysts saying just now, they need to get at least 70 points.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, with the 2 games left, for them, at least they need to make it another 30 points. To make sure that, because they need to make sure that the Group A will not chase them back again.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the standings right now, when you look at Group A, they are pretty close in terms of points to them. You're looking here at Fluxo, all of Onyx Olympus, Gaming Gladiators playing, 19 Esports. They are all very, very close by, and a lot of them are already really far ahead from them. Talking about Netshoes Miners, who are in the 64 points. Yes, it's very scary. You want to make sure that you can make it, and one of the most terrifying things about being in Group B right now is wondering whether what we did today was enough. Staring at the screen tomorrow and seeing those points pile up and just hoping that someone gets knocked out very early from Group C. And that is something that I don't know if I have the courage to go through like they do. It's nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking indeed. But now with the Game 5 start, we are seeing the flight paths are going from Plazaria towards Intellect Center, with half of the squads dropping from the plane. We are seeing a Grave Lab being taken by Rita Esports. For Al Qadsiya, they might be sharing the drop spot with All Glory Gaming. The chances are we are going to see early fights coming from them. For Gaming Gladiator, they are taking Intellect Center. For Loud, they are splitting.
Yeah, look at that, how they've dropped so far away from each other. This is the individual courage that I was talking about. They're able to go in, take up fights, go a little bit more less aggressive if they want to. They can go super aggressive if they want to, because they know that they can be revived very, very early. Now, my concern for them was just that, how just now we saw Yago get revived and Millie knocked out again. That was the thing that scares me the most. But survivability-wise, it's looking good for them. Regardless, AGG starting off real strong right now. Kill leader, in fact, in this area.
Oh, and we are seeing for Al Qadsiya, they lose 1 player from the AGG with King. They need to revive him back to reset their points for AGG right now. They are holding their compound, seeing either the players coming from Al Qadsiya will be running in the open space, or they're gonna try to revive their own teammate.
It's really, really insane how you think about it. No worries about that to get that revive. Again, these early fights, most of the time, isn't really too scary as long as one person stays alive. Now, the amount of players on the southern side, especially Plazaria, is very, very concerning to me. So many rotating up here, and everyone has to fight each other in order to just rotate upwards. And in this situation, where this team is, I don't think I have to worry too much, especially with the high ground. But speaking of that, AGG doesn't seem they're stopping at all. They want to play aggressive, and this time around, it's going to be Hotshot in front of them. Taking a little bit of damage, not enough to get knocked down quite yet. Top is here from the bottom side, just to make sure to see if anyone is crossing. Being able to trade out is going to be very important to this team. Hotshot has a lot to think about here. these elimination points very precious to them, and they do get it. In fact, putting them in the front of the leaderboard. This is massive, and this mindset shift is definitely something they need coming into the last 2 maps of the day.
And for Hotshot, they are getting 3 elimination points with that ice grenade. They are seeing Vidalo getting hit with only half of his HP. They need to be careful because right now for Hotshot, they are collecting those elimination points with like I said just now, they need to get more. If not, then the chances are the other groups will chase and they will be dropped from the top place. And right now they are going in. Vidalo on the ground floor. Carlos is going up. They just miss each other within that 1 second.
Timing, not on their side. Alcacia out though. In this situation, the fight still goes on. Anas is just quick on that. The mindset shift is huge for them. Knocking out these 2 players. Hotshot. Very, very aggressive. Very good at the reposition. Timing on point as well. 4 points here. 3 points just for 1 player. Perhaps this is exactly what they needed to give that momentum. Coming forward. Rushing out here. Chris running for his life. On the other side, a quick pivot toward the other side of this building. Keeps him out of harm's way. Allows himself to really collect some information about where exactly the other members are going to be around. Spots no one quite yet. It's just unfortunate that you're going to be running into it. Reta here. The team is also struggling if you think about it. Side by side, these 2 players, these 2 teams have to find a way to survive. And it's going to be a double kill for Action here. Really performing. Not too sure for Reta. We talked about how Reta needed to step it up. Seems like a shift in the previous map, but because of this prolonged fights, it might not work out in their favor.
Yeah, the chances are for Reta and also Hotshot. They need to be careful, but Top using that portal go, trying to go in, and Lopez fell to the death, tried to jump from this billboard. Now Top with his members immediately taken him out. With that, they are still leading for Hotshot. On the other side, we have Falcon. Falcon trying to find the players coming from RRQ. We are seeing RRQ. They are standing by. If the Falcon try to rush in, Abai High taking a step back, trying to get it distance. So one more, giving that info towards his team members.
Battle of 2 Titans. Gonna be massive coming through. Team Falcons coming in today hasn't had the, I would say, the biggest of success when it comes to points. Still looking for that groove, but perhaps taking down one of the giants, RRQ. One of the most booyahs we've seen in this tournament. Still waiting, spots out by High. Trigger discipline on point. Doesn't want to show off his positioning quite yet. Making sure that no one is just pushing in through in the distance from the blue zone. Sorry, from the zone as well. Regardless, still rushing in. Falcons takes up that space. Very daring, on fire is here. Let's see if his name does actually hold weight on how hot he is right now. Fights nothing. Forced to move out of the way. Vidalao. The other end does get a revive for his teammate, but over this fight, 1 more, and on fire quite low here. A pivot, 1 more knockdown. Mal, these long range fights nearly knocks him down to the lobby once again. Needs to wait for to be revived and picked up once again. Waiting on the side of there, they want to make sure they can fight inside. The CQC might be working out in their favor. The ice grenade dispositions anyone, disallows space. Forced to move out of the way and on top side. Peter is here, spotted out. RQ quick. What game sense they bring to the table.
Oh, unfortunately, Cosq as well has been taken out by Mal. We have On Fire and the other teammate, which is Peter. They are trying to survive. They are moving back. But for Falcon, they need to be careful because Gaimin Gladiators will be joining the fight as well. For RRQ, they are still with 4 of the players. For Darts, he's trying to get away to heal himself again with 95 HP left. With that med kit, immediately heal himself. But he's coming down with Steffi has been opened. Abai High taken 1 of them. Now Falcon is only left with 1 of the players. Can they make it? Right now, 11 teams remaining on the 6 minutes.
RQ doing so good. 3 kills by Abai High himself. Doing Lord's work if you think about it. He is scary long-range fights and close-range fights. He does it all. Regardless, in this situation, AGG stuck outside of the zone, has to find a way inside. It's going to be Buriram United that plays the gatekeeper here. So many fights as well. He has to take a fight against another team as well. It's going to be Team Solid. But going down, not happening quite yet. Buriram United completely just obliterates them. From inside the zone, they just completely collapse into the area. They're not afraid to just give up that spot. They are hunting down for these points. Bardo can't do much, spots them out. AGG found in such a rough spot, cannot run away from that. Sorry, excuse me, it's TS in fact that gets eliminated here.
No, and now we are moving. Rita, Chris, almost. Vidal also been taken out. Lopez healed himself again. And for that, we are seeing Rita trying to survive here, but immediately been taken out by Kawan as well. We are seeing a lot of fight coming in here with 4 eliminations. It's been done by Rita, Chris, and also Carlos. Need to be careful right now for the zone, which is shrinking towards the next one. For Don't Cry, still waiting with Carlos using the jump pad to move in, trying to get away from this fight. We are seeing a lot of fight with Peter reviving his own teammate, which is Cosq. They are still playing Wasana in the other space also. Taken out one of the players coming from AGG, which is Rafax.
Loving where the positioning is happening here. Twisted Minds on the upper hand of the area. Looking real good right now. Just putting a lot of pressure onto Loud, in fact. Loud, one of our most inconsistent teams, hasn't moved quite yet. And they know when to go aggressive and when to just hold in. In this situation, they're saying, let's just hold. You don't have to move. We are in the prime location. We don't have to give out our compound. Crossfires would be immaculate and very, very impressive for them. Yago does go down. It's going to be Falcons that join them here. Peter, very aggressive on this. These are all long-range pickoffs.
Oh, right now for Falcons, they already reset their team, and AGG has been taken on the 10th place. Zero from Esports that's taken them out, and now Drax revive his own teammate. Unfortunately for Drax, immediately been shot down, and we have lost 21. Trying to revive with a glue wall as well, and only 15 HPs left. For Loud, they are leading with 9 elimination points. Yago has been taken out by Anas from Hot Shots.
Quiet.
Wow.
No one has moved quite yet. Yago needs to get picked up, but shouldn't be an issue. You can see for Reda, they do bring their teammates back in. We were questioning how hard it will be for them to survive, and they are slippery as heck. In this situation here for Hotshot, high ground in here, but I'm not liking where they have really crunched themselves together. One good nade is completely okay, just obliterate them. As the zone will be shrinking here, is going to be all the way up toward the northern side. The southern side here is what the issue will be. PE Sports is there, we see Buram United as well as Hotshot. Gaming Gladiators lean on the outside, so trying to go to just revive his teammates.
Oh, right now for RRQ, they are throwing a lot of grenades there towards Hotshot. For Hotshot, they just lose 2 of the players right now. They are holding their position with 127 damage has been done by Mal with that sniper. They did a good shot there. But for Rita, they are now with 4 of the players coming in towards the zone. We have a lot of the teams, 9 teams remaining, 32 players still playing, still alive on the 10th minutes. With the zones are shrinking on the 3rd one, moving to the 4th. Zipway will be the highlight for game number 5.
RQ is still holding strong. Blue walls all around here. None broken quite yet. I think Hotshot really wants to take him out. Look at how many throwables, everything in the kitchen sinks thrown here. We've seen magic happen from Mal on the bottom side as well. There is action. Reta find themselves toe-to-toe with PE Sports. Nothing happening quite yet. Carlos on the inside. Reta finding the right opportunity moment. Hasn't moved yet. Rushing on the outside, they know if they are out in the open, they have to worry about 2 different areas here. It's going to be top of stairs as well on top of the buildings. So many skirmishes happening on the bottom side. Buram United is here as well. Taking up so much space. Liam as well finally making his way inside of the circle. In this situation, Yago finds one, and so does Moshi. Liam barely even makes it into the area.
Yeah, and right now what we are seeing for Hotshot, they are giving some pressure towards RRQ. But for Hotshot, they need to be careful as well. We have Buriram enter the building as well. And this compound, we are seeing about 3, 4, 5 squads with Falcon on the top there.
This is massive. This is huge. Look at where the circle is. We are going to be getting an urban ending. And this is terrifying if you think about it. Every single compound area, top floor to bottom, is going to be a team. If you're on the bottom side, great, you can reposition. That's what you want. But the biggest problem is you don't have high ground advantage. If you're on the top side, repositioning yourself to move out of the way will be a big problem. Sming finds Jonah here. Knocked down already. Shouldn't be a problem to go for that pickup. But not seeing anyone really collapse into this knockdown. I'm shocked.
Oh, right now everyone is trying to be safe with Loud having the highest elimination, which is 11. They are trying to loot that box right now with a few HPs left. They need to be careful because they might be coming from the others as well. Closing to them, we are seeing for Falcon. They are trying to find a way to move in.
They broke this.
They have Buriram just right in front of the compounds, and they are trying to break that glue wall coming from PE Sport as well.
They back in. Falcons really burst out how they move. PE does go out. Not too sure what happened there. We'll love to see a replay later, regardless, as we move into this side. Falcons still not able to get inside a compound. They don't want to get really crunched in there. They have no clue where everyone is. Riyadh United as well hasn't moved, but this is one of the biggest problems of an urban ending. No repositions. Hard to know where everyone is. A monster truck on top of a building. In fact, the shot from Sming onto action. Sming has been performing, getting these long-range pickups, really just delaying and just injuring so many of these teams. Doesn't matter where you are. And now, a Mexican stand-up from these teams until the circle shrinks again.
Oh, right now what we are seeing, all the high places has been taken by Twisted Mind. We have Hotshot and RRQ. They got the advantage, but for sure, they need to be careful as well. If the zone are not within their place, then the chances are they need to move to go down. But right now we are seeing for Buriram and Falcons. They are right next to each other with Buriram taking something from up there.
Again, no one really committing to these fights. Knockdowns all around, but no one is just collapsing. And they are understanding. All these teams want to make sure that they can survive till the end, hoping for a third-party situation where they can come through. RRQ has done it. Buriram United has done it. Loud, in fact, has done it as well. It's a battle of giants to the end. Up by high knockdown. Drax will be the one to do that. Again, it's just nothing more than just pickoffs. Nothing more. No confirmed kills here as well. Movement from the bottom side will be from Hotshot as well as Falcons. Circle finally going down here. Cause Q finally ended. Falcons find themselves at a man disadvantage. Moves out of the way. And Renta completely, is going to be Falcons have to move, run away. One more knockdown. Peter all alone. Has to play the hero, has to carry the hopes and dreams of his teams on the shoulder. Get high, in fact, with 4. Cowan 7 as well. 1 nade is all he needs to completely obliterate an entire team. And now, everyone is just going for a free-for-all. No one's sure where everyone is. Everyone you see, you are going to shoot, you're going to collapse. Jonah for 1, and so does Moshi. Action, going for himself, but he's going to be Get High, and Moshi that answers back. Hotshot, 7, that's all they can do. No more than that, but impressive performance by them. Buriram United is the new kill leader here. So happy that Team Solid is not able to survive earlier. But a killing spree for Get High, and he is on fire. Jonah revived quickly, and surely no man is advantage, and this team is making sure they can survive to the end.
And right now for Rita, only the last man playing here, Vidalo with 7 elimination for their team. They are still within the game, and for Wasana taking out one of the players. For Peter, Falcon has been taken out on the 6th place, but we are seeing Rita. Vidalo has been found out. They are dropped to the 5th place. And now with only 4 teams remaining, we have RRQ, Loud, Twisted Mind. They are trying to gun in with each other, but Buriram still alive, still on top of that tower right now. But for Twisted Mind, they are fighting with Loud. Taking one of the players from Mal, taking out Exposy as well.
And for now, it's so hard to see where everyone is. The top side of the area is going to be RRQ. They know that they can't really move forward. Too many glue walls just blocking them, as well as Loud. Loud just buying time, making sure to position themselves before anything happens. Namos on the backside, found, and Bomber. Sorry, it's going to be Dudes that just jumps down. Triple kill for Loud 21. Buriram United is out, and now it's down to RRQ. They're finding a way. Shut down for RRQ. They're going forward. Loud on fire, and it's a booyah right here for our Brazilian Team Loud.
Wow, wow, wow! For Team Loud, they got that second booyah! Amazing, amazing fight. It was chaos during the last zone just now. What a match! We saw how Buriram was on the tower trying to go down, but immediately been taken out for Twisted Mind. We have RRQ, we have Loud, but Loud made it to get that booyah on the end.
I love the positioning of Loud using, even though they didn't have that height advantage, they are so good at just really delaying RRQ from being able to be pushed forward. They're understanding that the glue walls would be able to just really isolate the team, and Dutz was a little bit too aggressive there, going down on his own without waiting for his teammates. Too many times here where we see that teams do not play together, perhaps a miscom, perhaps timing on their side, really gave away all the advantage they had to Loud. They play that to a T, and Loud, a team that has insane discipline. If you think about it, very patient, not too aggressive, knows when to go aggressive and when to not go and when not to go forward. And they're understanding that RRQ will definitely get a little bit too overheaty, makes them push toward them. Nameless as well had to push toward them, and they were ready for that. It's all about the positioning, it's all about the pre-fires, it's all about making sure that teams do not rush forward and they are not displaced in that rush.
Yes. Well, what we are seeing there, and right now I think what we can do is we'll pass to our analysts for the breakdown in depth for this game as well.
What a chaotic ending for this matchup. There were so many teams, so many players fighting for such a small space, but Loud, I want to point out a play that I thought was so smart for them. You see here, RRQ on the high ground, but look at the walls being placed by Loud. Loud saying, you want to come down here, you have to go and funnel yourselves through this tiny little gap. And every single player that went down, Loud farmed all of them up. 19 eliminations for this team. 19!
19 is arguably the highest so far. And I gotta agree with you, that glue wall strat towards the end there was just brilliant. And can you imagine put in a scenario where there's so many things happening around you, but yet you're still able to come up with that sort of call? Yeah. Man, the captain, the in-game leader who made that call, brilliant.
Yeah, and it's not only in that final moment. Earlier, we were looking at 8 teams. A lot of them are taking the towers. They are on the rooftop. It's like Loud is one of the team who is down on the ground, just waiting for everyone to go down and just taking advantage of what's happening right there from the rooftop. But because of the change in the meta right now, Skylar coming back, rooftop gameplay really doesn't work that well. Skylar can be used to take down the glue walls, and that's one reason as well why Hotshots use that monster truck so that they can have a little bit of cover while they buying some time.
I mean, we had to see the teams are really creative, right? Trying to use whatever they can to not use their glue walls, buildings, towers, cars. But in this matchup, we also saw not just our top team securing points, but we also saw Redda and Hotshots. These were highlight teams that we spoke about before the match even started, saying they needed points. Did they get enough points this round? Because if I recall correctly, both teams went down with about 7 eliminations apiece. Do you think this might be enough to sort of push them into that safety barrier, that safe point line to get them through the finish line for top 12?
I mean, it's a tough one, right? If you kind of think about it. They look like they're kind of close, but it also depends on whatever happens tomorrow as well. So it's kind of like shaky as well. But nevertheless, there's still one more game to go, so who knows, they can score that booyah and then boost themselves up to maybe more than 100 points. We don't know about that. But at this current stage, are they truly safe? It's really hard to tell. But what happened earlier on as well is that they happened to fight with each other. Yeah. And I had the thought behind my head, it's like, okay. If one of them eliminates each other, it's kind of like pushing out the competition, right? So that's not a bad idea as well. Of course, for the team that won, but for the team that lost, well, that's really bad.
Yeah, I mean, looking at historical, we did point out that Bordeaux United as well as Hotshots has a better chance of grabbing more points. So even in that scenario, we saw that Hotshots had good formation, good position, and they can take advantage of a few more points in terms of elimination. And though there's a lot happening right there on the final circle, 8 teams in 5th phase, that is a lot of opportunities for them, but unfortunately they had to jump down because the circle is not on them.
Not enough real estate for 28 bodies, so just saying. But to see that happen, right, I think we're starting to now see some of these teams move into desperation mode because they are, for teams in Group B anyway, they're realizing, guys, it's our last 2 games. our last chance to grab these points, to basically put our fates in the hands of the other team, because that's what happens here for Group B, right? You finish up your matches, you're on the fence line, and you have to pray that you've scored enough points from the first 2 days to get you into the next play day. Match rankings for this game, however, Loud taking everything home. The whole house, the kitchen sink, whatever you have, they have it. 31 points for this round. Look, we saw Loud being incredibly loud on stage. Very expressive, very happy team altogether, okay? But I want to kind of bring something up, okay? And I'm going to maybe disappoint some Loud fans here. Historically speaking, teams that do very well during the knockout stages don't necessarily win the final play day. Is Loud the exception to this rule?
Well, it seems like they know how to play the game at this point we're in. They know how to slow down if needed, and they can come back up and grab a booyah once it comes to that. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of teams that might be able to cut them in that approach, especially with what we've seen in Riyadh United's move earlier. A lot of elimination as well. Unfortunate for them, not so much on the placement point. But again, Loud is just being loud right now. One contender that might go against them and push them down is Team Solid, because they're playing Solid as of now and they still have one more chance.
Yeah. Do you know one thing about your point is that it has some truth in it. It's because like if you're the top team, like everyone will be looking at you, everyone wants to learn from you, everyone is trying to take down the top team. So, I mean, being up top, yeah, it sounds great, but you'll be very well, you have a target on your back.
A target, a spotlight. Speaking of spotlight though, we do need to spotlight our MVP for the round. It's none other than Quan here as our MVP. Ooh. 8 eliminations. I mean, come on guys, they had 19 eliminations. Someone had to get all of them for the team. 8 of them going in the way of Quan. 7. 2,411 damage, 2,351 healing. We saw a lot of sustain in that end battle as well, right? Because these teams are trying to last as long as possible. Do you think this kind of end game favors Loud? Because this is a team that wants to fight, right? They don't like to sit pretty. They don't want to wait. They want to go in. They want to go for those eliminations. Do you kind of have to deny that from Loud? Because they've done so well so far playing like this.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like how they played, especially this map, this is where they took the advantage even if they're at the disadvantage. Lower ground, and it was pointed by Ovi that they're going for that, for the loot crate. They pushed it to level 3 so that they're prepared once it comes to the final battle. And we saw that, like the Great Wall of Loud has been put up.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I was kind of worried as well. It's like when I saw the whole mapping and where everyone was positioning themselves, it's like, if you're at the lower ground, I mean, that's kind of like game logic, right? The disadvantage will be onto you, but then again, they still found a way.
Well, great news for us. We actually have an interview with Quan 7, so let's see what he has to say after a fantastic finish for game number 5.
Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024 is off to an amazing start. We're almost done here in day 2, and I'm joined by none other than the MVP of that previous match, Kawan Siechi from Loud. How are you feeling after that last match?
Como é que você está se sentindo depois desse último match, já que você foi o MVP da partida?
Eu acho que a gente estava precisando, né, dar pra torcida aí de volta o bui que a gente entregou na penúltima queda que a gente jogou agora. A gente estava 3 contra 1 cara só, a gente acabou morrendo. Quase que eu consegui matar, eu dei um cabo de cara no cara, só o cara não morreu, mas é isso. Eu acho que a torcida agora toda perdoa nós, pra gente entregar esse buia, e o Brasil também aí pra ficar muito feliz com esse buiazão. Tamo junto.
With this last booyah, they redeemed themselves because in the 5th match, they delivered the booyah to the other team. So right now they redeemed themselves, they stepped up with the game, and they are feeling really happy.
Well, I'm glad he said that because I was going to mention it too, but now we don't have to get awkward here. Now I don't have to mention any of that. Today is the last day for your team. Do you guys think you've done enough to send it? Obviously, you're going to be moving on. Do you think you've done enough to send a message to all the other teams for the next stage?
Hoje é o último dia de vocês aqui na fase regular e ele quer saber se vocês estão se sentindo satisfeitos com tudo que vocês fizeram aqui durante esses 2 dias de jogos.
Eu acho que deu pra mostrar o que a gente vai vir preparado pra final, tá ligado? A gente, o ano todo a gente tá treinando, perdemos vários campeonatos, só que, mano, uma hora vai dar certo. Então, o nosso jogo tá se encaixando. Eu acho que nós já tá encaixado, querendo ou não. E é isso, mano, continuar fazendo nosso jogo. Nessa final a gente foi muito, nessa classificatória a gente foi muito bem. Obviamente que o dia de ontem, hoje foi jogar mais solto, por isso tá saindo muito mais kills, tá fazendo muito mais kills durante as partidas. Mas é isso, mano. Dá até um ponte roxo ainda, né, mano? Acho que nós já tá garantido, já tem como falar que nós tá garantido. Vamos tentar terminar em primeiro, mas ainda tem um ponte roxo, tentar implementar o mesmo jogo para levar uns pontinhos pra final.
Actually, they are feeling very safe right now because they felt they have done a really good job, a really good campaign, and they have showed the other teams what they came here for. So they are feeling very happy and very confident to advance to the other stages.
Well, hey, you're definitely going to be moving on to the other stages. I can't wait to see how the other teams are going to be reacting here on the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024. Back to you guys.
Quan7 looks so relaxed during the interview. He's just like leaning on the side of the panel. It's like, oh yeah, we're doing pretty dang good today. You know, super happy with that performance. I mean, if I was him, I'd say, I'm pretty dang happy, especially with how well they're doing today. And considering it's our second last game as well. But gentlemen, we are coming towards the final hurdle for some of these teams. For others, they're just hitting that halfway mark, our random map. And this map is going to hurt for some teams, but some teams might be rejoicing. Who needs these points? We've constantly mentioned Hotshots. We've constantly mentioned Redder. Is there anyone else that you feel like could be borderline scared right now with their position?
I would say like both these teams are the only team that might really need a big boost, but oh my god, we're looking at Nextera, and we pointed it out, Hotshots has a great potential in grabbing a few more points, but
Redder even did well on this map.
Yeah, Redder did, but like, that's 2 maps against 1, so we'll have to see how they adjust.
Incredible. So Nextera is going to be the map here. It's a random map as well. We didn't get to pick. The players didn't get to pick. What are we kind of keeping an eye out for here? Because we just saw a very terrain-heavy circle, right? In that most recent circle. It might be a much more open space this time. Of course, we don't get to decide where these circles are. If you're a team that is going to be approaching this map, what are you going to aim for? Are you going to do what Loud is doing? Try to play closer to the ground? Because we did see, you know, I think you guys mentioned as well, playing on the high ground, there are benefits. But once you play in that very congested final circle, sometimes being on the high ground is actually a disadvantage.
I mean, especially if your team's chasing points, do you want to take that kind of risk? Probably not. You might want to stick to something a little bit safer, especially if you really, really need the points again. So I would say that if I had a high ground advantage, why not? To me, the whole low ground with the great wall of glue of Loud thingy.
Great wall of Loud.
Yeah, great wall of Loud thingy. I think that was just something exceptional.
Any final words, Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, just make sure that they take advantage of the snipers. We saw Samming pop up, so I guess a lot more that can be used by Loud and the other teams as well.
Well, it's time to wrap things up here, folks. Game number 6, our final game of the day, is about to begin. Who will be taking home this last round of points? We're going to find out right now with our wonderful casters, Tash, Bunny, and Ovi. Take it away for game number 6.
Very, very terrifying predicament, especially for Hotshots and Reta. And I think this is a really great time for them. I think it was 70 points, the panel said. That was the benchmark they needed to hit, and they hit that. They cleared that out of park. We had a bit of conversation about what we can expect. Are they going to be clearing to the top few that makes it toward rush point rush? I think they might be able to. If you think about it, they're looking good. They found their momentum, they found their group. And this, I don't know why, but certain teams work well under pressure, and Hotshot and Reta seems to be one of those teams.
Yes, I do agree with that. And now for map Nextera, they just finished this map on the 5th game. And so that we are seeing the flight path coming from Grave Lab towards Mortar Ruins. But for the teams, Reta Esports, they are going into where Alcacia is, which is in the Grave Lab. They are avoiding Plazaria, where All Glory Gaming taking the spot as well. But for right now, for the others, they are not hot dropping for the others. So the first early fights of the game here are we seeing in the Grave Lab.
Might be a good thing, honestly. If you think about it, Reta, this might be a situation where they want to try and farm as many points as they can. Nox already here. But the first blood goes to Yago. Katsia currently at the bottom of the ladder, trying to find their way into the top side. point for themselves. 2 elims leading the pack. Kill leader, in fact, here. Could this be a good thing for Reda? Underestimation, perhaps, Carlos. Downed already. King, happy with another point picked up here. Perhaps the comeback they need, or the momentum giver, per se. Les Lopez runs for his life. This situation, they were trying to hot drop, hoping that Katsia would be their savior in terms of points, where they're able to get 3 points, 4 if they're lucky. Didn't work out in their favor.
Yeah, for Lopez, unfortunately, he able to run away, but he used Avron to make sure that the places that he is trying to go to is quite safe with All Glory Gaming moving towards Deka Square. So the chances are Lopez can revive his own teammate. For All Glory Gaming, they already gotten 1 elimination points. And right now they are seeing Hotshot revive their own teammate as well. The fight just started there with Justin going in top with half of his HP.
Hotshot wants to be able to survive. Knocked already, top down. Bardo tries to make something happen. Not quite happening. Hasu is here as well. Finds Sebas, knocks him down already. Hotshot, 2 players still left alive. Hasu has been such a miracle changer for the team. Top left get picked up here. Action is back in the game. Very quick if you think about it. Trey does answer though. Justin is here as well. And here comes the crunch. The teammates are back. It's a good thing though. AGG is the new kill leader, but the team survives. They can survive another day. Not sure if they're choosing to just really run away from this or just really try and avenge your death. Thinking they're going for the latter in this situation. They need to be able to just reset, reconvene, and figure out how they want to approach these rotations.
Yeah, for right now, for AGG, they are occupying a Deka Square, but they need to be careful because PE Sports are coming. Although they are the kill leader right now, the zone is shrinking. This will give the other teammates or the other squads trying to move in towards the next zone. We have seen here for Falcon together with the Gaming Gladiators. For Gaming Gladiators, on the 5th game, they got out quite early. So right now, they need to push that points. They need to be careful. For Falcon are pushing towards them. They need to group together to avoid one by one being taken out.
Home crowd buff is what they're hoping for here. It's quite found too much success. Gaming Gladiators, a team that's managed to bring one of the most insane clutches we've seen today. Perhaps this might be their point. There might be a chance to get extra points. Not quite yet. Leem waiting quietly. Leem has been able to get their team from Pickles. Not quite happening here though. Fire takes him out. Cochil brings him back inside immediately. No waits. Next day delivery if you think about it. Very, very aggressive, Raz. Still putting a pressure to the other members of Falcons. Not quite moving yet. Still just keeping them at bay as his teammates just go for a reposition. And he's aggressive. Great play by him. Gonna be answered back by On Fire. Loving this communication come through. Trades are very quick between this team. As 18 year, we've seen him do 1v3s. Can he be doing it here without his teammates? His teammates are very, very far away.
And right now for Falcon, they are trying to go to Coachil, but Coachil immediately went down. And with all the player 18 here helping their teammates, and they are now getting one of the players coming from Falcon. Kuga is trying to avoid the rush coming from the Gaming Gladiators. And now they are getting that 1 elimination point. Then with that, the open blue wall to avoid from 3 of the players coming from Falcon going in.
Isolation just to buy some time. Blue Weather just hold inside. Just holding down the line. Isolates 1. Peter's all alone, but he makes it happen. Knocks 2, in fact, in the bag. We talked about insane isolation 1v3 plays, but Peter can do a 1v2 as well. Scary. Immediately brings his teammates back. In this situation, probably both teams need to break, take a step back, and figure out how they want to approach this fight.
And just now, Vidalo just been revived, but right now he's trying to play it safe. He saw that Loud was here, and they didn't see him. But we are moving towards Buriram in Grave Lab. They are fighting with Alcatsia. They are trying to pay for Alcatsia. They are the elimination leader with 6 on the 5th minute here.
Very aggressive. So many teams here. Buriram United, a team that's very, very aggressive. Hindered earlier by another team, and they are here to play. One of the most aggressive teams so far, but it's going to be Alcatsia that's just rushing towards them. Alcatsia, a very dangerous predicament for them. Bottom of the ladder, but they're showing us that they're not hot quite yet. They get 3, in fact, knocked down already. Buriram United, Wasana, once again, the hero for their team. His teammates just a distraction as he does the long-range damage. Breaking those blue walls here, great and huge. Jonah is there for the jump shot. Immediately just lobbying every single one of the members of Alcatsia. They set out strong, but Buram United ended them. Not the best situation to be in for Alcacia, excuse me.
Alcacia, unfortunately for them, they were dropped to the 12th place on the 6 minutes here. And for the others, we are seeing the zone is shrinking in towards Plazaria and Formtopia. And with that, we need to, the other squads from outside the zone, they need to make sure that they are going in, because right now they have only 44 seconds before the zone is shrinking. Right now what we are seeing in Deca Square as well, PE Sports, we have Loud, we have Team Solid, 3 squads will be fighting towards the zone. But for the other museum, we have Gaming Gladiator as well. They need to be careful because Hot Shot are coming in. For Hot Shot, they are getting 1 eliminations on the 6 minutes here. But on the other side, Moshi just got Yago coming from Loud.
Great thing. Buram United now kill leader. Now in this situation, if you think about it, Gaming Gladiator has no choice but to fight against Hotshot if they want to get into the circle. It is terrifying because look at how much space they've been taking. Regardless into this Arsenal here, it's going to be a fight. I was just talking to you earlier about how we're not seeing these fights, and it's finally happened here. PE Esports coming up against Team Solid. Team Solid showing us why they should be called the Breaker of Dreams. Putting a lot of damage, just waiting for the right time. Found Hao An. Hao An was the key for this team for the long-range battles. Not able to do that. Tattoo 13 is here as well. The crunch coming through, not allowing a reposition, and making sure they're isolated from each other. The chrono has been opened. Can't do much. A weave in and out as well as Team Solid looking to just completely obliterate the team.
All right now for PE Sports, they are trying to run away. LBT and Don't Cry are still alive, but they are trying to revive their own teammate. But right now what we are seeing, Hot Shots, they got one of the elimination points towards the enemy, which is Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators as well.
They've been here for so long if you think about it. And I'm just wondering, like, we're not seeing fights. They've been holding on to the area very, very long. I'm just wondering if Top is just here, just really catch off stragglers or just really delay their push into the circle itself, allowing his teammate to take up space and hold while they try to rotate inside.
Yeah, and also in the screen right now for Hot Shot, they are doing it well. 3 of the players already going in. For Gaming Gladiators, they are still outside. And for Top, he's still watching.
Where is he going? I mean, 18 Deer can't go anywhere. Stuck like near it. Headlights not quite. He puts in a lot of damage at Top. Just buying time. Dodges him. His teammate, the cavalry, is here to put in a little bit more pressure. Top just buying time. It's enough time though. Does he want to fight? Oh, it drops down 18 Deer. Just completely obliterates him. It's still Raz. They have to worry about. Haven't seen him. He's a 1 versus 1 happening at the very end. He's so low right now. Wants to wait for a reposition, perhaps a reset. The zone might be putting in a lot of damage, and it does. Raz gets knocked down, and so does Top, and they're just going to be bleeding to death in this area.
Oh, and right now Raz, they are
best friends forever.
Yeah, they are trying to win. Oh, unfortunately for Raz from Gaming, he being revived with their own teammate. For Buriram, they are on the leaderboard with that elimination points for on the 9th minute. Diamond just got 2 of the players here. Twisted Minds from Loud, Team Solid as well from Falcons. They are fighting on the other spots. But for Buriram, still on the kill eliminations leaderboard here.
A lot of expectations for Yago, and for good reason. There was a head-to-head between Nando 9 and Yago. And for now, Yago has been stealing a lot of the spotlight for the Brazilian team. Regardless, eyes for them will be on Twisted Minds, being very careful. Twisted Mind, one of the team that you have to be wary about. They have the high ground advantage, so good with the long-range contact as well. Till then, it's gonna be Nyx and Peter. You can see the fight happening on one end. So many pickoffs happening. It's all about waiting very, very carefully. Now, Sping in the previous game just now has done magic with his sniper. He's getting picks all around. He's been putting a lot of damage into so many teams. Very terrified when a cross by him, and I think that's the problem that Loud wants to avoid. They saw earlier how someone was crossing and really gets knocked down, and they know they have to find the right time and try to play for contact.
Oh, right now on another space, we are seeing Solid just taken out one of the players coming from Falcon. On Fire is still outside. He's trying to play it safe with 600 coin. He can revive his own teammate, but he needs to make sure that Team Solid are outside. And with a shot, Tattoo almost been taken down. And throwing that ice grenade as well. Trying to take him off, but with that, he have shown himself towards Team Solid that they are still Falcon players on the rooftop.
It's hard to go inside. So many teams are shooting towards them. Stuck here, has to take this fight against Team Solid. And Team Solid is currently on the lead when it comes to kills right now. They're aggressive. Breaker of dreams, I would like to call them. Move forward, they get chunked down from so many different sides. Move under, they get chunked down by Team Solid. Not the best way to be in, but Kochil on the one hand, we'll have a triple kill already. So many fights. If you look at the map here, there's fights happening across the board. Ana's just waiting for the right time here. Hot shot. They want to make this particular map count. The final one for them. The final one before they spend tomorrow staring at the screen, wondering how many points is enough, hoping that every single team does not take over them.
And there we go. The first shot has been done by Kochil with a Mac 10. Anas is in the general spot. Hard shot been dropped to the 11th place on the 11th minutes. Right now, what I'm seeing here, Tash, we are on the 12th minutes. 10 teams remaining, and the zone is on the 4th one. Will shrink in 20 seconds. What are they trying to do here? They are trying to play it safe. They know for Group B, this is the last chance for them to get that elimination points. And with that, Rita got the knockdowns towards All Glory Gaming, and they are aiming towards Gaimin Gladiator as well.
They want to get as many eliminations as they can, and they only have 2. Gonna be hard. They need to survive till the end. All Glory Gaming out already. The fight's happening for RRQ as well. This fight has been going on for quite some time. Gaming Gladiator making it into the circle finally. And now they find themselves against another Titan. And it's going to be RRQ here. And what can I say could be said about Buriram United? They're here. They're aggressive. They want to take this fight. And in so many situations, RRQ has been the one to wait and see. They don't have to go super aggressive here. Jonah finds Razor. Spink finds Zero. But over on this side, RRQ, 2 members knocked around already. 2 players left. Inhalers used. But it's going to be a crunch from so many different areas here. We see Abai quickly running away, finds himself into the clutches of Cloud. Not the best situation to be in. Terrified for him. He gets knocked down. And RRQ will be eliminated at 9th. Not the best way to be in. Falcons as well are out. You can't go anywhere. It's a tiny little area. And Buriram United are laughing right now. Top of the kill leader.
Oh, for Buriram, they are giving so much pressure towards RRQ. And we are seeing Rita as well. It's being pushed in by Gaimin Gladiators. But for Gaimin Gladiators on the 7th, done by Rita.
This is the shift in mindset. This is the shift in mindset. Rita trying to survive the one last dance that he needs before this day ends. But it's going to be hard. Buriram United, all 4, putting in so much pressure to him. The glue melters are here, breaking every single one of his shields. All he can do is just buy time. He just moves out of the way, finds nothing. Has to isolate these fights. Can't do that quite yet. Immediately gets knocked down. Can't do more than that. 6th place for Reta. And they just breathe a sigh of sadness because they can't go further than that. And now it's just time to wait as the circle finally shrinks to the end. Look at how much space and compound Buriram United has.
And right now, Team Solid has been taken on to the 5th place. And for Twisted Mind, they took the highest place on this billboard. But 2 of the players has been knocked down just now. They are in a dangerous spot because behind them, we have Loud. We have PE Don't Cry. But PE Don't Cry has been noticed by Kawan. Kawan going in. There we go with that shotgun. He's trying to take him out. And PE Sport has been taken out on the 4th place. 3 teams remaining, and Loud, one of them are being taken out. Almost
where
taken out.
Twisted Minds has positioned themselves on the top side here. Loud has nowhere to go, and they're laughing on the top side of this billboard. Well, Sana will be on a killing spree, though. They put in all that pressure onto Loud. Loud has overtaken them. They said, you know what? We don't want that to happen. We want to claim a 1st place spot. And now we are down to our top 3. Loud with only 2 members left. Not the best situation to be in. 2 men disadvantage from the rest. Twisted Minds and Buriram United still happy with 4. And in this situation, they have to find their positioning very well. Decided to give up this situation of the top side. Finds the other members of Loud. Kawan out already. And now Loud, last member left. It's all about just surviving here. Can he survive to the 2nd is the question. No, it doesn't. Wasana!
Buriram is not letting him go. And now for Twisted Mind, they are fighting with Buriram. 2 of the Thailand teams are going towards each other head-to-head. And right now for Twisted, Buena taken out Nameless with that AWM.
Can't do more than that. Sming, he's been magic, but can't do that. They're losing their members one by one. Everything is falling apart like dominoes, and Buriram United, they relish in this. So much control of the area, so much space, isolates every single member, and Buriram United bring it home. of this knockout situation.
Oh, nice job towards the Buriram. They have locked at the Booyah for the night on the last game with that Twisted Mind. Unfortunate for them, they were taken out one by one. What a great gameplay by Get High as well as Moshi with that sniper.
Moshi and the sniper has been honestly one of the highlights for me for Buriram United. And honestly, what's been really the game changer for them is that wait and see attitude, understanding that they don't have to really force these fights. All they have to do is wait and see. And this situation, seeing Loud getting attacked by Twisted Minds, because Twisted Minds had no choice but to get off that billboard, teleport to the bottom, have to fight for that space, and Buriram United so much control of the entirety of the circle. It was almost free for them.
Yeah, and also for Loud. They tried their best, about one by one being picked off, and only 2 players remaining. So maybe for our analysts can break down a little further for the match here.
Count on Buriram to end the day strong by securing the final booyah of the day. But Cloud, I think you have to say it.
It takes a Thai team to take down another Thai team, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it's not only Buriram. I mean, Twisted Minds have been always on our tongue as well as one of the teams to beat. And we can see that these two teams have been amazing the entire day.
Yeah, it seems like what we've seen as well coming from Buriram United is them being mad, being angry that they have been pushed down second place. They want to catch up in the points. It's just unfortunate that Twisted Minds are the last team that they had to go against.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where they're just going to flex at the end of the day, right? They didn't need the points. They're just going to take it out away from everybody else because they're greedy. But again, they did really well. Loud did really well as well. Very, very similar themes that we've seen throughout the past 2 days.
Yeah. Speaking of that end game, actually, what kind of went wrong for Twisted Minds? Because we did see basically 2 full rosters going up against one another, but only Buriram was the one that was getting the knocks. What happened with Twisted Minds? Do you feel like they kind of just were in a disadvantageous position in that end game? Or was it just Buriram, they were the first ones to pull the trigger, and that was basically it?
Yeah, frankly, for me, it was because Twisted Minds, they were busy with Loud. So when the fight between them and Loud ended, Buriram just came in as the third party to finish up things. Now, another thing I want to point out as well is that we did talk about like, oh, the high ground versus the low ground thingy. Well, Twisted Minds, they play at the high ground. They played at the top of the billboard, starting from there, and they went down because they were forced by the zone. And Buriram, again, low ground on the other side, just watching everything happening, and they came in later. So I don't know about this, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe people should just start playing on the low ground.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Mind didn't learn from that previous Nextera. I mean, it's literally the same map. They used the same tactic. Though Saming did a lot of long-range shot, like with the snipes, but it's only applicable if the circle is huge. But right there, wherein you have to jump down, you might go against Loud as well as Buriram United, you will be caught off guard.
Yeah, and BRU, to me, I mean, I hate to say the word that they're lucky, but they got lucky with that circle at the very end, forcing Twisted Minds to come out of that bird's nest, so to speak, and to go down to their levels and to fight that one out. I mean, that was very favorable for them.
Yeah, it could have gone either way, right? Imagine like if the circle actually went to the billboard.
Exactly.
Then it's going to be a totally different story.
Yeah.
It's like Buriram would need to go towards them instead.
Sometimes it just comes down to wrong predictions, right? You think you've got the right quadrant when it comes to that circle, and it just doesn't go in your favor. But here are our final match rankings for game number 6. Buriram going to be taking home a whopping 31 points for their last round, followed by Twisted Minds with 23 points and 19 to Loud. I'm kind of wondering here, folks, who's in first place? Because we have had a pretty close battle here between Loud and Buriram. Any predictions so far?
Oh, well, judging from the numbers, despite of Buriram United being a top spot, there's still a huge lead that Loud has. So I'm guessing like within the 10 points, Loud is still number 1.
I think it's quite a straightforward map here in which we will definitely find out in a little bit more. But I'm a little bit more interested to know our 2 highlight teams that we talk about. Have they done enough to go to the top 12?
we're talking about Riyadh Esports and Hotshot.
Yeah.
Yes. And I think that, I mean, Hotshot's kind of fumbled the ball at the very end on that one. They didn't really play very well.
I mean, Hotshots as well, right? Both teams are eliminated really early.
True, but Riyadh Esports got like 9 points, and I always look at 8 points and up, you're kind of okay, hopefully. So we're going to have to see.
Well, before we see the scoreboard, let's have a quick interview session with Kawan after a fantastic play day. Sure, they didn't get the booyah, but look, we love to hear a lot more from Kwan. Let's see what he has to say.
Hello everybody, welcome to our interview show. So right next to me is Lau Kawan 7. So, being considered as the best player in the team, how would you feel about that?
Sendo considerado o melhor jogador da equipe, como você se considera? O que você tem a dizer?
Eu acho que fico muito feliz, né, por estar conseguindo mostrar resultado, estar conseguindo voltar ao meu outro nível, que eu sei aonde eu posso chegar, tá ligado? Ainda mais podendo ajudar a minha equipe, eu fico muito feliz com isso. Ontem nós tivemos um dia muito bom, só que o meu individual não foi tão bom assim, hoje já foi ao contrário. Nós tivemos um dia muito bom, meu individual foi muito bom também. E é isso, só tenho a agradecer aí a Deus, tá ligado? Por me dar essa oportunidade, mais uma oportunidade de mostrar meu trabalho, mostrar o que eu sou, tá ligado, para as pessoas. E é isso.
I feel very happy. I'm very happy to help my team. Today have been very good, and have to thank God and thank you.
That's a very long answer. I really want to hear the full of it, but I understand like how Kawan happy about this. Then in the next question, so how confident you are and loud enough to achieve this trophy?
Qual a confiança que vocês têm na equipe de conseguir esse troféu?
Eu acho que nosso time está muito confiante para conseguir conquistar esse título mundial. Nós está com o atual campeão mundial do nosso time, que é o Iago, então a confiança aumenta ainda mais. Mas é isso, mano. O jogo é jogado, tá ligado? A gente está muito confiante, mas isso não significa nada. Nós temos que chegar a fazer o nosso trabalho aí no último dia, que vai ser domingo na final. E é isso, tá ligado? Nós temos que chegar focado para fazer o nosso. Se Deus quiser, vai dar bom.
We're very confident. We have a world champion in our team, which is Iago. But a game is a game, and we still have to carry on playing, and that's it.
Yes, I do agree with Kawan 7 that Iago and him is the best duo in Loud. So the final questions for you. Who would you want to send to your favorite team some kind of lovely words?
O que você gostaria de falar para o seu time? Algumas palavras agradáveis.
Pro meu time, mano, eu já falo com eles todos os dias, mas, mano, vocês estão maravilhosos, tá ligado? Vocês estão muito bons, que vocês continuam fazendo esse jogo que a gente tá fazendo agora na classificatória para os próximos dias. É isso, mano. Pra torcida também, obrigado pelo apoio de sempre. E vambora, que tem muito mais campeonato para jogar, tem muita partida ainda. E é isso, valeu. Faz o
To my team, well, I speak to them every day, and I have to thank them. Very wonderful. We have a lot to do still. To the supporters as well, I'd like to thank them for supporting us. And that's it. We're gonna play, and that's it.
Thank you, Kawan 7 a lot, and I wish you guys will achieve higher and higher achievement in this Booyah and also all of the tournaments as well. Then, thank you everybody for this interview. Now, let's head back to the studio.
The job's never done here for Loud, and I love the answer that came from him, right? The fact that, you know, Yunsul asked, do you feel like you have done enough? And he says the job's not done until the trophy is theirs. They are spot on with their objective, but the question is, can they achieve it? Because they're doing incredibly well during knockouts, but you know, even though you do well in knockouts, does that mean you're going to do well during the final round? Let's have a look at the final rankings here, shall we? Because this is going to mark the end for our teams in Group B, because they are done. They are dusted. They have played all of their games. But for teams in Group A and C, they've got one more play day tomorrow. And gentlemen, are we worried about anybody here? We do have the final scores for Group B.
Well, one thing I would say, Hotshots right now is very, very low compared to everyone else who is in Group B. Only 6 points for them to be able to get against AG, but I would say they might be in a comfortable spot. Again, it's dependent on the other teams who will be playing by tomorrow.
For me, it's kind of like, I look at things and, I mean, the teams that have only played once, just double their score and see where they stand, right? Yeah. And I'm kind of looking at like Fluxo kind of in danger, right? I think 80 is roughly where that that limit is, that cutoff point. So I think that you want to be around there. Of course, it's 12, so you have a little bit of wiggle room, so to speak. But I think Fluxo, Onic, 19 Esports, Katsuya Esports, these are the teams that kind of really need to step up tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll put in the logic as well that Hollow put out, right? Like, if you double the points, then you kind of like can see the cutoff point is like at least for now 55 points. And if you do that, 19 esports and Alcacia esports, well, they're pretty much in trouble.
But we are talking about Fluxo. No, I mean, yeah, they were bad yesterday, but again, this team will manage to grab a few more accolades with the teams, with the players that they have. So this might be a good turning point to get away from that logic that we just point out. But Fluxo might be one off out of every team who is at the second page of our overall.
Let's have a look at our MVP for our last game. It's none other than Moshi, who is surprised. I don't think anyone really is. This man is constantly being labeled as MVP. Every time Boomerang locks in the Booyah for the round. 3 eliminations this round, but look at the damage this man has done, okay? 4,000. I think this is the highest we have seen today. This man worked.
Yeah, and coming back to that last game, the biggest thing about Moshi was the fact that when BRU was going up against Twisted Minds, he got the first knock, right? Starting that out so that you have a numbers advantage and it kind of snowballs from there and you're able to take out the team. So again, Moshi with some really heads-up play.
Yeah, I mean, we also talked about how Moshi is like not just an independent sniper. He can take out those knocks and then let it follow through for his teammates. So probably he's just getting pot shots and then letting the rest of the team just grab the elimination.
And you know, one thing about Buriram at this moment is that it's not only Moshi. Yes, great, he's the MVP, but let's not forget as well from FFWSC. We do have Wasana being the tournament MVP as well. I mean, this is a team full of MVPs, basically.
I mean, that man has a look where I think he could kill somebody with the way that he looks. So, Wasana, a very, very scary player. We have a very interesting situation tomorrow because Group B are done. And some of our top competitors from Group B are now taken out of the pool. And this is going to give an opportunity for the other teams in Group A and C to come in and pick up those points. Now, I know it's a little bit early to say, but predictions for Group A and C, who are we kind of looking at here for our top performers tomorrow? Expecting for our top performers, sorry.
Well, I'm still with my boys. I know today may not be the day. Today may not be the day for them, but Team Falcons, at least they've experienced the stage, they've experienced the environment. Tomorrow's a bounce back day for them.
Yeah, I'm going to go with another team of yours, which is Twisted Mind. Because Twisted Mind right now, I'm currently out of those coming from Group C. They're the ones on the top. I mean, getting in between those coming from Group A.
Yeah, and for me, of course, just Team Solid. I think they had a solid day, and they're going to continue on with that. We expect them to be in the top 12. I have no worries about that.
Great predictions. Do you think it's going to speed up a little bit tomorrow? Because now both groups have seen each other play. There's data, there's information. I 100% guarantee there's going to be a lot of research being done by both of our groups tonight. Are we going to try and go for those really quick action-packed games? Because today it was quite slow, both first and second day.
Well, most importantly is to stay objectively to whatever that they have in mind, whether they want to play it fast or slow, as long as you get the points in.
Yeah. Any final words before we close out the show, gentlemen?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what's going to happen, if it will go in a fast pace or will this be where everyone will be cautious.
Of course, A versus C, this is going to be it. I want the lower end teams to really step up and do well tomorrow because I hate to see teams go home.
Well, that's going to be it for day number 2 here at the Free Fire Esports World Cup. Thank you all so much for staying with us, but don't leave the broadcast. We've got 3 more play days coming up here. So make sure you come back tomorrow at the exact same time. Catch all the action here for Groups A and C and find out tomorrow who's going to be making it to our top 12 and who is going home with their dreams crushed and their keys crushed as well. My name is Annalie. I've had my wonderful analysts. We'll see you all tomorrow, survivors. And thank you so much. Bye, guys.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da.